Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Eyes on the Audit. I'm Mellows, your host, and MamaBear's not with me at the moment. She may pop up later on. How is everyone? Hello, everybody in the chat. Let me just open this panel up. So I think we'll have an open panel today. I will drop the link in the chat, so if anyone wants to jump up and join me, you'll see the link appearing now. You can jump up and join me, and we can just shoot the shit. Alright, while you're doing that, I've got a couple of videos to play, and I've got some music I want to play. But it's not on this one. Shit. Alright, give me a second. Let me play this one.
You get at the how about America and democracy. There's no America. There is no democracy. We no longer live in a world of nations and ideologies. The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business. The world is a business, and I've chosen you to preach this evangel.
For all my free market, healthcare robbing, stock stealing, retirement fund fucking with niggas. Fuck you little credit card scamming, jewelry stealing, crack selling, liquor store robbing motherfuckers. Shout out to the homies Carnegie, OG Willie Randolph first, Farouk, Rockefeller, the real Rockefeller, my main bitch Leona, Guadalupe Louis the 13th, Scott Rothstein, Jack Abramoff on your head. My Rothschild niggas, let's get this money. I spend my day pairing America overseas. Pension for the workers, nigga, please. Embezzlement, etiquette, private settlement. I'm better with Confederate rhetoric from my mansion in Connecticut. Foreclosing big holes out of tenement. I twist words like a speech impediment. I hope you got good credit, bitch. If not, better get a new job with benefits. While I play golf with niggas, I get cheddar with. New money buys brand new carrots. My own money bought your great grandparents. You got grills in your mouth, I ain't mad at you. I own every gold mine in South Africa. Thanks, baby, you made me $1 billion. Plus I own a building for each one of my children's children. That's the shit. Smoke coke in the whip. Miss USA sucking my dick. Yeah, what? Fuck the law, cause real jail is for suckers. I go to country club prison, you dumb motherfuckers.
I am the 1%, fucking bitch.
You know my CEO, corporate steez, please. Overthrow governments overseas in a breeze. Politicians in my pockets for a few hundred G's. So if I'm ever in court, my assets are never free. I got a job and a house and a bank account. When I'm out, I doubt there's something you can say. And if not, then I'll fake death like Kenneth Lake. Make money every day, the world burns on its axis. While y'all struggling to pay taxes, I'm getting my money the fastest. Memos and faxes, shredded up documents, slush funds through the corrupt continents. But they don't want me indicted, cause they don't want my dirty laundry aired when I fight it. Don't get my lawyers excited, cause what good is the law if you can't rewrite it? I got CIA traitors, dictators, so fuck y'all whistleblowers and haters. Shit, I'll invest money from Al-Qaeda in the big 9/11 widows go to later. Capitalism's who I pray to, fuck the state of the world. Money talks, so what the fuck I need to say to your girl?
I don't pay them to fuck. I pay them to leave.
You know my CEO, corporate steez, please. Overthrow governments overseas in a breeze. Politicians in my pockets for a few hundred G's. So if I'm ever in court, my assets will never freeze. You know my CEO, corporate steez, breathe. I treat countries like the IMF, down on your knees. Real gangsters run the world, fuck what you believe. I'll cut down a forest while you niggas burning some trees. I'll get your family murdered for a couple of G's. Cause your working class money ain't fucking with me. You think rappers are rich cause of songs you heard. My labels make the money and haven't rapped a fucking word. Shot in the ocean, coasting with the sails out. Hey America, thanks for the bailouts. I made off with the Blanco and Rosiano. Got away scot-free like El Vaticano. Activist, activist, get mad at me cause of my tax-free charity. 80% to the staff and company, and 20% to the homeless and hungry. to the banksters. Haven't you learned? You protest cops or patrols on the street. But I bought City Hall, so I own the police. Email, Facebook, and the shit you tweet. All the phone companies, so I heard you speak. And my suggestion is your correction. No election, sex with no affection. No invention will benefit the world of man. Will exist till I've got the money in my hand. World Bank interest rate, damn rape on the spot. But I'm a gangster, you gon' take my money, like it or not, nigga.
I got your country in my pocket, motherfucker.
You know my CEO, Masonic Steve's cheese. Only little people pay all these taxes and fees. Since you were born, we've controlled what you watch and you read. Pretty soon we're gonna own the fucking air that you breathe. I take what I want, fucker, I don't have to say please. I convince you that it's good for you, take it and leave. You think presidents are a face of the nation. I put them all where they are, end of the conversation.
End of the conversation. Alright, let's play this video.
Malaysia Airlines confirms it has lost contact with a plane carrying 227 passengers and 12 crew members.
And so began one of aviation's greatest mysteries.
The plane just vanished from the radar screen. You know, we went totally dark.
The Boeing 777 took off from Kuala Lumpur on its way to Beijing. It was less than an hour into the flight when the captain said,
Good night, Malaysia, 370.
Minutes later, the transponder stopped transmitting identification and position. Military radar and data from the pilot's cell phone revealed that the plane had changed course and was now flying back across Malaysia. And the satellite data revealed MH370 continued flying for around 7 hours when the plane likely went down off the western coast of Australia.
Flight MH370 ended in the southern Indian Ocean.
And so this is a very positive step that the search is being resumed, because without searching, the plane will never be found.
Yeah, just remind people what happened then, because it really did just disappear, didn't it?
Well, it did and it didn't. There are traces of it, electronic traces. That's where the search is based on. But yes, in terms of the fact that we have no real idea what caused the plane to crash and why all these people had died, that's a 10-year mystery that needs to be solved.
Yeah, look, I appreciate some bits and pieces of it washed up, I think, in Madagascar in a few years back, but that really is all people have had to go on thus far. So are you surprised then that the search, a new search, has been sanctioned by the Malaysian government, which suggests something else has been found or is known about?
The disappearance of flight MH370 is one of the biggest mysteries in modern aviation history. Let's remind you of the story. The Malaysian Airlines Boeing 777 took off from Kuala Lumpur on the 8th of March 2014 at 12:41 local time. 239 people were heading for Beijing and were due to land around 6 hours later. But 38 minutes after takeoff, the pilot said goodnight to air traffic control and the plane disappeared off civilian radar screens. Malaysian military radar tracked it for another hour, watching it turn west off its planned route before it went out of range, 370 kilometers off Penang Island. The international search efforts were extensive. They calculated potential flight paths shown in yellow and then searched the Indian Ocean seafloor in areas shown in green, where it was most likely to have crashed.
The search was exceedingly extensive. 240,000 square kilometers was searched. The Indian Ocean is a very large place, 75 million square kilometers. So 240,000 is still a needle in a haystack, but it's a huge needle in a huge haystack.
It wasn't until July 2015, 16 months after the plane was last spotted, that debris was found washed up on Reunion, thousands of miles away from the search area, as well as in Mauritius and Tanzania. Since then, more searches have been carried out. Marine robotics company Ocean Infinity conducted one in 2018, but the aircraft couldn't be located. Now, the Malaysian government has agreed to a second no-find, no-fee deal of £56 million with the company.
I mean, for years, they've been campaigning. The last search was in 2018. And each year that went by, the families were disappointed that there was no movement. So this is definitely a positive development. There seems to be new political will to get to the bottom of this. What is a little bit concerning is that the area that they're searching is relatively small. It's only 15,000 square kilometers, where previously 240,000 square kilometers of seabed have been searched. 120,000 square kilometers of those by the same company that's going back out to resume the search, Ocean Infinity. And they've clearly got the best technology to find the plane, so we can be hopeful of that. But it is a curious thing that it's a relatively small search area that they're commissioning now. And personally, I'd like them to almost have a multi-year commitment to this, not just a small limited search, but something that's a political commitment that we'll get to the bottom of this no matter how long it takes.
The last known contact with the aircraft was when Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah signed off "Good night, Malaysian 370. Shortly after this, the transponder was turned off, meaning it could not be tracked easily. According to military radar, the plane diverted from its planned route, instead flying back towards northern Malaysia and Penang, and then out into the Andaman Sea near Indonesia. And data then shows the plane turning south before tracking stopped entirely. Malaysia, Australia, and China launched an underwater search in an area in the southern Indian Ocean off the coast of Western Australia. Now, this was based on data of automatic connections between an Inmarsat satellite and the plane. But two major searches and roughly $143 million later, there have been no significant findings of the aircraft's whereabouts. A report into MH370's disappearance published in July 2018 found that the plane's controls were likely manipulated, which deliberately took it off course. Investigators, however, could not confirm who was responsible or provide a firm conclusion about what exactly happened to the aircraft. And this reminds me of what you said in an interview at the start of the year, that you're convinced it would only take one more search in the right location to find this missing plane. How are you so sure when years of official searches have turned up nothing?
Well, there have been two major assumptions which we managed to break through. One assumption was that the plane just flew in a straight line for several hours into the Indian Ocean. The plane made several turns, including the diversion and further turns after the diversion. So it is a big assumption that no further turns were made, and we've now shown that there were indeed further turns. So the other assumption is that we've gone until fuel exhaustion, and that the plane ended soon after fuel exhaustion. Well, Boeing has shown that a Boeing 777 can glide for up to 110 nautical miles after fuel exhaustion. So this search is going to look further out and further afield than previous searches.
David, can I put you on the spot just to finish off? What do you think is most likely happened to this flight? Do you think, as some speculate, that there was intention behind it falling out of the air, or do you think there was some sort of catastrophe with the aircraft, or a plausible accident, for example?
Yeah, well, I'm one very much against this speculation, because there's people that already believe they know what happened, and for that reason, there's no reason for searching. And so until we find the plane, recover the black boxes, we don't know what happened to MH370.
Okay. Still don't know what we're going on 10 years later. I told you what happened to it, but no one wants to listen to me. All right. Okay, let's... Got too many tabs open. Sorry, guys. Is anyone going to jump up? I don't know. What is this one?
What's this? What's this? What's your badge number, sir? What is it? What's your badge number? What is it? Tell me. It's the one. It's the one. Tell me your badge number. What's this? What's this, kid? What's your badge number? What is your badge? What is your badge number? What is your badge number? I'm your security. What? I don't go. What am I doing? What is your badge number? I'm gonna ask you one more time. What is your badge?
What is your name?
What crime do you suspect me of committing?
Well, they want to trespass for you, which they have the right to do
Right.
off their train.
So I don't need.
Imagine standing in a public space, minding your own business, when
Sorry, guys. Wrong video. Bollocks. All right, while I look for that video, I thought I had it. Obviously, I closed the window. Sorry, guys. I'll put some music on. That's easy.
I put a spell on you because you're mine. You better stop the things you do. I tell you I ain't lying, I ain't lying. You know I can't stand it. You're running around, you know better, daddy. I cannot stand it cause you put me down. Oh no, I put a spell on you because you're mine. You know I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you anyhow. And I don't care if you don't want me, I'm yours right now. I put a spell on you because you're mine. Because you're mine.
All right. I think this is an update to what we watched yesterday, I believe.
Hey, I need to submit a public record request.
Hi.
I need
Then
to
stand
submit
out there and I'll get it for you.
Here, no, I have it
Sit on
right
the
here.
chair. So, okay.
Why am I not allowed in here?
It's a rule. I don't know.
Whose rule? And I just want to say that I don't appreciate you guys harassing me.
Yeah.
Secondly, no trespassing. There's no trespassing on this property. I don't want you on my property.
Okay, well, let us step
Third.
record. Let us step over here, okay?
Yeah, I would have appreciated that from the get-go. No, I do not consent to searches. I do not consent to searches.
Illegal in your phone.
No, I do not consent to searches.
I'm going to ask you one more time to step back on the sidewalk.
I do not consent to search and
Step
seizure.
back on the sidewalk, please. Step back on the sidewalk.
Leave your hands off of me. I'm not answering any questions.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and put you in handcuffs.
No,
Put your
sir.
hand behind your back.
No, sir.
Put your hand
What am I being detained for? What am I being detained for?
And handcuffed
Why?
because you are not cooperating.
I don't have to cooperate with you illegally searching and seizing my car.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi.
I think we have more wasting of tax dollars is what we have by Chief Jason Lawless. This has been going on for two years, Your Honor, and you're very aware of the charges, 25 charges dismissed in this court with State of Ohio versus Cody Henderson due to Chief William Lawless. Okay.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Today, we're diving into the incredible story of Wildman Audits, a man who never set out to be a lawyer but was forced to become one after relentless harassment from New Holland, Ohio's police chief, Jason Lawless. And ironically, Lawless has lived up to his name in the worst way possible, a lawless bully with a badge. Chief Lawless has targeted Wildman with at least 26 bogus charges. But instead of backing down, Wildman did something extraordinary. He taught himself the law from scratch and took the fight straight to the courtroom. Without a law degree, without formal training, he has completely dismantled every false charge thrown at him, humiliating Chief Lawless and his department time and time again. And we even have footage from inside the courtroom to prove it. Now, after exposing Chief Lawless's abuse of power, Wildman is fighting back. He's filed a $2 million lawsuit for violations of his civil rights against the corrupt chief. This is a story of resilience, intelligence, and accountability. We're going to break it all down, from the moment the harassment began to the countless times Wildman has wiped the floor with Chief Lawless in court. Footage that we're seeing here doesn't have any audio because it was a courtroom camera, but Wildman is just trying to get on the record with the judge to point out the mistakes that Chief Lawless made and the discrepancies in the charges, and bully Chief Lawless. It won't even let him talk to the judge. He is going to attack him right here and injure Wildman's arm and break his phone and drag him out and throw him out the side door. You can't make this stuff up, folks. Make sure you hit the description and find Wildman Audits link to his channel. Make sure you go over there and subscribe and tell him Harvey Freeberg sent you. Now, without any further ado, let's get into the video.
Got one of these. So I got one of these for you. Fuck you, buddy.
What for?
You're a piece of shit. You grabbed me in there and hurt my arm.
What are you talking about?
For no reason in the middle of court. I have it on film, bro. And the magistrate saw it all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you okay? Do you need
No, fuck you. That's all I want. That's all I need is fuck you.
That's not very nice.
I don't have to be nice. Fuck you. You grabbed my arm and fucking almost broke it. That's not very nice. You piece of shit.
You hurt your arm?
You hurt my arm.
I did?
Yeah, when you grabbed me in that courtroom and grabbed me up and broke my phone. And I had to get a new phone.
You broke your phone?
You broke the phone by grabbing me up.
Oh.
It's clear on camera and I can show it to you.
Really?
Actually, yeah, I'll show it to you right in the middle of the courtroom.
Well, how'd you do that? You broke your phone.
You broke the phone.
Well, whatever you want to say, but how do you have video?
Because you guys have video in the public space of the public office up there. So I got your video, buddy.
Yeah, I got it too.
Yeah, but you don't have any audio up there, just like you don't wear your body cam, even though you guys have them. Why don't you ever wear your body cam?
I wear it when I need to.
You wear it when you need to. Well, I need a copy of, and I'm requesting right now, official copy of your body cam procedure policy.
Go up there and request it. I ain't got no problem.
I've actually already got your book. So.
Well, then you got it.
Well, no, it's not even in there. So you're gonna make up something last minute, and I'll catch you doing that too.
I'm telling you, it's in there.
Yeah, I got the old book, bro.
Old book?
Yeah, the book that you gave me at like maybe the beginning of the year. I was not violating any laws up there, and you grabbed me up. I was sitting there very calmly disputing with you the paperwork that you messed up because you guys sent in to the BMV for an outstanding warrant for my arrest that you guys apparently never made. And I showed you the paperwork where it says outstanding warrant for arrest, and you tried to act like the BMV made a mistake, didn't you?
You are missing.
And then I said, who do I need to sue?
A warrant block.
A warrant
Not
block?
A warrant for your arrest.
A warrant block can only come from a warrant. A warrant block can only come with a warrant.
Seriously. You're making yourself sound
No,
stupid.
you have to put a warrant out to put a warrant block.
You don't.
Yes, you do. I can
No.
show procedure. I can show you the
go get
procedure.
it.
You want me to show it to you?
You are 100% wrong.
I am not wrong.
Yes, you are.
I am not wrong.
Okay.
That's why it's called a warrant
That's
block.
why
It's
we're
because there has to be a
arguing,
warrant.
because You know everything.
No, because I'm speaking my free speech and you're a piece of shit.
So after Chief Lawless told him to go up to the office and do the records request, they lock him out and won't allow him in. And this is not the only time this happened. He's going to go up there another time, and we also are going to look at that footage in a minute. And Chief Lawless throws him out of the police department during business hours.
How's it going, man? Hey, I need to submit a public record request.
Hi.
I need
Go
to
stand
submit
out there and I'll get it for you.
Here, no,
Sit-
I have it
sit on
right
the
here.
chair. So, okay.
Why am I not allowed in here?
It's a rule. I don't know.
Whose rule? Why do you discriminate against me? Why am I not treated like everyone else?
I don't know.
What did I do?
Why do you think you've done?
What did I do?
Why do you think you've done?
All I've done is make
Okay.
public
Do you have a
record
thing
request.
for me?
Yes, and I need to come back here and pick it up in public.
Okay. When is that?
When will you have it for me? For one, I need a
Chase. I
Okay,
can't
I-
read that. Read number.
case number for zoning violation, ticket number 001003 against Cody Henderson.
Okay.
And also the dates that Mayor Court has commenced in 2023.
Okay.
So
I
just-
should be able to
just
have this
very
by
simple.
Monday for you. How's that sound?
That sounds great. I'm very
Okay.
I'm very reasonable.
Okay. Thank
All right.
you.
Yep, thank you.
Bye.
Here and go through stuff.
It's sitting on the desk. It's a public building. I didn't know that there's no sign that says I can't use a pen.
Well, you can ask.
No one was around.
What are you still doing in here?
I'm filing this paperwork and signing it. I'm
Who you gonna
reading it
file
out loud.
with?
I'm about to find somebody to file it with.
There's no one here now.
All
You
right,
need-
there's me
You need
signing
to
it.
take it and go. Everyone is gone for the day. Well, you can bring it back in on Monday, and you can file it with one of the ladies here in the office, and they'll make sure that I get it. And as long as I'm allowed to give it to you, I'll get it for you. Okay?
All right, I'm just going ahead and filling out this paperwork real quick.
Terry, you can fill it out at home.
Well, I need to like go ahead and turn it in and stuff and make sure that
There's no
somebody.
one here for you to turn it into.
It's a public. It's open. What 9 to 4? It's not. It's 3:30
The
right
door's
now.
locked. There's no one here.
It's not. It's 3:30 right now in a public building that's
There's no
open
one
till 4.
here.
You're here. It's just you're
I
the
just
you're the
told
head
you
of the.
I'm not going to speak to you about
You don't have to
this.
speak to me. I'm going to turn it into you, and you're the head of police department, and you have to receive it and note that you received it. That's part of your job here as a public official, right?
Let me guess. You know my job now, too.
I'm asking you, isn't that
I'm
part?
asking you.
I believe it is part of your job as a public official to receive requests that have to do with your department and have to do with cases regarding your department. I don't believe that you can withhold or withstand evidence from someone.
I would never.
So, well, you're trying to rush me out of here when the office is
No, I'm
open
not.
right now.
I have other things that need to be taken care of, like protecting the people that live here.
While Wildman is trying to get his public records request to prepare for his upcoming court cases, now would be a good time to hear from our sponsor, Ruiz Law Firm, in case you need a lawyer for any of your upcoming cases. Let me tell you about a lawyer that I believe in and work with on a regular basis. The Ruiz Law Firm. They're located in Pearland, Texas, and he serves the people of Galveston County and the surrounding areas. If you need a lawyer, he's the guy to call. Take my word for it. He'll fight for you, whether it's holding the government accountable or insurance companies accountable. He'll stand up and fight for what's right. Also, he helps people with immigration cases. So if you're having trouble with immigration, he's the guy to call. He takes civil cases to make sure you get compensated, whether it's an accident you got in, an 18-wheeler accident, a car accident, any kind of accident, and you need a lawyer, give him a call. He's also got your back in criminal cases, protecting your rights and making sure you get a fair fight. If you need a lawyer that won't back down, call is on the.
You can do that at home.
I've already. I typed all this up at home. I typed all this up at home. Well, I'm reading them out loud and filming that. I read them out loud here because this is very pertinent to my case.
What's that have to do with me?
Because I was going to turn them into you, and you said I could.
No, I did not say you could turn them into me. I said you could give them to the girls.
You said you wouldn't talk to me about it, but you said you would take them. That's what you said.
I will. When you bring them in Monday, give them to the girls, I will. I have no problem at all with your request or helping you with your request as long as I can give you the stuff that you're asking for.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
but I'm not going to stand here when I have other things I have to do as the police chief to take care of this village and the people in it. I'm not going to stand here while you sign papers that you should have signed at home. So take them and go.
I'm going to sign them here and to be witnessed.
Listen, I have to go. Can you hear the radio?
I can hear the radio.
Okay, and there's no one here. You're not going to be able to
I'm in a public building in the hours that it's open.
Do you really seriously want to go through this again?
I'm in a public
building.
building.
Why do you have to be so difficult?
Why are you rushing me out of a public building?
Because I need to go.
That's very convenient that right as I'm filing important paperwork, you all of a sudden have something more important to do. It's 3:30. You can look at this clock, and he's rushing me out of this public building.
Rushing me out. Come on.
Look, he's forcing me out of a public building while it's open, refusing to give me my FOIA request, which is a federal law.
Yep.
He is refusing federal law.
Sure, when you turn that in, you turn in the whole thing that I said I'd take your request 20 million times.
Yes, but he said he would take it. But look, he just pushed me out of the building, and he said he won't take it. So there he is. He's saying he won't take it. I can't put in a FOIA request today, even though they're open Monday to Friday, 8 to 4.
Run it down for me.
I don't feel safe doing that, sir.
Can you roll your window down for me, please?
It's cracked. I don't have to roll it all the way down.
My safety, can you roll your window down, please?
I don't feel safe doing that.
Can you roll your window down, please?
I just told you I don't feel safe doing that.
Step out the car.
Hey, sir, please don't open my door.
I asked you to roll your window down for my safety, so can you roll the window? So can you step out for me now?
Cody, come on out. Tags are expired. We've asked you, told you about this more than once.
You guys had no reason to pull me over here.
Yeah, your tags are expired.
You had no way to see that. You're facing that way.
Legally drive.
You're facing that way.
My neck hurts.
Your car was facing that way.
Go over and sit down on the sidewalk.
Your car was facing that way.
We're not arguing out here. Go over and sit down on the sidewalk.
I'm gonna turn off my vehicle. I'm gonna lock up my doors, just as I'm allowed to do. Whoa, 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 whoa. Leave your hands off me. Leave your hands off me. Leave your hands off me. Leave your hands off me, bro. I'm not a criminal. I didn't break any crime.
Come over here. You're not going to close the door.
Dude, I'm closing the door.
Come on.
No, no.
Come on.
You're going to go to jail for obstruction.
Cody, listen to me for a minute.
What?
We have to do a vehicle inventory because we're going to impound it this time. This is the second time we've told you.
You had no reason to pull up behind me right there. I wasn't speeding. I was not speeding, and I didn't have anything going on.
Your tags are expired. You are
I'm not speeding.
allowed to drive this vehicle.
You're not allowed to use previous. You're not allowed to use previous infractions to pull me over at a later point in time.
They're expired.
You were facing that way. You were facing the opposite way. You weren't even looking at me.
Look in my rear mirror and see.
That means that you're profiling my car. You can't. There's no way you can read the date. There's no way you can read the date on that tag.
We didn't run the date on the tag. We ran the tag.
No, you're not. You're not gonna physically.
Really?
You're not gonna physically look. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Why are you physically? I did not do anything illegal. Don't touch my phone. Don't touch my phone.
If you don't,
I don't have to cooperate with unlawful orders. You're giving me unlawful orders. I don't have to have a seat.
You're about to go.
I don't have to have a seat.
You're about to go to jail. Seriously. Now I ain't playing.
Listen, you pulled me out of my car for no reason. You pulled me out of my car for no reason.
Vehicle inventory.
No, you do not.
Your vehicle because we are towing it.
No. You're not towing my car. You're not towing my car.
This is the second time.
You're not towing my car.
That we have warned you about this.
You're not towing my car.
Yes, we are. And if you give us any problems, I'm just going to take you to jail. It's that simple.
I'm not doing anything illegal.
Sit down on the concrete.
I don't have to sit down, sir. I don't have to sit down. I do not have to sit down. I'm a free citizen.
Us all feel a lot more comfortable.
It wouldn't make. I don't feel safe with that. So my safety is important too. I don't feel safe with your officer here laying hands on me when I've been nothing but cool, pulling me out of my car for no reason.
Multiple times what to do.
Yeah, I don't have to roll my window down. That legally, I don't have to roll my window all the way down.
Keep arguing with me.
I don't have to roll my window down.
Take you to jail, and that's the end of the story. Okay.
I'm not going to accept unlawful threats. I'm allowed to speak my rights, and I have the First Amendment.
Not a threat.
First Amendment. I have a First Amendment right to speak, and you're not allowed to take me to jail just because I exercise my First Amendment right. That is not lawful. That is not legal.
The law. We have.
I have not violated. You are harassing me, and this is entrapment. This is entrapment. This is entrapment. You're now going. I do not consent to searches. I do not consent to searches. No, I do not consent to searches.
I'm going to ask you one more time to step back on the sidewalk.
I do not consent to search and seizure.
Step back on the sidewalk, please. Step back on the sidewalk.
Leave your hands off of me. I'm not answering any questions.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and put you in handcuffs.
No, sir. No, sir. What am I being detained for? What am I being detained for?
And handcuffed.
Why?
Because you are not cooperating.
I don't have to cooperate with you illegally searching and seizing my car. You are searching and seizing my car. That's a Fourth Amendment right. I do not consent to handcuffs. I do not consent to searches.
Where did you get your law degree?
I don't have to have a law degree. I have rights. I have rights. And you should know that 1776.
You would be the first to realize that I know those rights. More than anyone.
I have a Fourth Amendment right
to taken me to put you in handcuffs. Anybody else would have done it by now. I'm trying to give you every opportunity to just cooperate with us.
Listen, I'm being cool, dude.
No, you're not. You're arguing. Everything else. You know your tags are expired.
Dude.
We've already stopped you and wrote you a ticket once and didn't impound your car.
Bro,
we gave you another opportunity, and here you are.
You were harassing me before that. Going up and down my street, looking at my tags.
This is not the
You were going up and down my street, looking at my tags, bro.
This is not the first time that I've seen you driving since we wrote you the ticket for your tags. So you got another break.
I still have the right to travel. I still stuff done, bro. You gotta understand.
Your motorcycle's legal. Why didn't you ride that?
Because I had to pick stuff up from Home Depot, man. Look, there's Home Depot stuff in my car, bro.
I believe you. And now you're trying to be cool. Why didn't you just start off that way? We could have said, hey, man, you know you are not allowed to have that car on this road.
Listen.
Instead of arguing with us. And we could have probably worked something out. Because of the way you treated us, we're not going to work anything out.
Listen, you pulled me out of my car. I'm illegally searching and seizing me, and this guy's grabbing all over me.
I just asked you to follow directions. That's all.
Listen, I don't have to follow every direction,
okay. Man. Well, we asked you for our safety to stay on the sidewalk, and you want to keep getting off.
66 AM radio. Can you start me at $31 dinner, please?
What are you guys even doing, man?
Towing your car.
Tow it. Why?
Because it's expired since June.
You get over here and tell me what the fuck this shit is.
Well, I don't know if you have a license to sell it either. I mean, it can only be up to 3%, 0.3% THC. If it
looks like a bunch of buds to me.
It ain't marijuana.
It ain't marijuana.
He says it's hemp and it smells like it ain't marijuana.
Some of it does smell like marijuana. Some of it doesn't.
Well, hemp is very.
So he wanted to fight you basically because he probably thought he hadn't done anything wrong.
No, his tags are expired. We've already cited him for it once. He's one of these motherfuckers that thinks he can do whatever he wants. You can't do nothing to him.
You got it?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Cody, my name's Robert. I'm one of the newer officers at the police department over here.
Cool.
I'm just here with the health department to let her describe a few things. We can hopefully help you get them fixed.
Yeah.
No issues at the moment. I'm here with her. So.
Well, I saw the notice you guys left on my door right after my case got dismissed, first and foremost.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that I don't appreciate you guys harassing me.
Yeah.
Secondly, no trespassing. There's no trespassing on this property. I don't want you on my property.
Okay, well, let us step record. Let us step over here, okay?
Yeah, I would have appreciated that from the get-go.
No, like I said, I couldn't, unless I'm not going to yell from them.
And I received your notices. Secondly, the chemical containers are not a violation, and those are food grade water containers for water storage, and water rain collection is not illegal in the state of Ohio.
That's correct.
So there's nothing wrong with those containers. Those are food grade. Those are not chemical containers as you depicted, so that's frivolous as well. Also, you got my address wrong, amongst other things. So once again, I just want this to be the last time that I have to say this. I'm tired of being harassed by you guys. This is my property. I pay taxes here. This is my life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. This is my survival. I have the right to plant gardens. I have the right to grow my garden as high as I want, in my front yard, in my side yard, wherever I want. I have the right to take a shit in my house whenever I want. I have the right to have a camper in my backyard. Okay, all that is well within my Ohio laws, well within the health code, well within everything. So I'm tired of you guys harassing me, and I'm sorry that you have to be a part of this because they've been harassing me for months. And he's just doing what the other dipshit in the car is telling him to do. So that's all this is. And I'm tired of it, and it's done.
It's a damn shame what these bullies with badges are doing. And they're doing this to citizens all across the country every day. And it's a damn shame because most citizens don't have the resources or the intelligence or the fortitude or the tenacity to stand up for themselves and defend themselves in court. It's a good thing that Wildman Audits has taken the time to educate himself, and he's intelligent and he has the tenacity to fight back and not lay down against these thugs. More people should do what Wildman Audits is doing. And now we're going to get to take a look at him in action in the courtroom. Self-educated man. Very impressive.
What do we have here?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi.
I think we have more wasting of tax dollars is what we have by Chief Jason Lawless.
I'm not going to make a comment, okay?
That's okay.
I'm just going to get you arraigned and get your not guilty plea on the books, okay?
I have a couple little things to put on the record, nothing big, but
Okay.
the first thing is have to do with jurisdiction, which can be brought up at any point.
Okay.
I want to make it clear that I'm here under special appearance. Nothing about my appearance today is to grant the court personal jurisdiction over me. I'm only here under threat or duress of arrest or pain and suffering, seeing as they have come and kidnapped me and arrested me falsely multiple times. Furthermore, I would like this immediately scheduled for a probable cause hearing because I need to understand, I need the state to prove that there's probable cause in this case, because as far as I can tell, there is none. Furthermore, no constitutional rights will be waived in this case at all. And so therefore, I'm stating that I'm exercising my Sixth Amendment right of self-representation. And
So you don't want to apply for an attorney?
well, I would like the courts to appoint a standby counsel as co-counsel. So I will therefore retain both my right of self-representation and the right to have the assistance of counsel by means of standby counsel. According to Simmons versus United States, the Supreme Court has already decided that we find it intolerable that one constitutional right should have to be surrendered in order to assert another. Therefore, I can assert both my constitutional right to self-representation and to have appointed counsel at the same time and exercise those rights concurrently. And I choose to do so in this case. Also, I want it on the record that I'm not waiving my right to speedy trial, and nor does.
Stamped.
Okay, I don't waive my right to speedy trial.
Yeah, I said it's not. Right here, time not waived, already have it.
Okay, and any co-counsel on this case does not have my permission to change that decision.
Okay.
They do not have my consent to file any motions against that or to change that in this case because I'm still representing myself in this case, and they would be standby counsel.
Okay. I have your not guilty plea entered. Now, as far as your request for a probable cause hearing, you'll have to put something in motion. There is no. In a misdemeanor case, there's no really procedural right to a probable cause showing. What we'll do is just schedule this. If you want to, we can schedule it directly for a trial, or would you like a pretrial? Understanding that your time's not waived.
Yeah, I definitely need a pretrial to make pretrial motions. We're going to motion to dismiss this for insufficient evidence. There's been no evidence shown, and then it will be on the prosecution to show that there is evidence, which is basically what I'm asking for, probable cause hearing.
Put something in writing for me, okay?
Absolutely, I can do that. And furthermore, Your Honor, I would like to know who the prosecutor on this case is, because in order to put something in writing, I need to serve service upon the prosecutor, and Kendra Kinney has a conflict of interest and cannot serve on this case, so therefore I need that information before I can put anything in writing to the courts.
Well, I have Mr. Brewster here, Assistant Law Director. This is a case.
It's a New Holland case, Your Honor. It'd be the village solicitor, or it'd be the special counsel he had, or it'd be the special appointed prosecutor he had previously. I can't tell you which it would be.
So I think possibly this was not filed under village ordinance. It was filed under state. And I think, but I'm not sure, and I don't have any personal knowledge of this.
All I know is my discussion, she handles no cases for New Holland.
Okay.
Does this court take cases directly from New Holland, or do they have to be transferred from New Holland
No.
Court?
They're only transferred if they're first filed in the mayor's court, but it looks like this was filed directly here, which is actually preferable.
So, does he have jurisdiction here in Circleville to file charges?
We have countywide jurisdiction in this court.
Okay, thank you.
But it is interesting. I do kind of need an answer.
Yeah, I need to know who the prosecutor is.
Well, I can find out from Ken. I can check with Kendra, but
I don't know
it's
if
either going to be their village solicitor, or it's going to be I'm blanking on who had it.
Hank Shab was the one who had it before.
It'll either be Hank again, or it will be the village.
Now, was Hank involved
I'm assuming
because?
it'll be Hank if Hank agrees to do it. Then
Was Hank involved because?
Kendra's conflict.
Kendra's conflict. So that meant it stayed with our law director, but she had a conflict, so we got a special prosecutor in on it.
But the difference between those cases is those were filed by the Pickwick County Sheriff. This is filed by New Holland Police.
New Holland Police, we do have jurisdiction over their cases.
Right, right.
They can either file in mayor's court. They have a
So is
village
there no
mayor's court.
probable cause that they have to show for a court case to enter this court at all?
No, no.
Well, what do I have to do to file a criminal complaint? Am I allowed to do the same?
As a private citizen,
Yeah, obviously.
you would have to,
I'm a
as a
victim.
private citizen without law enforcement, you would have to run that through the law director's office.
Well, she has a conflict of interest, so therefore, how do I go about that?
Listen, I can't sit up here and give you legal advice.
I mean, I'm a victim, and I'm just asking for victim advocacy.
Your Honor, to be frank to him, she has a conflict. I don't.
Yeah.
So it would run through me.
Okay, well, I have multiple felonies, bribery, harassment.
We don't handle felonies.
Well, I have violating
That
civil
you
rights,
need
which
to
is a
talk-
misdemeanor, and I have multiple misdemeanors that can be charged upon this person because I have video evidence of them violating my rights time and time, which is interfering with civil rights, which is a third-degree misdemeanor. That's ORC.
Listen,
This is not the appropriate
I don't
place
want,
for this
it's not appropriate to have this conversation in my presence.
But
listen, here's
this has been
what
going
we're
on
gonna
for
do.
two years, Your Honor, and you're very aware of the charges, 25 charges dismissed in this court with State of Ohio versus Cody Henderson due to Chief William Lawless. Okay, so this is obvious harassment. I don't think that this is anything that needs not to be dealt with. I think that him and I need to exchange contacts and go talk about this right now, where I can show him the videos and we can work on getting a criminal complaint written up.
I can't let him do that because he's here on
Are
a,
these new facts? Is this something that happened recently, or is this a refiling of something?
no, it's not a refiling. Here's what the allegations are, just an FYI. The allegation is that on July 22nd of 2024, and again, I don't really want any arguments, I'm just like, just give me this. Cody Henderson used the Village of New Holland's sewer system, knowingly obtained or exerted control without consent. Now, it's alleged that he used the sewage system and is not paying a water or sewer bill. More likely
Sounds
than,
like a civil matter to me, Your Honor.
I agree.
Can I just ask, can it be dismissed with prejudice today?
absolutely.
I agree.
Because that is not something to file a criminal charge on.
Okay.
I agree 100%, Your Honor.
Are you sure?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
If
So
there's a
here's-
dispute over sewage and sewage use, the Department of Sewage can sue, go proper zoning, whatever procedures the village has. It doesn't need to be filed.
And technically, I don't think a police officer has jurisdiction over zoning matters. That's the zoning board and the zoning officer's duties and jobs. And I mean, it's kind of wild that police officers are filing criminal charges against me for zoning issues. That's a civil matter.
Civil issue. Okay. So that's going to be dismissed, no court costs, and we are done.
Okay. And can I wait around for a copy, please?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Everybody, make sure you get over to Wildman Audit's channel and check out this other video that he has in appellate court where the chief, Jason Lawless, tried to put a restraining order on him, and he just brilliantly maneuvers his way through court. Also, there's other videos over there. He's got some body camera footage of Chief Lawless trying to bribe people to do harmful things to Wildman, and it's on video, and there may be some felony charges pending. Be sure to get over to his channel, check it all out, and stay updated with these lawsuits and these cases and this constant harassment that Chief Lawless has put on this man. Make sure you tell him that Harvey Freebird sent you when y'all get over there. I'll see y'all later. Peace.
Hey, MamaBear, welcome back.
Yep. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody around the world. In this crazy world. Sorry, I was on a phone call earlier. I wasn't able to jump up.
It's fine. Take your time. I was just a bit bored of what I put up. We done a live with support. We put up a song.
Yes. Yes, you did.
Yeah, so I thought I'll.
I wasn't at my computer, or I would have joined in.
Play it again. Does everyone want us to? Do you want to play it again? Should we play it again?
Go ahead.
Here we go.
En la noche, bajo la luna, King Miguelito va y no se detiene. Un corazón gigante, su amor no se consume. A las bellas damas su pasión mantiene. Con un susurro suave, él les dice al oído. Sus ojos son estrellas, mi mundo encendido. De Brasil a España, Puerto Rico a Japón, cada sonrisa suya me roba el corazón. Y cuando el ritmo suene, mi amor va a volar, bailando entre las olas de un sueño sin parar. El mundo es pequeño para tanto querer, King Miguelito nunca las va a dejar de ver. Soy el rey, el amor de cada mujer, en cada rincón mi cariño va a florecer. Todas juntas en mi corazón, un lugar de verdad. En este romance siempre habrá felicidad. Ellas me aman, dicen ser sus sueños, y entre besos dulces mi vida me entrego. En cada ciudad una historia que contar, cada abrazo suyo es mi refugio del mar. Porque en sus ojos la magia está presente, King Miguelito sabe que es un amor ardiente. Cruzamos fronteras sin miedo a lo prohibido, soy el suspiro eterno en cada latido. Soy el rey, el amor de cada mujer, en cada rincón mi cariño va a florecer. Todas juntas en mi corazón, un lugar de verdad. En este romance siempre habrá felicidad. La música suena, nuestro amor no se frena, las estrellas nos guían y el mundo se llena. King Miguelito, un corazón tan inmenso, este amor por ellas nunca será un consenso. Así, con cada amanecer, el amor es sincero. En cada canción mi corazón entero. A las bellas damas, un tributo sin fin. King Miguelito las ama, en el mundo sin confín. BNC Records, wow, BNC Records.
Real hasta la muerte, ve. Yeah, yeah. BNC Record. Miguelito dice no te metas con BNC, que si no te mandamos pa'lante ya tú ves. Miguelito en la esquina hablando bien claro, el barrio sabe quiénes son los duros del disparo. BNC controlando desde el sol hasta la luna, susurran en la calle que si te metes se te entierra. Calles llenas de rumores y respeto ganando, los bloques vibran con el eco, siempre están controlando. Si te atreves a desafiar, prepárate para enfrentar, porque en este juego no hay nada para regalar. Dicen que en el barrio corren las leyendas, con BNC nadie se enreda. Balas vuelan si hay que demostrar, y en el callejón solo el fuerte va a triunfar. No te metas con BNC, que ellos destruyen sin preguntar por qué. En el barrio siempre al mando, reyes de la noche, nunca mirando. Las luces de neón reflejan en el pavimento, historias de valentía en cada momento. Miguelito y su combo siempre un paso adelante. La vida es juego de riesgos, ya está el guión por delante. La música retumba y la gente se inquieta. Miguelito lo dijo, cuidado con la treta. Estamos en la cima y del barrio no nos bajan. Con cada paso firme la historia se trabaja. Dicen que en el barrio corren las leyendas, con BNC nadie se enreda. Balas vuelan si hay que demostrar, y en el callejón solo el fuerte va a triunfar. No te metas con BNC, que ellos destruyen sin preguntar por qué. En el barrio siempre al mando, reyes de la noche, nunca mirando. Con ritmo reggaetón y un toque de peligrosa. Esta vida es rápida y la calle es poderosa. Miguelito grita fuerte que el barrio escuche el canto. BNC en el corazón, siempre dejando su encanto. Yeah, yeah, BNC Record, real hasta la muerte, bebé. Miguelito ya lo dijo. No te metas con los reales, o será tu castigo. BNC en la casa, siempre con estilo. El barrio sabe que aquí somos los elegidos.
Ey yo, déjame llevarte en un viaje desde el corazón de Coney Island, donde los guerreros se hallan. BNC en el edificio, siente la energía elevar. Sin armas para pelear, solo la verdad para brillar. Nos mantenemos firmes con el alma en el malecón, con sueños más grandes que la ciudad donde la noche es canción. Siente el ritmo de las olas, deja que la historia se despliegue en lo mejor de Coney Island, donde las leyendas se ofrecen. No hay armas, aquí hablamos con el corazón. Guerrero de Coney Island, cumpliendo mi misión. De Brooklyn al mundo, escucha las historias fluir. BNC, levántate, deja que la armonía vivir. No hay armas, no hay armas. Si traes problemas, véanse enseñando lecciones. Yo soy King Miguelito, con el orgullo de Coney Island, Brooklyn en mis venas. Subimos como la marea, desde el malecón hasta las calles. Soy el rey en mi trono, eco mi mensaje por el mundo. Que se sepa, mi hermano, no arma, ese es el lema. Escucha el grito de batalla, esparciendo amor, mientras los demás se preguntan por qué. Con BNC a mi lado, somos los guardianes de la paz, listos para elevar, mientras cuentan los que no ven más. No hay armas, aquí hablamos con el corazón. Guerrero de Coney Island, cumpliendo mi misión. De Brooklyn al mundo, escucha las historias fluir. BNC, levántate, deja que la armonía vivir. No hay armas, no hay armas. Si trae problemas, piensa enseñando lecciones. Mira, camino las calles donde nacen leyendas, donde los sueños vuelan en cada nueva contienda. De surfeo a los escalones del ciclón, predico la paz, hermano, está en mi zona. Escuche el eco de mis palabras, como conchas en la arena. No tenemos tiempo para el odio, solo amor. Y es una escena plena de BK al mundo. Construimos puentes sólidos, derribamos barreras sin necesidad de puntos y comas. Vea los BNC en pie, protegiendo el futuro. Sin armas, solo unidad, eso es seguro. De Nueva York al Reino Unido, París a Roma, BNC trae el fuego mientras otros traen cromo frío. Somos el faro en la noche, como las luces de Luna Park, guiándote desde la oscuridad hacia las alturas. No hay armas, aquí hablamos con el corazón. Guerrero de Coney Island, cumpliendo mi misión. De Brooklyn al mundo, escucha las historias fluir. BNC, levántate, deja que la armonía vivir. No hay armas, no hay armas. Si traes problemas, véanse enseñando lecciones. Que esto sea un testamento desde el reino de Miguelito, a través de olas y desafíos, siempre en atributo, no armas. Recuerda, es el decreto final, lo mejor de Coney, con una misión para liberar total, desde las arenas de la isla hasta el ámbito global, esparciendo paz y amor. Ese es nuestro ritual. No hay armas, bebé, no odio, solo unidad. Plasmamos BNC, dejando que una nueva era inicie. Las proclamamos.
It's Brooklyn's King, Coney Island Star, King Miguelito.
no weapons. Yo, it's King Miguelito, straight out of Brooklyn town. Miguelito. Coney Island King, yeah, you know the crown. Stepping with the swagger, got the people on my side. A man of the folks, in me they confide. Walking the boardwalk, got that prideful stride. Against the currents where justice resides. In these concrete jungles where dreams intertwine, I elevate my city like I'm destined to shine. When times get tough, I'm the anchor they need. Casting hope in the struggles, planting the seed. Miguelito's on the throne with love from the street. The ladies adore me, hear their hearts beat. Brooklyn's king, Coney Island star. Miguelito reigns from near and afar. Proudful and powerful, hear the people sing. All hail the legend, Coney Island's king. From the cyclone twist to the sand on the shore, I'm the nucleus of Brooklyn, the heart and the core. With charisma magnetic, I'm the talk of the town. In the city that never sleeps, I rock this crown. The power in the people, letting their voices roar. I built a dynasty you can't ignore. I'm the architect of change, building bridges with love. Coney Island's king, I rise above. Ladies love my vibe and the swagger I bring. Winning hearts daily like a diamond ring. Miguelito's the name and my legacy's deep. A king for the people from sunrise to sleep. Brooklyn's king, Coney Island star. Miguelito reigns from near and afar. Proudful and powerful, hear the people sing. All hail the legend, Coney Island's king. With every heartbeat, let the anthem fly. Under the Luna Park lights touching the sky, unifying the borough in harmony sway. The king for the people, I'm paving the way. So raise your voices, let them echo loud. Miguelito's the king of this vibrant crowd. Brooklyn's royalty, my reign divine. Coney Island forever, where the stars align. I'm him, I'm king, Miguelito, yeah, that's me. I'm king, I'm him, I'm king, king, king. Hey yo, let me drop some lines, give the crew that shine. Big love to the BNC, forever on my mind. BX, Swag, and Vince, you know you're on the scene. First Lady Brielle, forever the queen. Tommy V and Wanda, with support BNC, love is gold. Maria and Cats, our bonds never grow old. Julito and Sham, keep the vibe alive. To the whole BNC team, you help us all thrive. Shout out to BTB Mellow, you bring the flow. And to everyone in the chat, just thought you should know, I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, Wanda, your spirit's so bright. I love you, Maria, you're a guiding light. Cass, your energy lifts us higher. Margie, Jenny, Josephine, you inspire. Hello, baby, we rise above. No weapons can touch the strength of our love. Yeah. Brooklyn Nights, let me take you on a ride from the heart of Coney Island where the warriors abide. BNC in the building, feel that energy rise. No weapons for the fight, just the truth in the sky. We stand tall, feet planted on the boardwalk strong, with dreams bigger than the city where the nights belong. Feel the rhythm of the waves, let the story unfold. Coney Island's finest where the legends are told. No weapons here, we speak with our hearts. Coney Island warrior, playing my part from Brooklyn to the world. Hear the stories glow. BNC stand up, let the harmony flow. No weapons, no weapons. If you're bringing trouble, BNC teaching lessons. Yo, it's King Miguelito repping Coney Island pride. Brooklyn in my veins, we rise like a tide. From the boardwalk to the blocks, I'm the king on the throne. Echoing my message through the world, let it be known. No weapons, that's the mantra. Hear the battle cry. Spreading love while the rest just wonder why. BNC beside me, we the peacekeepers, ready to uplift while you steady count sleepers. No weapons here, we speak with our hearts. Coney Island warrior, playing my part from Brooklyn to the world. Hear the stories glow. BNC stand up, let the harmony flow. No weapons, no weapons. If you're bringing trouble, BNC teaching lessons. Look, I walk the streets where legends are born, where dreams take flight every single morn. From Surf Ave to the steps of the cyclone, I'm preaching peace, pal, this is my zone. Hear the echoes of my word, like shells on the shore. We got no time for hate, only love, nothing more. From BK to the world, we be building bridges. breaking down the barriers, no need for stitches. See the BNC stand tall, protecting the future. No weapons, just unity, the game we suture. From New York to UK, Paris to Rome, BNC brings the fire while others bring cold chrome. We the beacon in the night, like Luna Park lights, guiding you from the darkness to the heights. No weapons here, we speak with our hearts. Coney Island warrior, playing my part. From Brooklyn to the world, hear the stories glow. BNC stand up, let the harmony flow. No weapons, no weapons. If you're bringing trouble, BNC teaching lessons.
So let this be a testament from Legalitos realm. Through waves and challenges we forever helm. No weapons, remember it's the ultimate decree. Coney's finest on a mission to set you free. From the island sands to the global expanse, spreading peace and love, that's our stance. No weapons, baby, no hate, just unity we spin. BNC, let the new age begin.
BNC records.
Well, what do you think of that?
I already told you I love it. He did a super job on it.
He did, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Was that his first video? Excuse me.
Super Bowl right now is Eagle 7, Chief 0. Philadelphia fans are going crazy.
Okay. What else we got, Mom?
AFA's dropped a couple good ones.
Yeah, let's play one out. We haven't played AFA for a while. Well, I hope we get this song. Excuse me. I haven't made any songs for a while, you know that.
Yeah, I know.
We need new songs. Here we go. On video. Mute up while I cough my gut.
I'm not concerned about the
Hey, this is my husband. Please stop. Listen to me, officer. I'm begging you. Can you please stop? Officer, stop. Wrong. This is my husband. We are legally married. Why are you doing this?
Get him.
That's bull. No, he's not. He's married to me. Oh my God. What do I do? What do I do?
I don't know, baby.
What do I do?
A nation divided, with people on two sides of the fence, or in this case, the wall. And people on the respective side of each fence usually never agree with the other. Each citizen with their own ideals and opinions on what immigration means and what immigration should be. But what of those who have not entered this country illegally? What of those caught up in the system, not because of the status of their immigration or naturalization, but solely because of the status of the color of their skin? What if the color of your skin or what you looked like could determine whether a police officer would rip you out of your car in front of your children and pepper spray both you and them? Well, we know what that looks like. We've been there. In fact, the 1960s were a turning point for the civil rights movement. Dr. Martin Luther King once said, "I have a dream that my children will not be judged on the color of their skin, but on the content of their character." And it seems with this video, we're revisiting our very sordid past. On January 30th, 2025, Holly Siccaria, her husband Claver, and their 3 small children, all under the age of 10, pulled into a gas station. Claver was driving. They got what they needed from the gas station, and Claver's wife Holly took over driving. And that's when police spotted Claver. They followed them and pulled them over. And the tone of this video was very specific. Police took one look at Claver, a Nicaraguan male, and automatically assumed that he was in this country illegally, with no proof, reasonable articulable suspicion, or probable cause, other than the color of his skin, and him being accompanied by a white woman. Neither Holly nor her husband could fathom why what was happening to them was actually happening to them. In fact, after throwing Claver on the ground, Holly asked why he was being arrested, to which one of the police officers responded by saying, "Because he's illegal." At that point, they'd never seen Claver's identification. They'd never met him or spoke to him. In fact, this family was totally new to this area. So nothing besides the color of his skin would have even led them to believe that he was illegal to begin with. But that didn't stop them from pepper spraying Claver or his 3 small children. I spoke to Claver's wife, Holly. He was arrested for resisting arrest. Chief of Police states on Friday, January 31st, 2025, at approximately 1922 hours, the defendant committed the offense of resisting arrest. After getting fuel, the defendant and his wife swapped, and he got into the passenger seat. I stopped their silver GMC Acadia in the parking lot of the Big Sandy Market located at 13700 Tennessee Highway 69A. Now keep in mind, at this point of the police report, the police officer hasn't alleged that any crime had been committed. There's no allegation that there's probable cause or reasonable articulable suspicion to believe that Holly or her husband had been or were currently in the commission of or were about to commit a crime, felony, misdemeanor, or ordinance violation. However, they still initiated the traffic stop, thus violating the Fourth Amendment rights of the driver and the passengers, being secure in their persons, papers, and effects, and being free from an unlawful or illegal search. The same amendment that guarantees them the right to travel without that travel being impeded. Yet these police officers decided to impede it anyways. The chief goes on to explain, during the traffic stop investigation for a headlight out and driving without a license, the defendant became agitated when I asked and ordered him to exit the vehicle. Now the vehicle is registered to the wife, so there's no way they could have ran the plate to see that her husband was unlicensed, which he wasn't to begin with. And they didn't notice that the headlight was out until after the traffic stop was done. The report goes on to say he refused my lawful commands to undo his seatbelt and exit the vehicle. After multiple commands to have the defendant exit on his own, I took the seatbelt off and attempted to pull him out, when he intentionally prevented me and my reserve officer by using force against him to get him out of the vehicle. After being told multiple times he was under arrest for resisting, the defendant continued to use force, causing us to deploy pepper spray, allowing us to get him out of the vehicle, and ultimately fighting him to the ground before handcuffs could be put on. Like I said previously, even the police officers themselves admit that there was no reasonable articulable suspicion or probable cause that any crime, moving violation, or ordinance violation had taken place before they arrested the movement of the vehicle. And anything found from an illegal search is fruit of the poisonous tree, meaning if the stop happened illegally, anything garnered from that stop can't be admissible in a court of law moving forward. The Constitution also avails you the right to resist an illegal arrest. And resisting is a secondary charge. You can't resist an arrest that had never taken place. There must always be a primary charge for the resisting charge to supplement. Originally, Claver was held on a $1 million bond in a small place in Tennessee where you don't question the cops. And over the past 2 weeks, it was dropped all the way down to $1,000, but they haven't bailed him out yet. Sources inside the jail share that ICE has put a detainer on him and plan to pick him up upon his release, even though he's 100% legal and on paper. This is their story. It should be noted that this family has retained criminal defense counsel as well as a civil rights litigation attorney. They are suing this department. This department is the Big Sandy Police Department, located in Big Sandy, Tennessee. Now, I did call Big Sandy to speak to their chief and ask why they have a habit of racially profiling the citizens that live in their community. Of course, he was unable to speak to me, but I spoke to one of their city officials about what happened. This is what they had to say.
Big Sandy City Hall, this is Sonia. How may I help you?
Sonia, I'm trying to reach the police department. Just so you know, I am recording this call for my records.
All right. Let me see if he's already left to get out on the his patrol. 1 second, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on hold. He might be beating and tasing someone with anything darker than pale white skin right now. And that can be time consuming. Yes, ma'am.
Are you there? Hey, he is in a meeting right now, but he want me to get your name and number so he can call you back?
Excuse me, I have a little touch of a cold. I can always try calling back later. Like I said, I am recording this call. I was actually just calling because I was sent a video of a woman with her 4 kids in the car, 6, 7, 10, and just almost 12. When police pulled over her vehicle, they just, I guess, assumed that the gentleman sitting in the passenger seat was an illegal immigrant. So they ripped him out of the car, and they actually pepper sprayed the children. So I was wondering if you were aware of this.
Well, first of all, I'm just the city recorder, so you'd have to talk to the police chief about it. So, I mean, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I guess I'm nervous to kind of speak to him. Is it Chief Bukag? Is that how you pronounce his name? I'm terrible with names.
Sukesh.
So yeah, he was actually the one that ripped the guy out of the car and then pepper sprayed his minor children. So I'm nervous that he might not tell me the truth if he's willing to assault minors.
You'll have to talk back to him.
Okay. Do you guys have a mayor? Oh, they didn't want to talk about it anymore. I think the kids didn't want to get pepper sprayed either. I just didn't know there were choices. And now on to the video.
Really, in front of our kids, you're gonna do this?
Gonna record. That's it. Because I don't have nothing done.
We haven't done anything wrong.
Sir, step out of the vehicle.
Just report. Why?
Remove your seatbelt. Step out of the vehicle. Because I'm giving
There's
you
no
an order
reason.
Yes, there is.
There's no reason.
Yeah.
We've not done anything wrong.
You can explain it right now.
We've not done anything wrong.
I'm not going to get out of my car.
Undo your seatbelt.
What? You record right
and we'll
there.
force you out of the car.
Okay.
And we're going to take you to court and sue you because we haven't done anything wrong. We have not done anything wrong, officer.
Hey.
Now you're under arrest for resisting.
You don't.
No,
We're resisting. You're on the camera. You're on the camera right now. You're on the camera right now.
Officer, this is my husband.
I'm not concerned about the
Hey, this is my husband. Please stop. Listen to me, officer. I'm begging you. Can you please stop? Officer, stop. Officer, please stop.
Get out of the car.
You can no time me, dude.
Officer,
come on, dude.
You're scaring my kids. Hey, you're scaring my kids. Hey, you're Hey, please stop. Stop. Guys, stop it. Stop. Hey, can you just take 5 minutes? Calm down. Calm down.
Call your supervisor.
Hey, you're scaring my kids.
So I'm gonna pepper spray you if you don't get out.
Hey, no, please do not. Can you please step back and give me 5 minutes?
At this point, Clavar's children are in the back seat of the car, ages 6, 7, and 10. And that doesn't stop these cops from deploying pepper spray even though 3 minor children are sitting directly behind him. After their father's illegal arrest, the children were brought to the emergency room, where they were treated for extreme pepper spray exposure.
Step back.
Then step out.
Step.
You're
under
arrest. Why?
No. No.
At this point, Clavar was removed from his vehicle and thrown on the ground by Big Sandy police.
Hey, call somebody. They're getting him for no reason. He has done nothing wrong. Call somebody now. Hey. No, he's done nothing wrong. This is my husband. We are legally married. Why are you doing this?
Get him.
That's bullshit. No, he's not. He's married to me. We have a court case. I don't give a goddamn. He is my husband. We are married. We have a court case. We have a court case. He's helping me.
Let me do it, dude.
Really? You did this? You did it? This is my dad. No, please don't take him. He is helping me. How do I get him out?
Just call the lawyer. That's it. Call the lawyer. That's it.
He's done nothing wrong. Why are you taking him? Please don't do this. Can you not help me? Huh? That's what he didn't do anything wrong. I need him.
It appears that right around this time, police realized they made a grave error. At this point, they all administer water to Clavar's eyes to try and wash out the pepper spray, even asking his wife for assistance. Some of you might know, but all police definitely know that water doesn't wash out pepper spray. In fact, it reactivates it, making it even worse. They may have been pretending to be nice, but I think they were certainly trying to cause this man more pain.
Oh my God, what do I do? What do I do?
I don't know, baby.
What do I do?
Just calm down.
Why did you do this?
Just bring him over here.
Why did you do this? Why did you do this to him? I want to know your names and I want your badge numbers.
This small portion of the video is being removed to protect the identities of the children. We'll fast forward to the point where the cops continue to be heroes. Pretty sure it's villains, right?
Why are you doing this? Can you please answer my question? He wasn't doing anything illegal. Do you hear me? He wasn't doing anything illegal, officers. Can you please answer my question?
Now this next part is just karma and all the stars aligning to deliver the most ironic form of justice possible. This cop seems pretty upset that after he pepper sprayed a legal citizen and 3 small children, it seems he also pepper sprayed himself. Enjoy.
He did not do anything wrong.
That pepper spray was not compliant with officer safety. Oh, give me this water. Jeez Louise, that hurt. Forget this guy I illegally arrested and the children. I need some quality H2O stat. Oh, that's better. That's better. Now, who do I get to tase?
Your what? Your phone?
Give him water. You okay? No, I'm okay, dude. I'm gonna take you to the guard. This shit. Well, I'm worried about your eyes. I'm worried about your eyes. I'm worried about your eyes.
Cops worried about his eyes. Here's a hint, and maybe I'm going too off the rails with this one. But if you're worried about his eyes, maybe don't pepper spray him directly in the eyes. That's like a bank robber taking the money from the bank, turning to walk out of the bank, turning around, and then giving the money back and saying, "I'm worried about your money." When have we ever seen that? We haven't, just like we're not seeing a cop actually worried about this guy's eyes. We're seeing a cop that realizes he just arrested a totally legal citizen, pepper sprayed him and his children, ripped him out of the car, and illegally arrested him. He's worried about the lawsuit that's going to follow. I'll correct myself. The lawsuit that did follow. It's kind of like me with 250,000 followers covering this video and getting this dirty cop fired for his actions. And then the moment that the cop's fired, me walking up to him and saying, I'm worried about your job. I really wish you didn't lose it.
Well, I'm worried about why you just did that scene in front of my kids when I was the one driving. I got my license right here. He wasn't driving. He wasn't caught doing anything illegally. He wasn't caught doing anything illegally, officers. Do you understand me?
Do something with my eyes. What can I do? Why can I do something? You did this to me. Now help me. No, you did this to me. No, you did this to me. No, you did this to me. No.
That's just like a cop. He admittedly effects an illegal traffic stop with no probable cause, pepper sprays someone, rips them from their vehicle, and then when they say to the officer, Officer, you did this to me, the cop says, no, you did this to yourself. This man who's committed no crime pulled himself over without just cause, pepper sprayed himself, threw himself on the ground, and illegally arrested himself. Cop logic usually only comes from the dumbest of individuals.
No, you did it for no reason.
For no reason. You don't have no reason to put me like that. Now you need to help me, dude. Fix my goddamn view.
We asked you many times.
No.
For why? For why did he need to get out of the car? For why?
Oh.
For why?
That's where we're going to stop the video. The rest of it just shows Clavar being taken away and telling his wife and family just how much he loves them. All of us Americans have our own views on immigration and on those who would cross into this country illegally. But this video is not about that. This video is about someone who is legal, who is here legally, who's experiencing his own version of the American dream. And unless your ethnicity is indigenous, then we're all birthed from immigrants at some point or another. This man was not judged on the content of his character, but instead on the color of his skin. From slavery to the civil rights movement to what happened in this video, America's past and present is filled with racism. Now Clavar's wife and his children are left holding the pieces. Clavar's wife Holly is left explaining to their children that in the land of the free and the home of the brave, their father is being imprisoned for committing no crime other than sharing the same skin color that his children have. What fear does that leave in the children? What America can they hope to grow up in? What just and true power can assert themselves into this case to help establish liberty? What power will ensure domestic tranquility, will provide for the common defense, or promote the general welfare to help secure the blessings of ourselves and our posterity? This is not the America that I love. This is not the country that I believe in. But there's something we can all do about it, regardless of what side of the fence or the wall you stand on. If you are a citizen of these great United States of America, then your brothers and sisters, absent of skin color, whom all bleed red, white, and blue, will band together and will support you. This is a country that was birthed on the spirit of resistance, a melting pot that formulated the recipe for the greatest people on earth, a dream that was once never attainable, that is now common ground. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all of its citizens, not for some, but for all whom this great nation protects as one of their own. Until next time, that's the reason I stopped you today.
That was a good one. Accountability for all. It's a good channel. All right then.
Yes, everybody jump over to Josh's channel and hit the link and tell him we sent you over.
Yeah.
And the Super Bowl is still at 7-0. They are partying in Philadelphia because the Eagles are winning right now. They are winning.
Have you got another one?
Nope. I'm looking.
Oh, I got one then. Nice little weird one.
They say art imitates life, but in this case, is art a prophecy? Author Ingersoll Lockwood wrote a series of books over 100 years ago about a super rich kid named Baron Trump. One of the books is titled Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. The fantasy book tells the tale of a boy named Baron Trump, who of course makes his home in Castle Trump. The narrator of the story is a guy by the name of Don. The book supposedly tells the tale of Don, the master of masters, taking young Baron through a time-traveling portal to Russia. The last pamphlet written by Lockwood is entitled The Last President, which takes place in New York City and describes the chaos America faces after the election of an unlikely candidate.
The thing with Baron Trump, have you heard that?
Oh yeah,
Like,
that's nuts too.
That's wild.
Find that one. That one's nuts too. That one's completely bizarre.
There's a series of books from like, I think it's the late 1800s or something.
Yeah.
About, yes, it's 1900 here, but it's like a person named Baron Trump goes on these adventures, gets a guy from Manhattan to be his like guide. It's very strange and very similar to like what.
See if you can find what the synopsis,
what
connects it to Baron Trump. It seems real weird.
It's called The Last President.
The Last President. That's kind of crazy. Because if shit hits the fan and the aliens land, he is the last president. An 1889 novel called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey was written by Ingersoll Lockwood. He would go on to write another book called The Last President in 1900. This mystery which involves the Trump family, Nikola Tesla, time travel, and dark forces.
Wow.
Dun, dun, dun.
In the castle called Castle Trump.
So he's follows the adventures of a young aristocrat named Baron Trump living in a castle named Castle Trump, which is fucking crazy. The character is described as intelligent, curious, and somewhat arrogant, guided by his mentor, Dawn. Baron embarks on fantastical journeys, including one to discover a magical portal in Russia.
Let's move on now. Donald Trump's rare return to the Oval Office is not just reviving his political legacy, it is casting a spotlight on his youngest son, Baron Trump. At 18, Baron is stepping out from the shadows and into the public eye, sparking speculation about whether he is the true heir to the Trump empire.
Before you go, I've got to ask you about the growing fascination, affection for Baron Trump, Melania and Donald Trump's son. His popularity has absolutely skyrocketed. We've heard about the role he played in the campaign, the advice he gave his father about who to talk to, how to reach younger voters. There's talk of a dynasty emerging, Blink.
Absolutely. I think Baron Trump, Kai Trump, and these other younger Trumps really are the next generation and the future of the Republican Party. If they want to be involved in politics at all, of course, it's a blood sport, it's a contact sport. They might have other interests. But Baron Trump, I think he's still young. He's still finding himself. I went to NYU as well, just like Baron Trump. And if he can be so confident in such a liberal, woke environment, I think he's going to have a great life and career ahead of him.
Well, he was the breakout star of the inauguration festivities, so we'll watch to see what happens there. Link Lauren, thank you so much for your time this evening.
A very tall son named Baron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one or that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right, Aaron? They were all good. He understood the market.
In the frigid Washington air, as Donald Trump reclaims the presidency, a new Trump emerges from the shadows. Towering at an impressive 6 feet 9 inches, Barron stole the show at the inauguration. Dressed in a custom Pierce bespoke suit and cashmere overcoat, the NYU student's polished appearance turned heads. His choice of an American brand echoes his father's America First vision, solidifying his growing image as a figure to watch.
And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him?
Trump was all praise for his son at the inauguration ceremony.
He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one or that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did.
Behind his sophisticated exterior lies a strategic mind. Reports suggest Barron played a crucial role in his father's campaign, particularly in crafting messages for Generation Z voters. It was Barron's advice which prompted Trump to do podcasts during his election campaign. His understanding of young America's pulse proves invaluable in bridging the generational gap that often plagues conservative politics. Barron pumping his fist at a rally in Miami in July as he campaigned for his father. Barron spent much of his childhood at the Trump Tower in Manhattan, living there until his father was sworn in as the 45th president in early 2017. He was 5 feet 11 inches then, as seen in these images, walking with his father and mother. Now he is towering at 6 feet 9 inches. The boy who once lived in Trump Tower's gilded isolation now emerges as a potential heir to Donald Trump. His father's proud acknowledgement at the inauguration signals a carefully orchestrated entry into public life. Will he emerge as a new Trump power player, or is he simply enjoying the limelight? Well, one thing is certain: Americans are watching closely.
Online commentators applauded Barron, with this commentator saying, "There he goes. Barron Trump is loving the cheers, puts his hand up to his ear and eggs on the crowd to chant his name. What an amazing day for him." This commentator agreed, saying, "The moment everyone saw future President Barron Trump, thousands erupted. His aura is incredible." Barron Trump was largely kept out of the spotlight in his youth, but reappeared during his father's election campaign, where he played a pivotal role in Trump's victory by securing the youth vote. And in another shocking move that showed his good character, Barron Trump was captured graciously shaking hands with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. This commentator said, "Barron Trump shaking hands with Biden and Harris is a very classy act." Barron Trump also won over Republicans, with the auditorium of supporters cheering his name. And eagle-eyed viewers were quick to draw comparisons between the other superstar of the movement, Elon Musk, while they were seated beside each other. Elon Musk was characteristically silly, whilst Barron remained stoic in his behaviour. And commentators have even started making bold predictions for Barron's future career, with this person saying, "Barron Trump standing behind the president's podium," foreshadowing
Interesting.
Right. Well, you might like that one.
And Super Bowl score right now is 17-0. see. And auditing Erie County.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, you gotta go.
Go where?
There's a sign says right here, no videos.
No videos there. It's a public lobby.
No.
Featuring City Hall workers.
No.
Oh yeah.
You probably will.
Oh yeah. Close. I get that, but I'm trying to catch your name.
Okay, bye.
Your name?
Then bye.
Your name? You going?
Anywhere I want.
Are you done hitting people and putting your hands on people here? Open meeting. I want the schedule for the open meeting.
You can have it tomorrow morning.
Why can't I have it?
While you attend.
He just wants to be difficult, or he is supposed to have it and he just doesn't have it made up yet. He's got to make it by tomorrow morning.
I object to being recorded.
Duly noted.
You gotta go.
Because you got a sign?
No, I didn't get that sign. It's around. We show these folks.
Control, I don't think the new mayor would put up with this kind of behavior.
We're on 2 and we got a hot one.
Listen, y'all, these kids want to act up in school, want to go to school and embarrass you, want to make like they got no home training. So I told my son, don't go to school. This here, see these people with bald hair.
Hey, do me a favor. I saw you were in a restricted area. Now I want your identification. You're not getting it.
Well, embarrass me. I told him, don't embarrass me. No.
Last January, I started a 6-part series of Buffalo City Hall and its glory and all the absolute mayhem, including one of the guards we're going to get to confront him about putting his hands on us. But after that 6-part series, you would think there would be no more mayhem in this building, but boy, you'd be wrong. These public servants still think they can hang a sign and make it unlawful for us to take photos in City Hall, and we're going to have to set them straight today here, fam. Let's do it. Hit that thumbs up for your boy, and let's get on it.
Are you guys going to film the movies? It'll be a good tribute. Yes, exactly. I love that kind of stuff. Yes. Featuring City Hall workers.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Honest to God.
What do you guys think of the new mayor?
Very good.
Thumbs up for the new mayor, huh? Much better, huh?
Yeah.
I like him myself.
That was great. That's how I love people who act like that. Extra days.
What's that cool public servant?
The building is insane. It reminds me of a souped-up made conference house. It's awesome.
I mean, the way they got these statues lit up as spooky.
Look, I know y'all might not be here.
How's that look on the line?
For architecture. It looks good on the line. Oh, that right here, come here. That right here.
Be right back. Be right back. Yeah, there it is. Have a good day. Right, please, will you?
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
This is the guy who assaulted me for taking pictures in public. This guy put his hands on me and he put his hands on Steve for taking pictures of people in public.
Sir, did you put your hands on him for taking pictures in public? Would you care to comment on that?
What happened? Get in here.
They said they got people's personal information, classified information out. We're here to make sure they don't.
I just want to look up what Byron Brown's house is assessed at.
Could you guys remove these people out of our office? They were told already once.
Oh, we're just trying to.
We're
just looking up an assessment. That's all. It's public.
This is not assessment.
It's public information right here.
This is not assessment. No, we asked them before.
Aren't these assessments right here?
No, they are not.
They're closed.
They're not closed.
Yes,
How am I closed?
You can
Because they said they're closed.
You can take picture in the hall.
It's okay. Let's
Not-
close.
We got another 10 minutes.
You can take picture in the hall, not in the office.
Yeah, in the office, yeah.
You gotta step out.
We got another 4 minutes, 10 minutes.
So you're not listening.
And you're not listening to me. This is open to the public till 4:30.
The office. You can
Open till
be in the
4:30.
hallway. This is the office.
Publicly
Do
accessible.
you have a business here?
Yeah. Official business.
Okay, what's the business?
Taking photographs.
In the hall.
No.
Not in the office.
I'm looking at property tax data. That's public.
Official.
Those are not property tax statements.
Official business.
Are you blocking?
Excuse me.
Oh.
Sir, don't touch the stuff. Excuse me.
Then you cannot film this information.
You gotta step out.
This guy's getting a little violent. Make sure you record him. He's
No,
trying
I'm
to
not
touch me.
getting no violent. Don't touch this stuff.
This
Sir,
is public records.
you can't touch those
He's touching
stuff.
it. He's touching it.
You know what? I don't know who left the number.
Can you come up here?
Yes.
Oh,
I didn't
10
feel
minutes.
that
isn't it?
The assessed values are.
Stop.
And I recommend that you stop. I recommend you stop. Take your hands off me right now. Take your hands off.
That's a simple battery.
Take your hands off me.
No, it's simple battery that you're
That's it.
harassing people.
This isn't harassing. We don't need any help. We're not trying to talk to you guys. You guys are the ones
I'm
doing
gonna
this.
look up this data.
Let's
Public
go.
data.
Let's go.
It's
Let's
out for
go.
public view.
She's telling you she's in charge here for you to let go.
She doesn't have the authority to remove somebody from public.
She has the authority to tell you to leave her
No.
office.
This is the people's
That's
office.
her office.
What's your title?
That's her
No,
office.
it's a
This is the
public.
people's
Where
office.
do you see city?
That's her office.
City Hall, bro.
It's city hall.
Yeah.
Nobody
City Hall.
got you.
The public's allowed in here. We're allowed to take photos in here. Oh, yeah.
No, they came in filming us. They wasn't filming anything else. This is the second
But I was
time
filming this
they were
before, too.
asked
Let's
to
go.
leave.
Look at this
You're gonna
guy.
have a real big problem in court.
So are you. Please,
Who are you?
please.
No, not.
Let's go.
We were distinct court. We were distinct court last week. We beat
Let's
the.
go. Let's go.
You got 9 more minutes. Or this office closes.
It's not silly. We just want to look at public records.
She doesn't
They
want
had
you
no
here.
right. They were
Doesn't want her to
filming. They were asked to
I'm
leave.
sure she's
Before
right.
now they came back.
We're probably hiding something.
Call the police. Get him out.
Yes,
Yes,
please.
please.
Call.
Call the police.
Yeah,
Get him
do
out
it.
of here.
We're leaving in 9 minutes.
Look right here.
This is your
It's
office.
Right
still
here.
a fair
Assessed
harassment.
value. School tax assessed
We had
value.
customers
Sewer
in
rent
here
assessed
before,
value.
they were doing this.
City tax
Customers,
assessed
yeah,
value.
correct. Open to the public.
They're not
There's
professional at
assessed
all.
value.
It's
Open to
way
the
that you
public.
handle and ask anything.
We told you more information than we needed to.
Well,
This is public information. You can't hide this from us.
And there are assessed values right here. Land assessed
grab
value.
those for me.
assessed value.
Yeah, grab those.
Sir,
What are you doing?
remove your hand from
What are
the
you
book
doing?
while he's moving it. Why you being
Books
like
are open
that?
to the public. These books are open to the public.
They're open to the public. Public
This is
records.
public information. You guys are nuts.
Are you denying our right to review the public information?
Sir, we not deny you, but you're not supposed to be in here. You could be in the hall filming, but
You
not
can be
in
anywhere
here.
the public's
That's what they
allowed.
told you. This is the office.
Is it public?
Why can't you
accessible?
understand that?
Do you understand the First Amendment to the Constitution?
Why you
This guy's
see it
nuts.
say is the people office?
These guys are crazy.
In the case law and the fact that people can come in here and do their business? Do you see any signs that say that it's private?
Can you grab that book around?
Excuse me, sir.
I'm looking at this one. I'm working on this one. Just get him. He's pushing me.
I see
Get
it.
him. He's fucking
I
pushing
see
me,
it.
man.
I see it.
He's attacking me.
I'm not attacking you.
Yeah, you are.
Attacking me.
You are.
Yeah, right. I'm not attacking you, right?
Holy shit. You don't have the authority to put your hands on somebody.
You don't have authority to be the person while you're talking.
It's not private property.
It is private.
Where'd you get your law degree?
This lady is nuts. This lady is nuts. This lady is nuts. Out of her gourd. This lady's crazy. What do you mean, come on? Don't close the door. It ain't 4:30 yet.
Yep, close it, lock it. So the police get here.
You can't lock us in
Are you
here.
detaining us?
You can't lock us in here.
Wow.
Look at it. They took all the public records from them.
Okay, the building is
Close at 4:30? 4:30.
Well, we don't want to. I don't want to run from the police. Are they coming or not? Did you call them? You didn't call. Okay, why didn't you call them?
Okay, the building is closed, sir. You have to leave.
Can I get your name?
You don't need my name.
You put your hands on me.
I don't put my hand on you.
Oh, the heck you did? We got it on. You know. You know.
You know.
You know that, right?
You know we got it on video.
You got it in film.
I got it on body camera. I got it on that camera. This camera. You put your hands on me.
Hand on your workers
Yeah.
in their office.
No, we
I
never
tried
touched
to
them.
move you away.
Oh, you tried to move me by not putting hands on me, huh?
Interesting interpretation.
You see my hands on you know.
Yeah, it's on video.
I move you
It's on
away
video.
and then, you know, so diffuse.
So he's at least admitting he put his hands on. He at least admitted he put his hands. Can I get your name? Can I get your name? Can I get your name?
I'm glad you can tell time.
You put your hands on me. I'd like your name.
What?
I'd like
What
your
you
name.
said?
You put your hands on me. I'd like your name.
You don't have to know my name.
When you put your hands
What's
on
your
me.
name? What's your name?
I
The
told
building is
you. I'm
closed.
Mr. Erie County.
The building is closed.
I get that, but I'm trying to catch your name.
Okay, bye.
Your name?
Then bye.
Your name?
Don't worry about my name. Worry about your name. Let's go. Let's go. The building is closed. Closed. Come on. Let's go.
Last time I was here, this guy put his hands on me for taking pictures in the city hall here. We were just asking if he had any comments on, you know. No? Sir, I have a few questions about you putting your hands on this gentleman. Can you come answer them for me? That's just how it is telling to ignore us.
You see the guy that was there a couple days ago? Huh? The guy that was there with you. Wait. See right there.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, security, would you like any cleaning done in this area before I walk away? You're good? Just gotta ask, make sure. No request, because I'm trying to stop these. Oh, is this like an offer? Exactly.
What's wrong? I can try.
You can, there's a private. Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well.
We're back just for a minute. Want to do it over by the elevator? Right there. I'm sorry if we're in your way.
No, no, I was just holding the camera waiting for my buddy.
We'll be done in a minute.
No, 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 you're not far away at all. Did you get in trouble for putting your hands on me? Did you yell that? Did you get in trouble for putting your hands on me, sir?
All right.
Did you get in trouble for putting your hands on me, sir?
Huh?
Did you get in trouble for putting your hands on me that day?
Man, stop.
Stop what?
Nothing to do. No, right.
Criminals hate cameras.
So what's your issue with them? Sir, I'm working on a documentary, and I would really like to get your perspective on what your issue is with them.
Do you know what the Right to Monitor Act is in New York?
Folks, hiding behind security. Yep. I got a great shot of it.
Did they tell you? Did they at least tell you not to put your hands on people anymore? Were you warned to not put your hands on people when they have a legal right to be where they have the right to be?
So, Mr. George.
George, how you doing, man? Good to see you, my man.
How are you?
What is the hands-on policy with Allied Security?
What's up?
Hey, how are you?
They also said some
Oh, no. 34.
Where are you going?
Anywhere I want.
Are you done hitting people and putting your hands on people here? Did you get in any trouble for putting your hands on people? Were you reprimanded? Your behavior today is a little better. You punk. Yes, Smith.
No, you don't have to come back.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
This is the guy who was grabbing books out of my hand last time, ripping them out of my hand. No, this guy here, he's ripping books out of my hand and tearing the books, acting a crazy man. That's the guy.
The guy at the desk back there?
Yeah. He learned his lesson not that crazy, I think. These are the books. They had red ones out last year, and they just have all the assessed values of them.
Hang on one second.
And they're just the assessed values of all the homes. Like, they couldn't get more public record than this, what the tax values are. But as you can see, they're not freaking out anymore down here. And there's supposed to be a board of assessment here. Let's ask if there's any more. Excuse me. Is there any more bar meetings tonight?
I don't know. You can ask in the assessment department.
Right around on the other side?
They have all the schedule.
Gotcha. Thank you. So you can definitely see a big improvement down here. I think the meetings are in there, if they have more. They're not gonna like us in there. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Pretty good.
Wait a minute. Let me get set here.
Bye. He just, I do it. I dial it all the time.
You guy doesn't want to be Falcon Lee.
Ooh, let's get him. Get him. He's running. We got a runner.
Nobody's running.
No, I was just
Don't
talking
feel
to find out. Is there any more bar meetings tonight?
Yeah.
Not today.
Not today.
No.
Do you have a list of schedule for them?
We do, but it's not available right now. You can come in. You can come in tomorrow morning.
If I come here tomorrow morning, you give it to me.
Well,
The schedule.
You're very welcome.
you can attend. Whatever you do. They start at 9:30.
At 9:30. There's no more today.
No.
All right. You guys just ended, and there's no more today. But you don't have a schedule for them?
Not right now. I mean, we're still doing.
How long you guys got going on them?
What's that?
I mean, how many people
I usually
challenged
put
their
them
assessments this year? Or last year?
It's quite a few. I don't have a final
You don't have
number
an
yet.
exact.
No.
What about guessing it?
I'd rather not guess. I'm on camera. I'd rather
Just
not guess.
approximately. No. So you don't know how long it's going to go though?
Oh, we'll go right through February.
Right through February.
Mm-hmm.
But you got them every day?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So how do I get this list?
I told you.
I got to come tomorrow and get it?
The list is the agenda is they're given to the board each morning.
I don't think you're being honest with me. I think you can give me this list of the time frames that
I just told
available.
you. I just told you.
Just every day to 9:30 to 1?
9:31, 9:32, 9:34. Depending on what
attending the hearings know when to show up.
They
got notices.
They got notices in the mail.
Right, so you would know when you schedule those for, so you have
I
to
do.
schedule when they're going to appear, right?
Right.
Right, so that's what he's asking for, right?
It's changed, like I said.
But you have whatever the current agenda is, or the last agenda, right?
I'm
He's
not
got
going
an
to give it
agenda.
to
He
you.
doesn't want to give it to me because he
I'm not
doesn't
going
want
to
to
give
see
it
her
to you
filming.
because
He doesn't want to see her filming. It's an open meeting. I want the schedule for the open meeting. Just give it to me.
you can have it tomorrow morning.
Why can't I have it
while
now?
you attend it?
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna walk around the building. I'll be back in like maybe 2 hours. Right? You got 2 hours. Just make a copy of the schedule for me, please.
I told you the agenda is not available right now. If in fact it's available, you can have it.
All right, in 2 hours, it better be available because I think you're lying.
I told
to
you
me.
tomorrow morning.
No, today.
And if you're saying
today.
I'm lying,
I'm here
I mean,
today, right now.
I know. I told you.
They're open public meetings. I just
It'll
want the
be
agenda.
available tomorrow morning.
Is it
at
online?
9:30. No.
Why wouldn't it be? It's open public meeting. Don't you have to announce these things?
No, everyone knows.
You don't know
it's
about the
coming.
open public meetings law?
If you're asking about the agenda, it'll be available tomorrow morning.
All right. So either he
9:30.
just wants to be difficult or he is supposed to have it and he just doesn't have it made up yet. He's got to make it by tomorrow morning. But I'll be back in 2 hours to ask again. If you don't have it, it is what it is, I guess. This is the city of
Moses
Sunset.
Robinson,
Moses, what's your job title here?
Principal Assessor.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
About 2 hours or less.
Okay. You had to stop there. Kill it for you. Yeah, we'll keep it. And that's it. I'll get out of the way for you. That's not talking to you. So worry about talking to you. You say object to being recorded.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
He objects, guys. Welcome to America. Who do you think the freaking guy in the chair is supposed to represent?
In the what?
The chair, the stone guy with the whole.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was
supposed to be
that's what I'm
God?
saying. I mean, he's wearing a crown.
Is that, maybe that's Mayor Byron Brown. Or dethroned him.
Wearing a crown. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, I didn't make notice of that clown. Let me zoom in on that in some detail.
Why do it so terribly? Thank you for the 1999 donation from Robert Snell. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, let's see how approachable this is.
How's it going today?
How's it going? You got a new boss down here, huh?
What's that?
You got yourself a new boss down here, huh? Is we available to speak to him, or is he a busy man? Because last time I was here, he was approachable. You know, I'm just down here to find out how approachable it is.
He's not in right now.
Oh, he's not in here. Right. We're just gonna go do a clandestine sweep in here, make sure there's no clandestine activity real quick, all right?
It's locked.
I know you gonna listen. All right, just check. Just check it.
No.
What if something was going on in there and you had to go protect the mayor? You could bust through that door fine, right?
Maybe.
All right, man. You have a good.
So I wish I knew you were coming. I would have gotten a haircut.
Right.
Don't complain about the shot. Your gear is on top of a heavy monopod.
How you doing? I'm just out here to take a couple photographs. I don't need help though.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. I'm just down here to take a couple photographs of the office. I don't need help. I appreciate you though. Just down here to grab some shots. You want us to come in there and scrape that Byron Brown off there for you? What do you think? You like the new boss or what? You're watching TV in here. You have to watch TV.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, you gotta go.
Go where?
There's a sign says right here, no videos.
No videos here. It's a public lobby.
No. No recorded devices allowed in the division of this. You have to leave. Sorry. You gotta go.
Because you got a sign?
You just being an ass. That's what you been.
Let's get some photos of us in this publicly accessible lobby.
Whatever.
Maybe,
Security guy.
maybe that's Byron Brown's old.
I got it on the good cameras.
A total.
I got it on the good cameras.
I video recorded in here. They've never had a problem. They're really nice in here before. Unbelievable. This is 311 Buffalo. Really dial 311 to. They must feel that they're under Byron Brown control, like that tyrannical control. I don't think the new mayor would put up with this kind of behavior.
We're on 2 and we got a hot one.
Yeah, up in Division of Division of Citizen Services. They had a sign, you know. They have a sign that supersedes the United States Constitution. That's these little trinkets up here.
How you doing?
How you doing?
You need help with something?
No, we're just grabbing a couple pictures of the lobby. We'll be out here shortly, I'm sure.
Okay.
So we don't really need anything. I appreciate you. I think that's it. They called security and told them to cut it out. I better take their sign down. Core values. Let's see what it says. Core values. We strive to improve the quality of life for the citizens of Buffalo by focus on their interests. Accuracy. Providing knowledge-based information to the accurate address citizens' needs. Like unconstitutional signs in the lobby? I don't think so. Access. Ooh, this one's good. Pulverizing access citizen services, its relations to its citizens. Right in the core values are talking about access for the citizens to come down here. And what is it? All this must be announced before entry. Oh, entry, maybe entry in back here. Maybe entry back there. Can we help you? No, we're just grabbing some signs of the office here, or some pictures of the office and what's available. What's the office?
There's a sign on the outside though that asks for no video recording by the director.
Yeah, well, we actually have permission from James.
Okay.
So we should be good.
All right.
But we won't be long, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Providing access.
James Madison, the founding father.
They're down here watching soap operas. No wonder they don't want us to see him working down here. Somebody's
Come on,
What's up in here? We'll give you a little privacy with stuff out.
Oh,
If you
sorry.
need something
No, you go ahead. We'll get out your way.
We'll stuff out for you.
We're gonna step back in.
There's a lady here named Barbara Lark, right? Barbara Lark was the deputy commissioner of the city of Buffalo, the second top dog. She's now the school administration. She runs the school security by the security of the schools here in Buffalo. She violated the shit out of my rights and won't stop. And then I found out she was the chief, almost the chief at one time. And it's like, really? You don't know the rights of the people acting like that, and you were a police officer at one point? That's nuts. Did you get a picture of that sign there? Did you get a good pictures of the sign here? No recording devices allowed in Division of Citizen Services.
No, I didn't get that sign. I turned this around and show these folks.
Thank you, management. Nobody would even sign their actual name to that thing. Nobody would even sign their name to that the sheet, you know.
Well, so here's the thing. You should go in there and ask them, man. You should go in there and ask them, do any of them, because it says no recording devices allowed in the Division of Citizen Services, right? None. So do any of them have a phone?
I'm sure they do. I mean, they're watching TV.
Right, that's a recording device.
They're watching TV in there.
It's a recording device.
I almost didn't walk to the end of this hallway because it's really the only office down here, but I'm glad we did.
Yeah, are you done asking questions, or do you need to see about anything else?
I'm done in there, but I'd like to walk back in there for a few minutes after this lady leaves.
Yeah, I think she went to the back. You want to check?
It's good. It's good.
Man, that gentleman that came up and spoke to us, what was his name?
One moment.
Thank you.
We don't know why they didn't sign it. Whose name? It just says management. We didn't know who's management. Hanging on constitutional sign for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I assume it's this Oswaldo.
She's right over here talking
to somebody.
She's right over here talking to somebody.
No, it's Oswaldo. Unless they didn't change it after Mayor Brian Brown left. But that says Oswaldo.
He's the director. I don't know if that's who we spoke to.
I mean, that's what it says.
I'm getting the feeling they're going to do us.
You got a feeling what?
He's going to come right out, he said. He'll be right up.
Oh, do they?
Here he comes now.
Oh, hey.
His name tags on this thing that's flipped over.
I just didn't catch your name. You interacted with us. So
My name's Bob Curtinger,
And Bob, what's your role here?
311 manager.
311 manager. So is Oswaldo Mestre Jr. still the director? No. Who is the current director?
He is the current director, but he's not in the office.
No, okay. So he's the current director. Is he the one that put up that sign? It's just signed management. Is he the one that put up that sign? So if people wanted to reach out to Mr. Mestre Jr. about that sign, how would they get a hold of him the best way?
They could email.
Okay, what's his email
I
address?
can give you Omestre, OMESTRE at buffalony.gov.
BuffaloNY.com. If you have a card, yeah, I'd love to see that.
If you got one of yours and his, that'd be great.
Give me 1 second.
No problem.
We got a sign. Now we're going to make you squirm for this sign, right?
I want to know who management is.
I want to know who thinks that they can put that sign up against my rights.
Well, that's right.
And then they want to try and enforce it with some lady with an attitude. Oh, no, we call security. Yeah, I bet. Send the one guy up. We would like to ask him some more questions. How you did?
Right. Yeah.
This one's you? This one's you?
This one's me.
All right, thank you.
What about the Mr. Mestre?
Information online?
Okay, but can you give me that email address one more time?
It's the spelling of the last name, Omestre, MESTRE at buffalony.gov.
Omestre at
buffalony.gov.
buffalony.gov. All right, thank you, sir.
Have a good one.
Very nice to meet you. Right here.
Ooh, excuse me.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Good. I'm just down here. Got some pictures of the office from this area here, right in the publicly accessible area. Just down here, grab a couple photos.
How can we help you?
I actually don't need any help. I'm just down here, grab some photographs of the office. Some panoramic views of what we got going on down here. Took me 3 visits to get these guys to update the fire the extinguisher in this place in my original visit. Took me 3 visits, and there's always a public freak out in that office. That's the first time there hasn't been a public freak out. You used to be able to walk in this office. Now you can't anymore. Look, he's hiding. He's hiding. He took a
Do
peek
you
at
think they put those signs up just a minute ago?
these ones.
Those look fresh to print.
They do look fresh as fuck. Those do look fresh. There's a very good chance they have these things sitting there waiting just to be put up. I'm gonna say it wasn't on just right now because it does have a little bit of hang down, but they are fresh. It does look fresh as fuck.
I don't know. That looks like fresh ink that ain't been.
I know you used to be able to go in there. I know that.
Those don't look like they've swung through the wind many times on that.
There's all sorts of maps and stuff in there. Oh, the doors are starting. The exodus of doors are closing.
All across the building.
Look at these signs. They're also lots of new signs. Thank you for some only.
These are all.
This is unauthorized access to public school staff only. I don't really know about it. This is something that's very obvious and stuff. Like this hall right here is a public lobby.
I got my shirt.
Wait to get a load of this one. Look at this, Ron. Due to privacy reasons and federal law, cell phone prohibited. They're going to enforce some kind of federal law here in the state building. Isn't that crazy? Just a little lobby for kids.
It's like they're trying to argue this. I mean, in the Federal Education Record Protection Act, it makes that obligation to protect records theirs, not the public's.
For them to try to say this whole floor is off limits to the public is just, I think it's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure this is a public lobby inside here.
We live in a society now where people want to record how they discipline their child. People that might get mad with this video is the people that probably already embarrassed their child. You can discipline your child in their room. Take something away from them. If they act up, well, I'm like, son, you can't play the game.
Yeah, well, we actually have permission from James.
Okay.
So we should be good.
Right.
But we won't be long.
South County fam. Yeah. Corruption cruiser rolls into town.
How you doing, Mrs. Reaper?
Hey guys, how are we all? I'm good.
I muted the music so that we do not get a copyright.
I don't think he would give us one. I don't, and it's an AI song anyway.
Okay.
They know the name. First Amendment on our side, we got no shame. Document them all, expose their games. Do it for the people, not for the fame. Turn on the camera, light up the dark. Eric
I actually like that
Evening,
song.
Mellows.
Hey,
Evening,
how you
Mama
doing?
Bear.
How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Yeah.
Hey, Inferno.
Hey, Inferno. Just to let you know, Inferno, your picture went to a good home. It's gone to 2 little boys. One's autistic with epilepsy, and one is aquaphobic. Hasn't left his house for 3 years. He's only 14.
Hey, Mrs.
And
Ripper,
they
you still
loved
making
it.
jewelry?
I am.
You are. Oh, you want to meet up with Inferno in Jitsi? He's got something to show you.
Oh, right. Okay, if you put the link in the chat, I'll join in.
Yeah, you know Jitsi, the Jitsi link. Do you need the link?
No, I've got it. I'll go in. So I'm on my way in. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, okay.
Okie doke. See you in a bit, guys.
Okay. I'll open up the room just in case. I'm not sure if she's got logging for it. I know Grim has. Oh, what a day! What a day! No worries, mate. The Jitsi's open if anyone wants to go over there and use it.
Ouch. Wow. Will there be excitement tonight in Philadelphia? It is halftime. It is halftime. How was the halftime show, Inferno? The site that I got pulled up says it wasn't any good. Well, we all figured it would be.
All right.
There's our halftime update. Thank you for the commentary, Inferno, for the update on it. I do have, if you want to. Had no flow. I do have another oversight committee. Do you want to play that?
Sure. Let's play it. Let's go.
This is a lengthy one. It's almost a 5-hour one, so it's going to be a long one.
But now that President Trump is taking action to drain the swamp and expose how the federal government is spending taxpayer money,
too far.
Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here today. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I now recognize myself for the purpose of delivering an opening statement. This morning, we'll explore how we can make the federal government work better for all Americans. President Trump promised he would eliminate Washington waste and reform the unchecked federal bureaucracy. And he is delivering on his promise made to the American people. President Trump created the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, to conduct a government-wide audit to root out waste, fraud, and abuse and ensure we protect taxpayer dollars. At the helm of President Trump's effort is Elon Musk, one of the most successful entrepreneurs ever. For decades and on a bipartisan basis, members of this committee have lamented the inefficiency of the federal bureaucracy. We fought never-ending battles against the waste, fraud, and abuse the bureaucracy generates during both Republican and Democrat administrations. One byproduct of this inefficiency, according to GAO, is the near $250 billion in annual improper payment to government issues. But now that President Trump is taking action to drain the swamp and expose how the federal government is spending taxpayer money, which he was elected to do, Democrats are hyperventilating and sensationalizing it. Over the past few days, we've heard wild claims from Democrats that we are, quote, at the beginning of a dictatorship, end quote, and we are in a constitutional crisis. This kind of theatrical rhetoric is exactly what the American people rejected in November. Americans know that Washington needs reform, and DOGE is taking inventory to bring about change and steward taxpayer dollars entrusted to the federal government. Real innovation is not clean and tidy. It's necessarily disruptive and messy. But that's exactly what Washington needs right now. And it's what the American people voted for in November, a departure from the broken status quo. This committee intends to work in partnership with DOGE. We want to reinforce its effort and not blunt the momentum it's generating for needed change to the federal bureaucracy. At the Oversight Committee, our core mission remains unchanged, identifying waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government and proposing solutions to make it more efficient and effective for the American people. For this Congress, we created a subcommittee chaired by Marjorie Taylor Greene that is dedicated to working with DOGE. But I expect all of our subcommittees will participate in this effort to make Washington more accountable. I'm hopeful that we can find some common ground with our Democrat colleagues to ensure the federal government more efficiently and effectively serves the American people. I ask all my colleagues here today, who among us believes that the federal government operates at peak efficiency? The federal government has expanded dramatically since the early years of our republic. There are today more than 400 executive branch agencies and sub-agencies, and roughly 1,000 federal commissions. Most of these entities are relatively new creations. They did not exist for most of our nation's history. Not only has the government grown in size and complexity, but it has also taken on many functions once handled by the states or even the private sector. How did we get here? Tom Schatz, the president of the Citizens Against Government Waste, and one of our witnesses today, notes that Congress tends to respond to each new problem that arises by creating a new program or agency. And even if the problem goes away, the program or agency remains. Congressional authorizing committees tend to generate these new programs and entities all too often without sufficient regard to similar federal activities occurring outside of their jurisdiction. Over time, the expansion of entities and programs has yielded an increasingly complex bureaucracy with a massive amount of overlap and duplication. For instance, the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, recently found 43 job training programs scattered across 9 different federal agencies. That's just one of dozens of areas of wasteful duplication the GAO has identified across a range of federal activities. I hope we can learn today from Governor Kim Reynolds, who proposed her own wide-ranging reorganization in Iowa, which the state legislature enacted. For example, she will detail how Iowa consolidated a host of state-level job training programs. Iowa's reorganization also eliminated or consolidated a slew of state agencies, commissions, and vacant job positions. Iowa's example shows that the chief executive of any unit of government, federal, state, or local, is well positioned to propose ways to streamline that government. After all, they're the ones who run it on a day-to-day basis. At the federal level, the president has considerable authority within existing law to reorganize certain government offices and functions. That's the case, for instance, with respect to USAID. But some reorganizations do require changes in law. Throughout our nation's history, such reorganization legislation typically originated from the White House. That's in part because for much of the 20th century, presidential reorganization proposals requiring changes in law were granted special consideration by Congress. I think renewing that special authority, requiring Congress to take an up or down vote on reorganizations proposed by the president, would help facilitate needed improvements in government operations. In the meantime, I look forward to learning more about keys to successful reforms from our witnesses during today's hearing. I now yield to Ranking Member Conley for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our government was designed to be by, of, and for the American people. It's made up of civil servants who take an oath to serve the American people and to support and defend the Constitution. More than 1 in 3 federal workers is employed by either the Postal Service, ensuring every American can get mail, or the Department of Veterans Affairs, providing care to our veterans in VA hospitals, clinics, and nursing homes. Almost 1 in 3 federal workers is a veteran, and more than 85% live outside of the D.C. metropolitan area across every state and serving every community in America. 1 in 3 Americans and half of all American children are enrolled in a government program. Our government provides the support these Americans are counting on, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, Head Start, the National School Lunch Program. We depend on our government to safeguard our food supply and to ensure life-saving medication is safe to consume. We depend on our government to provide alerts about extreme weather through the National Weather Service, which you know all too well from the tornado that devastated your community, Mr. Chairman, a few years ago, and to provide disaster relief to communities where it's needed, such as in Los Angeles and the devastating fires of the last few weeks. This is the so-called deep state that President Trump and his acolytes continue
Nothing said
to
about North
demonize,
Carolina,
and these are the programs
Florida,
and
Georgia,
services
Tennessee.
sitting on Elon Musk's chopping block right now. Their efforts to, quote, right-size government serve no one but themselves and fellow oligarchs who want to destroy, deregulate, and privatize, leaving everyday Americans to foot the bill with not only their paychecks, but even potentially their well-being and their lives. Just last week, the country watched in horror as a commercial aircraft and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter collided over the Potomac River, killing 67 people, including several of my constituents, including young children. We know that disasters are more likely to happen when the agencies that ensure our safety are unsupported and under-resourced. Our nation's air traffic control facilities were already operating below recommended staffing levels. But one day before the horrific crash, the Trump administration sent an email to more than 2 million federal employees, offering them a purported financial incentive to immediately quit their jobs. Can you imagine what might yet happen if our air traffic controllers accept this offer to quit en masse? This is just the tip of the iceberg. In its first 2 weeks, the Trump administration has ordered a hiring freeze on all federal civilian positions, ordered all federal employees back to the office full time, unless, of course, you take their early retirement offer, and then you don't have to come to work for 8 months. Paved the way to purge more than 100,000 nonpartisan career civil servants and replace them with political loyalists, and wage war on our nation's commitment to civil rights by eviscerating diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. The new administration also ordered the politicization of the senior executive service, forced employees to surveil and report on colleagues, and fired the Democratic commissioners of the National Labor Relations Board and the Equal Opportunity Commission. They administered loyalty tests to career civil servants at the National Security Council, granted security clearances to incoming White House officials without vetting, reportedly violated cybersecurity procurement and privacy laws by recklessly handing federal systems and data, and attempted a late-night purge of 17 nonpartisan inspectors general, a brazenly illegal act that will only provide cover for the corruption that inevitably will ensue. The Trump administration also ordered a freeze of federal grants, loans, and other financial assistance programs immediately after the funding freeze was issued. Medicaid and Head Start reported disruptions, and some of FEMA's online portals were cut off. Although the freeze was halted by a judge and then rescinded by the administration, we saw in only 48 hours how willing this administration is to threaten the health, safety, and security of Americans in service of its unlawful and partisan agenda. If these initiatives sound familiar, it's because so many of them are ripped right out of the Project 2025 playbook. Remember that deeply unpopular tone that President Trump, as candidate Trump, desperately tried to distance himself from during the campaign. Many of these executive orders mirror Project 2025 proposals, and at least 4 prominent 2025 authors now have top positions in the administration. Trump's disavowal of Project 2025 was just part of the con. President Trump and Elon Musk are using a wrecking ball to systematically dismember the government piece by piece. The American people deserve better, and we in Congress have a constitutional duty to uphold the laws that we created. We must protect the government, workers, programs, and services that the future of this country depends on, and stop an unconstitutional assault on the government. Mr. Chairman, you correctly cited the role of Elon Musk. It's a puzzling role for many people, certainly on this side of the aisle, and I think for some on yours. Who is this unelected billionaire that he can attempt to dismantle federal agencies, fire people, transfer them, offer them early retirement, and have sweeping changes to agencies without any congressional review, oversight, or concurrence? Therefore, Mr. Chairman, given his prominence and his importance, I move that the committee subpoena Elon Musk to come before it as a witness at the earliest possible moment. And I so move.
There's been a motion and second. The motion is not debatable.
Mr. Chairman, why is it?
Now it's going to get
It
interesting.
is debatable.
He wants them to subpoena him.
Hold on.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, why don't we want to debate Elon Musk coming in and talking to us about his work and how he's enriched himself for $64 billion?
Mr.
Chairman.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chair recognizes Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to table the motion.
There's a motion to table. Is there a
Mr.
second?
Chairman,
Second by
point of
Mr.
order.
Higgins.
Point of order,
Now,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
motion is not debatable, as many
Point of order, Mr.
are in
Chairman.
favor of tabling. Point of order, state your point.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's outrageous that this committee will not even entertain a motion.
No, you state your.
Chairman, that's not a point of order.
Somebody who's
I
breaking the law and dismantling our federal agencies.
Chairman,
You're
Acquiring federal
No, we don't listen to demagogues.
data,
Out of
and
order.
you will not
Out of order.
even
Out of order.
entertain a motion
The
to
motion
bring
is
this
out
to
of
the
order.
president of
demagoguery. This
the
is
oversight
out of order.
committee.
As are in favor of tabling.
Yes,
signify-
let's have order in this country.
Statesbury, you're out of order.
They go at it
You're out of
here.
order. You know the rules of this committee. There's been a motion.
Mr.
and a
Elon
second to
Musk is
table.
out of
Now,
order and dismantling.
He's out of order.
God.
I call the question.
There's been a motion and second. Motion by Dr. Fox, second by Mr. Higgins to table. All those in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion
Mr.
is
Chairman,
tabled.
I ask for a recorded
A
vote.
recorded vote is ordered. We will set up for the clerk to call the roll.
I don't know how many
Stand
committees.
at ease when we get the staff ready to go for this.
Elon Musk has been subpoenaed, I don't know how many times right now, to different committees.
For those watching at home, they don't have the votes in the room.
He wants to be subpoenaed. He wants his Iron Man moment.
Mr. Chairman, speaking of efficiency of our time, since we're just sitting here, I would love to hear from someone why we don't want to have Mr. Musk come testify. before-
Gentleman's not recognized. This is a committee hearing about eliminating wage fraud and abuse. You've pulled a parliamentary move, which you have the right to do. This wasn't expected. It wasn't in the agenda. We're trying to print everything and get it ready to have the roll call vote.
Well, speaking of abuse, we have someone who
Mr.
is
Chairman, he's
shutting
out of
down
order.
federal
You're out of
programs
order. You're out of order.
benefiting billions of
Chairman,
dollars.
he's out of
to
order. This is
himself.
just a
Mr.
mindset.
Chairman.
Demagoguery again.
Can you control the other side? They're out of control.
I'm trying.
Hashtag irony.
Mr. Chairman, it appears the clerk is ready for roll call.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Miss Fox.
Fox votes aye to table.
Miss Fox votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Miss Mace. Miss Mace votes aye. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Perry. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Miss Green. Miss Green votes aye. Miss Boebert. Miss Luna. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Mr. Jack. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire votes aye. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes aye. Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Miss Norton.
No.
Miss Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Mfume. Ms. Brown.
Brown votes no. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. Yes, voting no to table. Ms. Brown votes no. Ms. Stansbury.
I vote no to a motion that would table a subpoena for Elon Musk.
More demagoguery.
It's out of order to discuss what the motion is. Okay, guys.
It's out of order. All right, order. All right, let's go.
Ms. Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar.
No on the motion to table our motion to have Elon Musk at this committee.
Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett.
No on giving the American people the transparency that they deserve by bringing this
Demagoguery
oligarch
again.
before
More of
us.
this. Nope.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Ms. Randall. Ms. Randall votes no. Mr. Subramaniam.
No.
Mr. Subramaniam votes no. Ms. Ansari.
No.
Ms. Ansari votes no. Mr. Bell.
No.
Mr. Bell votes no. Ms. Simon.
No.
Ms. Simon votes no. Mr. Min.
Min is a hard no.
Mr. Min votes no. Ms. Presley.
Yeah.
Ms. Presley votes no. Ms. Talib.
I decided to put my residents before Elon Musk, and I'm voting no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Chairman.
I vote yes, and
Mr. Chairman votes yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
yeah. Who recognized?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Oh, has Mr. Timmons been recorded?
Mr. Timmons is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Timmons votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Representative Perry.
Mr. Perry is not recorded.
Representative Perry votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how is
Mr.
Boebert?
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how is Boebert recorded?
Ms. Boebert is not recorded.
Boebert votes aye.
Ms. Boebert votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how is Burleson recorded?
Mr. Burleson is not recorded.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burleson votes aye.
How's Mr. Grothman recorded?
Mr. Grothman is not recorded.
I'll vote aye.
Mr. Grothman votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how's Mr. Gosar recorded?
Mr. Gosar is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how's Mr. Donalds recorded?
Mr. Donalds is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Donalds votes aye.
How has Mr. Jack been recorded?
Mr. Jack is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, vote aye, please.
Mr. Jack votes aye.
Are there any other members who have not been recorded? Any members who wish to change their votes? We have a member en route. Will the clerk please tally the report, the roll call?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20, the nays are 19.
The ayes have it and the motion fails. And I might add, Mr. Ranking Member, you all could have invited Mr. Musk to be your minority witness, but you all chose to have a college professor, which is what you normally choose to have as a witness at any hearing, and that's fine. But you all had an opportunity to invite Elon Musk, and you chose not to. So,
Mr. Chairman, could I just
Yes.
respond? Thank you. You make a point, but from our point of view, given the prominence Mr. Musk has been given by President Trump in this administration, sweeping unprecedented powers, from our point of view, he is not a minority witness. He ought to be a full committee witness because of the prominence and the role he's playing, and subject to the oversight and scrutiny of this committee. Thank you.
I ask unanimous consent that Representative Nunn from Iowa be waived on to the committee for today's hearing for the purpose of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered. The next order of business is ratifying the subcommittee roster for the 119th Congress. The clerks have distributed the roster electronically. I ask unanimous consent that the committee approve the appointments and assignments as shown on the roster. Without objection, so the subcommittee roster is approved. I'm pleased to welcome an expert panel of witnesses who each bring experience and expertise that will be valuable to today's discussion. I'd first like to welcome the 43rd governor of the great state of Iowa, Governor Kim Reynolds. Since assuming office in 2017, Governor Reynolds has instituted numerous reforms to reorganize state-level operations to better serve the people of Iowa. I'd now like to recognize Representative Nunn from Iowa to welcome the governor here.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and thank you very much for this committee for having the governor of Iowa join us today. When President Trump was elected, he asked for three things: secure our community, unleash our natural energy, and make sure that we reform government to put money back in taxpayers' pocket. They need look no further than what Governor Reynolds has done with our state legislature when I served as a senator in Iowa. During Governor Reynolds' time, she has helped lead us out of a massive Democrat-caused debt to be able to balance the state's budget, to be able to provide fiscal responsibility that right-sized our community, and provide tax cuts that put more of Iowans' hard-earned tax dollars right back in their britches. So with this, Iowa is now one of the most well-managed citizen-led democracies, Mr. Chairman, in the world. It has resulted in a balanced budget of over $9 billion in our general fund, as well as a $1 billion rainy day fund, with more tax returns on the way, after she led the three largest tax cuts in state history. Governor Reynolds, we want to say thank you very much as a citizen of Iowa. Not only are you a great governor, but your examples help us lead to real solutions that could address a $36 trillion debt right here at the national level. All it takes is one hero from the heartland to be able to come here and show Washington how business can get done. So with that, Governor Reynolds, thank you for making government efficient again in Iowa. It's a best practice we can take in a playbook right here in DC. We welcome you to the committee.
Very good. Next, we have Tom Schatz, president of the Citizens Against Government Waste. Tom has spent over 36 years at Citizens Against Government Waste, identifying areas of waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement in government, and has helped save taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. Finally, we have William G. Resch, who is an associate professor at the University of Southern California. Saul Price School of Public Policy, has been a member of the USC faculty since 2014. I want to thank each of the witnesses for being here today, and I'll look forward to your all's testimony. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you all. You may take a seat. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Governor Reynolds for her opening statement.
First, let me thank Congressman Nunn for your kind words and thank you for your service. Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Conley, members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. Since this hearing is about government efficiency, I'll get right to the point. Iowa was doing Doge before Doge was a thing. When I was elected to office in 2018, our tax structure was uncompetitive. Our top income tax rate was 8.98%, one of the highest in the nation, as was our 12% corporate rate. Antiquated state policies made our tax code complex and hard to reform. Soon after President Trump signed TCJA into law, I signed legislation that eliminated federal deductibility, cut rates across the board, provided for additional reductions in future years, and reduced the number of income tax brackets. After 4 more historic reforms, Iowa taxpayers today pay a flat income tax rate of 3.8%. Our corporate rate is moving to a 5.5%, and we've eliminated tax on retirement and inheritance income. Over 10 years, Iowans will save an estimated $24 billion in a state with an annual budget of about $10 billion. But it's not enough just to cut taxes. You have to make sure that they're sustainable, especially if you want to keep reducing them. The growth they create helps, but you also need to keep spending in government in check. And I've worked closely with our General Assembly to do just that. In fact, the Cato Institute has ranked Iowa the most fiscally responsible state in the country for 3 years running. But that wasn't always the case. When we started our alignment work in 2022, state operations had not been reviewed for 40 years, and it showed. Layers of bureaucracy had accumulated over decades, expanding government beyond its core function. We were too big, too fragmented, and too inefficient. One example became clear during COVID, where the separation of our public health and human services departments resulted in both duplication and gaps in service. We merged them into the Department of Health and Human Services in 2022, the first big step in our work to align state government. It was a successful proof of concept and a roadmap as we saw similar misalignment across state government. We had 11 separate state agencies operating workforce programs. 136 professional licensing functions were spread across 11 agencies. Our administrative code had ballooned to more than 20,000 pages with 190,000 restrictive terms. At one point, I discovered that the state owned a cow-calf operation, and to make matters worse, it operated at a loss. Given our limited staff and scope of the initiative, we partnered with an outside firm while bringing agency directors and their staff into the discussion early, and we asked the hard questions that bring about accountability and change. What is the core mission of each agency? How is it funded? How is it staffed? And what does it own? Are the programs working? How did the structure of the agency compare to other states? Is there duplication or misalignment? Next, we benchmarked Iowa against our neighboring states, as well as those with similar populations and budgets. We found that my 37-member cabinet was the most by far, while our expenditures on a per capita basis were the third highest. In 2023, we eliminated we introduced, a 1,300-page bill that passed with only one technical amendment and took effect less than a year after we began the process. I also initiated a moratorium on new rulemaking and ordered a comprehensive review of all rules already on the books. Together, these actions cut 21 agencies from my cabinet, eliminated 600 open positions, removed 1,200 regulations in year one, and identified 4,700 acres of state-owned farmland to sell. Nearly all licensing functions are now in one agency, and we're currently in the process of consolidating 6 separate licensing platforms into one. One agency that operated out of 10 buildings now operates out of just one. Altogether, we've saved taxpayers $217 million in just 18 months, surpassing our initial projections for the first 4 years. And our government isn't just smaller, it's better. Getting your medical license recognized used to take 65 days, now it takes 3. Unemployment case rulings used to take 3 months, now it takes 11 days. Moving our motor vehicle enforcement unit into the Department of Public Safety put 100 more state troopers on the road. After aligning agencies, we then streamlined our system of boards and commissions, cutting 83 boards, about a third of the boards and commissions. We also brought IT systems spread across 20 different agencies into one department. And last year, we consolidated 32 substance use and mental health regions into 7 unified behavioral health regions, resulting in greater investment on the ground and treatment delivered to Iowans when and where they need it. And now we're taking yet another step. I recently announced my intention to launch an Iowa Doge to continue reducing the cost of government, maximizing the return on taxpayers' investment. Like most Americans, I'm thrilled by the priority that President Trump is placing on shrinking government and making it work better. Not only do I believe Iowa is a model, but I'm committed to doing everything I can to help in the months ahead. And I look forward to working with you in the Trump administration to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. I now recognize Mr. Schatz for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. and Ranking Member Connolly for the opportunity to testify today. Citizens Against Government Waste was founded following the report of the Grace Commission under President Ronald Reagan. The last time there was a comprehensive review of the federal government by the private sector. The commission made 2,478 recommendations that would save $424.4 billion over 3 years. Since CAGW was created to follow up on the Grace Commission recommendations, we have helped save taxpayers $2.4 trillion through the implementation of Grace Commission and other cost-saving recommendations. The taxpayers' hard-earned money should be spent in the most effective manner possible, following the objectives set forth in statutes enacted by Congress and carried out by the executive branch. Success should be measured by whether the intended results are being achieved. If that does not occur, the program should be reevaluated to determine if it needs to be modified, consolidated, or terminated. The solution should not be to spend more money on that program, create another program, or duplicate what the private sector is already doing. The proper size of government can be determined after those actions are taken, but that is unfortunately not how it works now. Despite the availability of recommendations from both within the government, including the Congressional Budget Office, Government Accountability Office, and Inspectors General, as well as non-governmental sources like CAGW's Prime Cuts, which would save $5.1 trillion over 5 years, not enough is being done. There is no lack of ideas, just a lack of action by Congress to determine which programs are most effective and efficient, leading to the appropriate size and scope of the federal government. President Trump campaigned on a platform of making the government more efficient, including his promise to create a Department of Government Efficiency. The establishment of DOGE, along with the DOGE subcommittee and House and Senate DOGE caucuses, should lead to the adoption of policies that will establish more effective use of taxpayer dollars and more efficient delivery of government services. Another method to drive efficiency would be to give the president greater reorganization authority, as the chairman has noted. This was first provided in 1947 when the Congress established what became known as the Hoover Commission to develop recommendations to increase efficiency and improve the organizational structure of the government after World War II. And comparing the debt to a GDP ratio then and now, it's fairly close. So it is certainly time to do this again. According to a 2012 Congressional Research Service report, presidents use this authority regularly, submitting more than 100 plans between 1932 and 1984. The last president to receive reorganization authority was Ronald Reagan, and the last one to use it was Jimmy Carter. In May 2024, GAO released its annual report on ways to reduce duplication, overlap, and fragmentation of programs. The report listed 112 new items and noted that $667 billion had been saved since the first report was issued in 2011. CAGW has long maintained that Congress should not only hold hearings in this committee, but across committees that have multiple jurisdiction over a lot of the programs identified by GAO, and then vote on those recommendations. And GAO reports about duplicative spending provide other opportunities to improve efficiencies. A May 10th, 2023 GAO report found 133 federal programs across 15 agencies that have the goal of increasing broadband access and bridging the digital divide. These programs should be assessed to determine which are inefficient and ineffective, and funds should then be directed to those programs that can deploy broadband to every remaining unserved and underserved business and household across the country that wishes to be connected to the internet. And broadband is one of many programs included in CAGW's Critical Waste Issues for the 119th Congress, which was released this morning. The report contains 12 policy areas, including greater accountability and transparency, budget reform, earmarks, healthcare, privacy, technology, and telecommunications. I want to also remind the committee of CAGW's concerns about the U.S. Postal Service, which we provided in testimony submitted for the record for the December 10th, 2024 oversight hearing. Right-sizing government is an objective on which all members of Congress should agree. It requires constant vigilance and oversight to determine if federal tax dollars are being spent in the most effective and efficient manner and achieving intended objectives. Increased efficiency will go a long way to restore the public's confidence in the ability of the federal government to avoid as much waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement as possible. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Dr. Risch. And make sure your microphone's on.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Chairman,
And if you don't care, pull it to you. If it's okay. Yeah. Now we're in business.
All right,
Thank
thank you. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for having me, Ranking Member Conley and committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to address you today on the critical issue of right-sizing government that
It's stuck, Mama Bear. There you go.
to focus too narrowly
Now
on the
we're back.
headcount of civilian employees, which obscures a more pressing concern, the growing misalignment between federal responsibilities and the government's capacity to manage them. While the number of civilian federal employees has remained stable at around 2.4 million, not including postal workers, federal spending has increased fivefold since the 1960s. More than $759 billion was spent on contracts in 2023 alone, and this is relatively small in comparison to the last year of the first Trump administration, where estimates were as high as $1.2 trillion in contracts, meaning that much of what government does today is carried through private firms rather than through career civil servants. Some estimate that there is as many as 3 to 4 contract employees for every federal civil servant, and this shift has weakened oversight, increased inefficiencies, and created accountability gaps, leaving taxpayers footing the bill for cost overruns on contracts, delays, and policy failures that come not from incompetence of the civil service, but from incapacity. At the same time, civil servants are underpaid relevant to their private sector counterparts, earning on average 23% less than similarly qualified professionals in the private sector. The salary gap, combined with mounting political pressures and the expanding scope of government responsibilities, has made it increasingly difficult to attract and retain top talent. This is particularly concerning given that 70% of federal employees work in national security roles, 80% serve outside of Washington, providing vital services to the communities across the country. And despite these challenges, recent administrative actions threaten to destabilize the civil service further by increasing politicization and eroding the principles of professional nonpartisan workforce. The so-called policy/career reclassification would strip job protections from tens of thousands of career civil servants, allowing them to be dismissed and replaced with political appointees at will. And this risks creating a climate of fear and self-censorship, where professionals hesitate to provide objective, evidence-based advice for fear out of political retaliation. History and research are clear. Governments that rely on merit-based civil service systems perform better. They're less prone to corruption and deliver more effective public services. By contrast, increased politicization, substituting experienced professionals with short-term political loyalists, reduces efficiency, complicates long-term planning, and increases the risk of policy failures. Beyond inefficiency, politicization weakens the very mechanisms that ensure accountability and integrity in government. Civil servants are often the last line of defense against waste, fraud, and abuse, ensuring that government funds are spent wisely and in accordance with the law. When experienced professionals are replaced by individuals selected for political loyalty rather than expertise, government oversight erodes and leads to costly mismanagement and a decline in public trust. This dynamic is not theoretical. It has played out in past administrations and has been extensively documented in research. Countries that move toward greater political control over bureaucracies see decline in effectiveness, increased regulatory capture, and greater difficulty in responding to crises. Conversely, nations that invest in independent professional civil service see better policy outcomes, stronger economic growth, and higher public confidence. The U.S. has long benefited from a stable, merit-based civil service that has helped sustain democracy through times of war, economic upheaval, and national crises. Attempts to weaken the system, rather than whether it's through mass firings, loyalty-based appointments, or the dismantling of institutional safeguards do not lead to a more effective government. Instead, they result in greater instability, inefficiency, and governance failures that harm all Americans. In conclusion, any discussion of right-sizing government must grapple with the structural transformation that has already been underway. Rather than reducing the number of career civil servants or subjecting them to politically motivated purges, we should reinvest in the workforce to ensure that government functions effectively, remains accountable, and serves the public interest. The evidence overwhelmingly supports one clear lesson, that it is strengthening, not weakening, the civil service as the surest path to effective and democratic government that works for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now begin our questions. The chair recognizes Dr. Gosar from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are here today to tame the labyrinth of the federal bureaucracy. That's why I was elected, and frankly, that's why President Trump was reelected this past November. More responsible government spending means less need for taxation on the American people. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have claimed cuts to waste, fraud, and abuse will include cuts to Social Security and Medicare. However, promoting efficiency and cutting wasteful spending actually protects Social Security and Medicare by ensuring available and continued funding. And if they have any more doubts, I would invite them to sign on to my Lasso Act that actually puts these decisions out of the public harm and into the public's domain. When Elon Musk acquired Twitter, now X, in 2022, he fired about 6,000 employees, or nearly 80% of his workforce. But there was no lapses in X's management. Well, perhaps only less community notes and less removal of unlawful speech or lawful political speech. Elon Musk trimmed the fat on X, and we have the opportunity to do the same here in Washington. Governor Reynolds, not only did you lead a successful state-level government reorganization, but you did it twice. Congratulations. My question to you is, how did you identify waste, and were members of the state legislature empowered to also identify those areas with you?
Thank you for the question. It was definitely a collaborative effort. It started with the tax cuts, so we did comprehensive reform there. And as a manner to sustain it, then we needed to look at the overall government. When you coupled COVID on top of that and the inefficiencies that I saw in our response to COVID, it led us to start looking at processes in the state government. And so, you know, we brought, and they were common sense changes too. When we were looking at licensing, when we were looking at IT spread across 20 different agencies. I mean, the list went on and on. It made sense to restructure it. So what we did is we brought our, first of all, we brought our agencies in and their team and had them do an overall review of their operation, asking the tough questions that really leads to accountability and change. And then on top of that, because we are a small team, we also brought in an outside consultant to help us with the comparisons and help manage it. And then we worked closely with the legislature for any ideas that they may have. We spent a lot of time walking through the bill in its entirety. We put, when we were working with our agencies, that gave us an opportunity to understand where some of the pushback might be, so we could also get in front of that with the answers to the questions that might be posed from realigning state government. But it's made us more efficient. It's made us more effective. It is common sense. I think the data is proving out. We're seeing it every day. So we'll have data to actually point to on how we are more efficient and more effective. And we're taking dollars from the administration and from the bureaucracy, and we're actually putting it into programs, getting it on the ground and putting it into people. So it's been very efficient from that perspective as well.
Well, and I noticed you sold state-owned land to eliminate waste and generate revenue. Is that correct?
Yeah, we had about, I think it was about 5,400 acres that we were able to sell. I had a cow-calf operation with the Department of Corrections. We were not aware of that. Then to come to find out we were operating at a loss, that's, you know, we need to get back to the core function of government. And as the bureaucracy continues to grow, the scope also grows with it. And that's when we start to see the inefficiencies.
Well, I tell you what, that is music to my soul, because, you know, I've got a HERD Act because it mimics what Harry Reid did in Southern Nevada. He found out that Las Vegas was surrounded by BLM. He couldn't grow it.
Yeah.
And so what they did is they found out that the federal government has the propriety to look at what the land's used for. Does it have a purpose? And if not, it has to be sold. So I think there's great opportunity there. Mr. Schatz, I want to touch base with you in regards to the 2024 Prime Cuts Report recommends that the National Park Service, Forest Service, and BLM suspend federal land purchases until they effectively manage their currently owned land. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Do you generally agree that selling public land to states and local communities would eliminate unused assets, generate revenue, and provide an overall benefit to the federal government and to local communities?
Yes, Congressman, and it would generate about $15 billion over 5.
Is up, cleaning them out, and getting some aspects and assets back to the people. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes ranking member for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your consideration. Governor Reynolds, welcome, and your story is a very impressive one. I was the chairman of a county of 1.2 million people, 1/3 your population, and what you talk about resonates with somebody like me, hands-on, trying to make sure things work.
Right.
Iowa has a population, as I understand it, of 3.24 million people, and you've got a state workforce of 16,700 full-time employees. Is that correct? That's correct?
Yes.
Now, of course, with respect to the federal government, we're talking about 2.4 million. So it's not only a matter of scale. I mean, we're just talking about very different kinds of entities. That doesn't mean we can't learn from a state like Iowa, but I do think that the challenges we face at the federal level are, formidably different than what we face in my county or your state. As I said, doesn't mean we can't learn from it at all. And I listened carefully to you. Is my understanding correct that in order to effectuate the reforms you proudly championed today, you put on the payroll your wealthiest donor who came in and decided what agencies to abolish, which cabinet members were to go, how many people were to be fired, and other kinds of decision making that was imbued with him or her. Is that how you did it in Iowa? Your
No.
wealthiest donor took that
No,
lead?
that's a complete misstatement. And first of all, we did it without any layoffs whatsoever. We made that commitment when we moved into our
No
realignment.
layoffs.
Absolutely no layoffs.
Well,
I was able to eliminate 600 open positions that had been open for over a year. But through the transition process and what we've been able to accomplish, we did that right now without laying off any state
and
employees.
excuse me, because my time is limited, Governor, I don't mean to be interrupting you, but so the idea that your wealthiest donor kind of shepherded all of this is false.
That is false.
That's false. And you didn't lay off people. You tried, in fact, to move people around, or
No, we made that commitment at the beginning
you
of
made
the
a
process.
commitment to that.
Because first of all, these were common sense changes. It was a realignment. It was
Got it.
highlighting the cabinet members that I thought should be in the cabinet
I think
and
that-
making government operate more efficiently.
I think
reducing
that's
the amount of
a
time.
very Iowan concept too, common sense.
Yes.
And I like it. It's a non-ideological approach to governance. Professor Resch, would it be fair to say that what you've heard from Governor Reynolds is distinctly different from what we are experiencing in the first 15 days of the Trump administration with Elon Musk allegedly at the helm? And please speak loudly into that microphone so we can hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
Quite simply, yes.
Very different.
It seems different, yes.
And would you say that it is unprecedented, unusual, and maybe even of dubious legality that so much authority and power has been vested in one individual who is a outside billionaire with no government experience other than benefiting from government contracts to wield this kind of power and influence and be firing people, laying off people, threatening to dismantle whole agencies, something that apparently Governor Reynolds actually actively tried to avoid to get political buy-in and to try to create a spirit of cooperation.
It seems to me that the actions that are being promulgated by Doge lack legal authority. I am not a legal scholar. I am a scholar of executive politics and public management. But from what I can tell, this violates several legal authorities that are granted by Congress, not unilaterally by the president.
Governor Reynolds made a point of saying she worked with the legislature to effectuate the reforms, which always sounds to me like a pretty good idea. You want to work with your legislators. Here in Washington, there are laws on the books. You know, for example, you may want to dismantle the Agency for International Development, but Congress created AID, that agency, in the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, and it seems to me that if you want to dismantle it or fold it into another agency, you got to come back to Congress and amend that act. Do you think that's a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
And likewise, when it comes to freezing funding for federal agencies, you know, the Empowerment Control Act of 1974 governs empowerment, and the Supreme Court ruling during the Nixon years made it very clear that the power of the purse is exclusively vested in the legislative branch of Congress under the Constitution of the United States. Is that a fair statement?
It's a fair statement, and it's the standing position of the
I'm
court.
sorry?
I said it's a fair statement, and it's the standing position of the courts.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of pearl clutching over the last several days from my colleagues across the aisle on Donald Trump, Secretary Rubio, the Department of Government Efficiency's plan to reorganize the U.S. Agency for International Development, or as we all now know, USAID. They're screaming about Elon Musk over there, but hey, George Soros and his boy are okay. You know, they scream that we're all a threat to democracy when they've been systematically
for that one.
dismantling democracy before our eyes. They've been caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and there's no going back. So I would tell my colleagues across the other side of the aisle, take your salty tears and sit right back down. USAID has long strayed from its mission to effectively and efficiently administer aid to advance American interests. USAID has become rotten to its core, sacrificing the prudent use of taxpayer dollars at the altar of advancing radical, sinister social and political agendas abroad. From discriminatory DEI initiatives to extreme gender ideology to marginalize real bona fide biological women. For decades, while homeless veterans sleep on our streets, our communities rebuild from natural disasters, and American families struggle to get by, USAID has pillaged and plundered the American treasury, essentially lighting American taxpayer dollars on fire, funding some of the dumbest, I mean stupidest, just dumbest initiatives imaginable, all supported by the left, and that's why their party is crumbling. Today, I'm going to expose some of the initiatives USAID has funded over the years and ask each of you a yes or no question. If you believe these expenditures of American taxpayer dollars put America first. So it'll be yes or no. USAID awarded $2 million to strengthen trans-led organizations to deliver gender-affirming health care in Guatemala. So to each of you this morning, does this advance the interests of American citizens paying for trannies in Guatemala to the tune of $2 million? Yes or no, Governor?
I have no position.
Of course you don't. Okay, USAID awarded over $750,000 to fund alleviating loneliness among migrant garment workers in India. Does this advance America's interests, Governor?
No.
No. I have no position.
USAID awarded $1.5 million for providing a gender-sensitive response to migration at the Venezuelan border. Does this advance America's interests, Governor?
No.
No, I have no position.
Does this advance the interest? Okay, so USAID awarded $4.3 million on October 1st, 2023 to a group to fund comprehensive health services for men having sex with other men in South Africa. Does this advance the interests of American citizens, Governor?
No.
No, I have no position.
I bet you don't. Okay. USAID awarded $1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces and business communities by promoting economic empowerment and opportunity for LGBTQI plus people in Serbia. Does this advance America's interests?
No.
No. Nope.
You have no idea, right? Okay. USAID awarded over $70,000 to a group to deliver a live musical event to promote the U.S. and Irish shared values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Does this advance the interests of America?
No.
No. No position.
No position or no clue. Okay, USAID awarded $1.5 million to fund strengthening community support
How much does that
structures to
idiot fucking
upscale
earn?
LGBT rights advocacy in Jamaica.
Yeah, no position
Does this
on
advance our
nothing.
interests?
No.
No. No position.
USAID awarded $28 million to a group to facilitate the economic insertion of Venezuelan migrants and refugees in Peru and Ecuador. Does this advance our interests?
No.
No. No position.
Okay, USAID awarded $17.5 million to fund voluntary medical male circumcision overseas. Does this advance America's interests?
No.
No. No position.
I don't know what circumcision overseas has to do with America First either. USAID awarded nearly $150,000 to fund HIV prevention services targeting men who have sex with men and transgender. Does this advance America's interests?
No.
No. No position.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm limited to 5 minutes, but these are the programs Democrats are so desperate to save. Our foreign assistance system is badly broken, and this ends now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
The gentlelady has used a phrase that is considered a slur in the LGBTQ community and the transgender community. And let me please finish without interruption. And
Tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Let
This is
Chairman.
disgusting.
the gentleman state his parliamentary inquiry.
Oh man, did you see that guy with the mask behind? He's shit. He's like lost his shit. Look at him.
Requires us to try consciously to avoid
Yeah.
slurs. You just heard the gentlelady actually actively, robustly repeat it. And I would just ask the chairman that she be counseled that we ought not to be engaged. We can have debate and policy discussion without offending human beings or our fellow citizens. And so I would ask, as a parliamentary inquiry, whether the use of that phrase is not, in fact, a violation of the decorum rules.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to be counseled by a man over men and women's spaces or men who have mental health issues dressing as women. I'm not being counseled by some
My
guy.
inquiry is to
over
the
this.
chairman,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Order. The inquiry is about decorum. Decorum is at the discretion of the chair.
That's
I will be
mansplaining,
honest,
Mr. Chairman.
with the ranking member. I'm not up to date on my politically correct LGBTQ terminology. We'll look into that and get back with you on that. I don't know what's offensive and what's not. I don't know much about pronouns or
I appreciate that,
offensive
Mr. Chairman.
terms. in
Mr.
that
Chairman, we don't have to
community.
anymore.
So,
I thank the chair for his willingness to further engage in this matter.
all right. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C. for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is only the second oversight hearing this Congress. The first one was about denigrating federal employees. This one is about denigrating federal employees too. The Trump administration, including the Trump shadow government, seems intent on dismantling much of the federal government. in violation of the Constitution, statutes, and regulations. The administration has relentlessly attacked federal employees, subjecting them to chaos and fear. The administration has imposed a hiring freeze, offered deferred resignation, fired employees, put employees on leave, effectively established Schedule F, and ended telework and remote work. Our two hearings so far are designed to lay the predicate to gut the nonpartisan federal civil service and to convert a significant portion of the remaining civil service into political appointees. Federal workers deserve praise for their expertise, dedication, and service, not derision. Thousands of civil federal servants have given their lives in the line of duty for the country. Instead of attacking federal employees, this committee should be considering bills to support the federal workforce, such as my bill to combat federal pay compression, or my bill to make permanent the free identity protection coverage that Congress required OPM to temporarily provide to individuals whose social service numbers were potentially compromised during the OPM data breaches. As I said at our last hearing, this committee can do better for the American people. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Would the gentlelady please yield to the ranking member?
Be glad to.
Chair recognizes ranking member.
I thank the chair.
For,
and
it was 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
I
think.
thank the gentlelady. Dr. Resch, could you elaborate just a little bit more on your answer to the previous question about sort of unelected, superannuated appointees who are not subject to the advice and consent of the United States Senate and have arrogated apparently to themselves, either with or without the acquiescence or consent of the president himself, enormous powers? I mean, could you elaborate a little bit on that, on how unprecedented that is, and what are the dangers? What could go wrong with that? Why should we be concerned? And please speak louder into that microphone.
Yes, sir. So the problems that can arise from a lack of accountability are many, particularly in the form of Doge. We see a person that is leading it that is entangled in billions upon dollars of federal contracts, has an empire that is regulated across various industries, across various agencies. Having a person that is potentially influencing where workforce cuts might take place without any transparency as to the decision making potentiates conflicts of interest, particularly in those domains in which he is regulated or in which he has contracts with various agencies.
And interestingly enough, you heard Governor Reynolds' testimony about her process. This is not how they did it in Iowa.
No, I'm very impressed with her reforms, but it had nothing to do with politically connected individuals deciding.
And one of the cautions I heard you say is we've got to also be concerned about conflicts of interest when that same individual, imbued with all these powers, has government contracts.
I would say that across the contract state, there are laws, but they are very weak in terms of regulating the extent to which political donations can be made by large contractors.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding.
Chair recognizes Mr. Grofman from Wisconsin.
Thank you much. A lot of other people have weighed in on Mr. Musk, so I felt I should weigh in just as briefly. In another committee, we are waiting on an opportunity to publicize a study showing that on this transgender lifestyle, the more you talk about it, the more you get. And if you don't talk about it like they don't in Europe, there are not that many people going into it. And therefore, I'd like to thank Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump when they found out that we were talking about this stuff or apparently promoting it in other countries. They slammed the brakes on that agency really quick, which was, I think, the right and moral thing to do. And it's unfortunate the United States government was apparently engaging in activity that would increase the people choosing that lifestyle. Now, I was in the state legislature for many years before I got here, Governor Reynolds. And quite frankly, one of the reasons I ran for this job is again and again, I wanted to do things at the state level and was told I couldn't because it was federal law. I wonder if you can give us some examples of things, and whether it be healthcare, education, welfare, what have you, where you wish you could do things in Iowa, but can't do them because of federal mandates.
The list is long, especially as we've aligned government and become more efficient. I would say the lack of accountability was what I saw in the incomplete review that we did. We reviewed over 800 agency programs in which there was not one KPI, there was not one metric, there was not one accountability measure tied to any of it whatsoever with the existing programs. And so nothing comes before me now from my agency, my cabinet, without a KPI and a metric tied to it if they want to, continue the program or if they want to add to it. But I can talk about a couple different things. SNAP would be one example. We have an antiquated system, as does a lot of the governments, especially the federal government. And right now we have about 500 workers that are doing eligibility manually, validating it from a dozen different points. And we have, of course, have a fairly high error rate, of which there are fines attached to a delay, a timeliness and error rate. I have asked FNS for just the opportunity to issue an RFP so I can get a system that would allow me to use technology to collect all of the different data points, reduce the timeline and the error rate and the fines that my state is being charged. And I have been waiting for over a year to get an approval just on an RFP to go out and select a vendor to be able to offer that. And then it has to go back to them for a sign off on that. CMS is another nightmare. We've waited up to 3 years to get managed care rate approvals. I have a Thrive platform that I'm trying to put in place, which is a public-private partnership, which would allow faith-based organizations and nonprofits to help Iowans in need to partner with what we're doing at the government, at the state level. And we have, again, waited over a year just to simply get them to sign off on the RFP so that I can implement technology and serve my constituents, especially those in need, in a better manner. And, we see this time and time again, especially with CMS, just the delay in getting the answers. There's a cost of money in that, and we're not able to effectively serve the citizens in our reflective states.
If you could, are there ways you change these programs that you feel would reduce dependency, reduce the number of people on the programs, but can't because of federal law?
Well, because I can't even move forward. I mean, when I'm getting fined because I can't aggregate the data. We collect a lot of data at the state level, but we can't aggregate it. And I'm trying to stand up a system that would allow us to do that. And they're preventing us from doing that by simply signing off on an RFP so that we can move forward.
Okay, I'll give you
A
another.
block grant would be another example. Department of Education is a great example of how we could do things differently with the ESSA funding formula. Every single there's 10 different streams. They all have different funding formulas. They all have different requirements. They all have different outcomes. And if we could streamline those into one formula with consistency across it and block grant that back to the states and give us the flexibility to be innovative and to really meet the various needs in our states. They're all different.
Do you think you
we
get
could do
people out
that.
of the special education system quicker if you have more
Yeah.
flexibility?
So that's another example. We could tie the two together, and it could be based on the state plan. I had the AEA, Area Agency Educators, are what run the the special education program in our state. It's about 530 million with state and federal funding. Not one person that I talked to, not a school board, not a teacher, not anybody in the AEA system could tell me the cost of providing a service. I mean, so when you continue to grow government, those types of questions, those types of analysis aren't even taking place. They just need more money, or they want to know if they've spent all of it. There's never an evaluation that's done. There's never an accountability. There's no transparency. And that's why we're getting the results that we're getting. Our scores are horrible. And when I tried to bring some accountability to the system, shut down. I mean, so it's happening at the state and federal level, but if we can work collectively together, I think we can get the results that we're looking for.
Thank you very much. A big mistake whenever we do anything on a federal level.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As former chairman of the Subcommittee on National Security on this committee many years ago, and as a member for many years as well, we had the opportunity to work extensively with members on both sides of the aisle, Mr. Grothman and others, to conduct oversight of our federal security clearance process. We had a very bad instance in the 2018 timeframe where our security clearance process that was conducted at OPM was hacked by the Chinese. And so they were able to get the identities of anybody who had appeared to try to get security clearance. It was a major intelligence failure. So in 2020, members on this committee and others, especially the Intelligence Committee, made an agreement that we shifted that responsibility over to DOD. And so since then, since 2020, the Department of Defense, it's called the Counterintelligence and Security Agency, DCSA, has been conducting those security clearance applications. And they've been doing very, very well compared to what was going on before. The problem is this, that on day one of his new term, President Trump took an end run around our entire national security apparatus by allowing White House counsel to grant new White House officials immediate security clearance at the top secret and sensitive compartmental information level, even though many of those individuals were not treated with the traditional vetting by the FBI. So top secret SCI security clearance allows individuals to access classified intelligence sources and methods. So these are some of our nation's most sensitive pieces of information, which could cause exceptionally grave damage to U.S. national security and to our intelligence personnel and others who cooperate with them if it was exposed. Dr. Resch, to make matters worse, Mr. Trump has now given Elon Musk and his so-called Doge team unfettered access to Treasury Department and Office of Personnel Management and other federal agencies and systems that manage personnel files, confidential payment systems, and highly classified information. What are the risks? What are the risks of sidestepping the existing security clearance process run by DOD that has worked very, very well to protect our intelligence personnel?
I think some of the risks are substantial, particularly given the extent to which this data could be used in training foundational models that Mr. Musk and his team could use to do this data analysis. I have no idea, actually no one has any idea exactly what servers are being used with the access to this data. There is privileged information that the Doge team could use to position themselves or their private interests as players in government contracts for satellite deployment, defense technology, even orbital logistics. He could leverage his ties to Trump to position his own foundational model, XAI, to have exclusive access to protected individual government data to train the models that are really black boxed, could wield the advantage to undercut competition, shape the AI landscape in fairly frightening ways if this private individual information and government protected data is being used to train those models. Now, this is speculation, pure speculation, because I don't know and neither do you. And frankly, no one does. But beyond creating better performing models, exclusive access to government data would give significant edge in securing long-term contracts.
But Dr. Resch,
Yes.
beyond the speculation, why is it important that sensitive information is only handled by those who have been vetted and granted access to that information?
Well, for exactly these reasons, so that it cannot be used for corruptible purposes. Yeah, there are positions in place for our federal career employees to pass through various ethics and conflicts of interest thresholds that SGEs just simply do not have.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today to talk about this important subject. Governor Reynolds, as you're aware, our sprawling federal government has over 400 executive branch agencies and sub-agencies and nearly 1,000 federal boards and commissions. We must reduce the burden and cost of the federal government. With your government reorganization reforms in the state of Iowa, you are able to reduce the number of cabinet level departments and eliminate many state boards and commissions. What was the impact of your reorganization effort?
Well, thank you for that question. I appreciate it very much. Actually, just the efficiencies and just the culture in state government. I now have a cabinet that communicate, that work together, that come up with innovative ideas on their own. And I would have, with a 37-member cabinet, I wouldn't know the people that were in the room, and it's just not manageable. 37 direct reports is not manageable, and so to be able to streamline the cabinet and to lay out a vision and get them excited about the direction that we're taking the state. And whether it's the time that it takes to get a physician's license, it went from 65 days to 1. Whether it talks about when you're getting a building permit, you used to have to go to 3 different agencies. Now you go to 1. To be able to have IT all in one department, when that cyber attack hit with CrowdStrike, because we had all of our IT in one agency, we were able to get the state of Iowa back up and going shortly after lunch. And some of the states were out for weeks in businesses. So we're more responsive, we're more effective, we're serving citizens better. And again, not only are we returning taxpayer dollars back to our citizens and continuing to reduce the tax burden on them, but we're also utilizing those dollars in a better manner. We're reducing the administrative cost when you add federal administrative cost, and then when you have 3 different agencies that you're running through, each one of them are taking an administrative cost off of the top. And so by consolidating and realigning, that puts that money back into the programs, back into the ground, and back into serving Iowans. And it also gives me the visibility now that I have into the various agencies because of the reduction. We can continue to get better, and we're continuing to make changes. And we will, and a lot of those are coming directly from the cabinet.
Let me follow up a little bit. Given your successful reorganization, what advice do you have for the Trump administration to reduce the cost and size of the government? And what advice do you have for Congress to work with the Trump administration to do this?
Well, don't buy into the fact that you can't do it. You can do it, and it needs to be done. There's just so much waste at all levels of government, at the federal, at the state, and at the local levels. And we're all serving the same constituency. We need to do it better. Every time there's a duplication, that's a cost to the taxpayer. So we need to think about it holistically, and we need to think about how we can streamline the way in which we're providing these services. I'm a big advocate for block grants back to the states. Again, I think that, reduces a lot of the overhead, a lot of the bureaucracy. It streamlines. It takes an army of people to manage the federal programs that are coming in, especially with the Department of Education, and then the school districts also have to take people off They're line of sight on really educating our students, and they're doing compliance instead of working on instruction. So it makes us all better.
Thank you, Governor, for being a shining light for us. Mr. Schatz, the Grace Commission created by President Reagan in 1982 claimed that if its recommendations were followed, the national debt would have been $1.9 trillion by the year 2000. Its recommendations were not followed. Instead, the debt reached $5.6 trillion in 2000 and skyrocketed to over $36 trillion today. How can President Trump, DOJ, and Congress ensure that today's government reorganization and reform efforts actually get implemented and start reducing our massive debt?
Thank you, Representative Fox. The Grace Commission did save money. President Reagan had $100 billion immediately by executive action. In 10 years, $240 billion, and again over time, $2.4 trillion from the Grace Commission and other cost-saving recommendations by CIGW. It takes Congress and the executive branch working together. 400 agencies, 1,000 commissions. That's far too much. The budget has only been balanced 5 times in the last 50 years. Think about that. If you're a family and you only balance your budget 5 times in 50 years, you're pretty much broke. And whatever and however it gets done, something needs to be done. And it may not be comfortable for a lot of people, but it really is time to move forward quickly, because if we don't, it's our children and grandchildren that will suffer. Social Security is already spending more than it takes in. So a lot of examples of what needs to be fixed, and quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Schatz. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Krishnamurti from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Schatz. On the campaign trail, Donald Trump said on August 15th, 2024, grocery prices have skyrocketed. When I win, I will immediately bring down prices starting on day one. You don't dispute that, right?
That was a statement, yes.
Unfortunately, the price of groceries and eggs have only risen since Donald Trump took office. According to the USDA, the wholesale cost of a dozen eggs has increased from $6 on Inauguration Day until now it's $7.53, a 14% increase. Again, you don't dispute that, right?
No.
I assume you're not happy with this particular increase either, right?
Oh, I wish the bird flu wasn't around, but it is. So
Well, I'm glad you
what
brought that up. According to PBS and Axios, some of the reasons for high grocery prices and high egg prices are avian flu and recalls related to salmonella and listeria. You don't dispute that, right?
Correct.
My staff went back and checked the hundreds of executive orders that have been issued by Donald Trump, and yet not a single one has mentioned the words avian flu. You don't dispute that, right?
As far as I know, that's correct.
And not one has mentioned shutting down salmonella, right?
I don't know if you can shut down a salmonella, but
Or
I guess so.
combating salmonella.
Again, if you
And
say
not
so.
one has mentioned listeria.
Again, if you say so.
Well, I don't see a single executive order that will do anything to address high grocery prices or egg prices. This hearing is about right-sizing the federal workforce. I think we should right-size the cost of eggs, Mr. Schatz. Governor Reynolds, in your testimony, you said that the state of Iowa hired an, quote, outside firm to assist you with your efforts to modernize Iowa state government, right? Of course, at no time did you allow this outside firm to ever control Iowa's state payment systems, right?
Correct.
And of course, you did not at any time give this outside firm access to the private personal information of all Iowans in the state's payment systems, did you?
No.
Of course not. Let's talk about what has happened with DOJ for a moment. According to this letter, which was sent by the Treasury Department, Jonathan Bloom of the Treasury Department, a DOJ affiliate of Elon Musk is now, quote, a special government employee with access to the coded data of the fiscal services payment system. This is the most important federal payment system in the nation, responsible for making $6 trillion in payments every year to hundreds of millions of Americans. And just moments ago, Politico just disclosed that DOJ now has access to all Medicare and Medicaid payments as well. Now, Elon Musk is in charge of DOJ, Governor Reynolds. He has not been confirmed by the Senate to any position in the federal government, right?
No.
And he has not been elected by anybody to anything, right?
Correct.
He has not, to your knowledge, given a financial disclosure to Congress, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Ma'am, I want to bring your attention to something very disturbing that Musk just recently tweeted out. As we see at this visual, he said, the Doge team is rapidly shutting down illegal payments to Lutheran Family Services. Musk retweeted a post from Michael Flynn likening Lutheran Family Services to, quote, a money laundering operation. Governor, you don't believe that the Lutheran Church or Lutheran Family Services is a money laundering operation, correct?
Yes.
I can tell you that.
Yes,
in
they
Iowa,
are. They're a
taxpayers of
fucking money
Iowa
laundering
hold me
organization. What's the
personally
matter with you?
responsible and accountable for state government, just as they hold President Trump.
They
The
don't.
accountable for
Lutheran
his
Church is
as
not
the
a money
President of the
laundering
United
operation,
States.
right?
And the election that we
Ma'am,
just
Des
went
Moines,
through,
Iowa
I
is
think,
the home to the
Americans
largest Lutheran
overwhelmingly,
congregation in the United States.
Iowans overwhelmingly.
Is the Lutheran Church a money laundering operation?
Listen,
Of course not.
first of all, every program should be looked at.
Is the
And that's what we're trying to do. You
okay? The
have to look
Lutheran
at,
Family
I looked
Church
at
has some
800,
connection to money laundering. Is that what you're
every,
suggesting?
I'm not saying
Is
that,
it
but I
quick
said
answer?
every.
Yes or no
I am-
question. Is it a
is not
money
a yes or no
laundering
question.
operation?
I can't speak to that.
You can't speak to that. Oh my God. Let's go to this USAID issue. The USAID purchases crops from Iowa farmers. Recently, Elon Musk called it a criminal organization. Purchasing crops from Iowa farmers is not a criminal activity, correct?
I am the governor of
Yes
Iowa.
or no?
I
Is that
don't
a
have
criminal
anything-
activity?
I am the governor of Iowa, and I don't work with USAID. It is not a position,
purchasing
and I'm
crops
not going to
from
weigh in.
Iowa farmers a criminal operation?
In general, purchasing crops from Iowans is not.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Governor Reynolds and Mr. Schatz. Thanks for being here. In 2021, Governor Reynolds, you led the state of Iowa in challenging OSHA's unconstitutional private sector COVID-19 vaccine mandate. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the filed lawsuit by Governor Reynolds and Governor Reynolds' November 5th, 2021 press release be entered into the record.
Without objection, so
Thank-
ordered.
Thank you. In that suit, Iowa, Arizona, my state, and 9 other states argued that the federal government lacks the constitutional authority under its enumerated powers to issue this mandate, and its attempt to do so unconstitutionally infringes on the state powers expressly reserved by the 10th Amendment. That's what the lawsuit said, Governor, and
You're
I
right,
agree with that.
Marky
And
Television.
guess who else agreed with it? The courts agreed with it. And it was the same vaccine mandate that led me to introduce my legislation, which is pending. It's called NOSHA, which would return to the states the authority to regulate workplace health and safety. And I noticed that Iowa and Arizona, along with 20 other states, currently operate under an OSHA state plan.
Right.
Is it correct that to approve a state plan, OSHA certifies that the state's workplace health and safety plans exceed federal requirements?
Yes.
And Iowa, like Arizona, has maintained an approved state plan since 1985.
Yes.
Do you believe that state officials and the people of Iowa are better positioned to set workplace health and safety standards than the federal government?
I do.
If the power to set these standards were returned fully to the states, would you maintain Iowa's existing high standards for workplace safety, or would you make it your mission to put your constituents at risk of danger in the workplace?
I would keep it as exemplar as it is right now.
Thank you. Let's go to a different topic, kind of where you've been when my colleague wouldn't let you answer questions, but we'll try to get there here. So our nation's $36 trillion in debt with a structural deficit. That's a structural deficit, not a cyclical deficit, of $2 trillion each year, and it's rising. Just last year, for the first time, payments on interest on our debt alone eclipsed our defense budget. Meanwhile, we're losing hundreds of billions of dollars annually to waste, fraud, abuse, improper payments, etc. Mr. Schatz, thanks for your testimony today. If you're tasked with stopping taxpayers from being defrauded in transfer payment programs, could that be accomplished without a thorough review of how the federal government actually sends money out the door?
Absolutely not. In order to determine how the money is being spent, somebody has to see what it looks like. And that's been a big problem for a long time, is no one's looked at it. They just make the payments and they don't prevent it from being wasted when it goes out of the door.
Governor Reynolds, you've done great work in Iowa. I've watched it. Your model for that you provided for the country is fantastic. Did your reorganization include reviews and improvements to state systems focused on stopping waste, fraud, and abuse, as Mr. Schatz described?
It absolutely did. And with the realignment and the visibility, as I said earlier, that I now have into each agency, it gives us even more opportunities to continue to refine and make our systems better. You know, it's not a matter of there's money in the system. We're just not using it efficiently and effectively. And there's no accountability, there's no transparency. And this has allowed us to bring that to the forefront.
Right. And so I'm going to ask you, Governor Reynolds, and then you, Mr. Schatz, to respond to this. When you get an opportunity to look at line by line budgeting, where the expenses go, that allows you to make adjustments to what is really critical on fraud, waste, duplicative programs, et cetera.
Yeah, especially the duplicate and the fraud. It allows us to review them line by line and make decisions accordingly.
Yeah. Mr. Schatz.
That's correct. In fact, the federal government does not have anything online where taxpayers can see exactly how every penny is being spent. Ohio has an Ohio checkbook. You can look it up online. There are so many things that are not done here the way they're done, not just in the private sector, but along the states. And I know there have been efforts to modernize technology with 80% of the IT being legacy systems. Government is far behind in providing the transparency taxpayers need. That's part of what they're trying to do.
Yeah, so I'm actually baffled that instead of cheering the administration's efforts to conduct a thorough necessary review of the systems, they're receiving, these doomsday scenarios, these statements that they want to stop it. And I don't know why you want to stop it. I mean, in my home state of Arizona, we actually do the same thing. You can go online and you can see a line by line. I asked for a line by line, one single agency. I just wanted one agency. Can you give me a line by line budget to look at? They brought me 2 books like this, and none of them were line by line. They didn't cover every program within that agency. They didn't describe everything that was there. This is what we have to correct if we're going to get out of our structural deficit hole. And I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, witnesses.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Schatz, you have said that you believe that the Department of Education should not exist, that you grew up without the Department of Education, had a good education, and you believe it should go to the states and local government. Is that an accurate representation of your position?
Yes.
I just want to understand clearly where you stand. So that would mean that you oppose any Title I funding that helps many public schools. It's about $18 billion, 2.8 million American students are impacted. Yes or no, would you be for cutting that 18 billion?
I didn't say to eliminate the programs within the Department of Education. I said the department itself should be eliminated.
So
That money
but
should be
where would you
redistributed.
stand on the Title I funding?
Well, that money should be assessed to determine whether it's being used effectively. Governor Reynolds mentioned how many different ways that money is
But
being
for
spent.
right now, would you want that money paused, or do you think the money should be dispersed, the 18 billion?
I think it's something that Congress needs to determine and the
The
administration.
Congress,
needs to
not
determine
not
whether-
not
oh,
the
both. That look.
No, but it's a simple question. Do you think the $18 billion that Congress has appropriated and authorized should be dispersed?
At the moment, it should be dispersed because that's been the law to disperse it.
And
but,
you're for examining it and then possibly cutting it?
if there's a more effective way to look, the spending has gone up, test scores have gone like this or down.
Do you understand the difference between correlation and causation?
What's happened is that spending has gone higher, education has not improved.
Yeah, but there also
That's
been
the
state
answer.
budget, because I don't want to get into the difference between correlation and causation, but just a simple question on Title I. So you would be for examining it, but possibly cutting it, and that's your.
That's
testimony.
possible. Everything in the federal government needs to
Okay,
be
Pell
re-examined.
Grants, 7,395 of the neediest low-income students annually get these grants. Has helped about 6.7 million students. Would you be for cutting Pell Grants?
I think, again, it needs to be looked at and examined to determine
So
if it's being
possibly cutting
effective.
them?
It's anything is possible.
Okay,
But those,
what
but that's a different category. That's an entitlement. That's not discretionary.
So you do believe they should be dispersed today?
One of the problems with programs like Pell Grants are that they're not examined as much as they should be.
Do you agree, though, that Elon Musk, I've just been going back and forth with him on Twitter. He said, don't be a dick. I said, make sure you follow the Constitution. But do you agree that he has no authority to stop payments on anything that Congress has authorized and appropriated?
I think that's being tested, but I think generally that should be correct.
If he were asking you, would you advise him to not stop payments that have been authorized and appropriated by Congress?
Oh, my statement said that Congress has appropriated money or provided money, and there should be an examination of the results of how that money is being spent. That's what I think should be done.
I missed the earlier procedural vote. I just want to make clear. I think that Mr. Musk should come and testify before this committee to explain that he is not going to stop payments at all for money that Congress has authorized and appropriated. Now, the IDEA program, that's about $14.2 billion. Would you stop the funding or cut the funding for the IDEA program that helps kids with disabilities?
Again, something that Congress needs to review to determine if it's achieving its mission. That's the whole point of everything that we've been
Now, you
talking
realize that a lot of local and state governments complain because the IDEA program was supposed to be funded at 40%. Jared Huffman, my colleague, has a bill to do that. We only fund it at 15%. The school districts complain that they have an unfunded mandate, and you're saying maybe we should cut even more than the 15%?
I didn't say cut. I said it should be examined to determine if it's being effective and whether the money should
Do
go
you
back
believe
to
it's
the
being
states
effective?
entirely. Look, I think the Department of Education has proven that it has not provided the results.
Let me
that
just, we
Congress
got 1
wants to
minute.
provide.
Just, do you believe in these three things? Title I funding, Pell Grants, and IDEA. Tell me if you think they have been effective or have not been effective. IDEA grants.
I am honestly not familiar with that program as much as some of the others.
Okay, I mean
But
one of
that's
the
also
biggest
an
program
answer to
participants.
but that's
Pell
also
Grants.
an answer that
Pell Grants.
Pell Grants have provided support, but again, everything needs to be reexamined.
Title I funding.
Again, the same thing. Look, we've got a $36 trillion debt. We have
Well,
$2 trillion
Department of
deficit,
Education
so
is a
that's
very
all
small
combined in
percent
there.
of the funding. It's the Defense Department spending that is the big part. But it's concern. I appreciate you're at least telling Musk that he shouldn't stop these payments that have been authorized by Congress. I hope Elon will come in and explain that. He won't do that. But I am concerned that you want to cut programs like the IDEA Act, possibly, that are helping kids with disabilities across America.
I didn't say that, Congressman. What I
that you're
did say
open
is
to
that everything, look, part of the problem is everybody says this is only a small percentage of spending, and then you get a $36 trillion debt.
Yeah, because the big items are defense and the tax breaks for the wealthy.
Okay, gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a lot to cover and not a lot of time to do it in. I'd like to enter for the record, please, a letter from the Associated Builders and Contractors of America regarding merit-based hiring, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection to ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My brothers and sisters across the aisle, on both sides of the aisle, we have a historical trend in our nation. We have an opportunity to address legitimately from both liberal and conservative perspectives. I think it should be embraced because, generally speaking, we started losing our country about 40 years ago regarding the accelerated accumulation of debt. And this coincides, of course, with the massive growth of the federal government. And this coincides, of course, with the ongoing increasing infringement upon individual liberties, rights, and freedoms, and movement away from the sovereignty of our states regarding their ability to handle their business, reflective of the 10th Amendment, might I add, which reserves to the states,
At least they admit it,
all authorities not specifically enumerated to the federal government or prohibited to the states by Congress or the Constitution. So, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, President Clinton, when you have a unified government, when you have either party in majority control in the House, the Senate, and the White House, that's opportunity to really address the trajectory that we're on in our country. President Clinton wasn't going to reduce the size and scope of the federal government. President Bush wasn't going to reduce the size and scope of the federal government. President Obama wasn't going to do that. You have a unique moment in history right now. We have an obligation to address the trajectory that has been established over the last 4 decades. This is a trajectory towards doom for our country. It's unsustainable. So we have an executive branch that's pumping the brakes. And this is something that this town is very uncomfortable with. And quite frankly, it's new territory. It's a new exercise for our country in modern history. So there's going to be maybe some wild steering, shall we say, when you're applying the brakes for the first time in modern history. But I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to grasp what's going on here. We're trying to save our republic from itself. Governor Reynolds, I would like to ask you about your role, your beautiful work, reducing your own executive branch from 37 cabinet level departments to 16. It's exactly the kind of thing we're trying to do. You saved your state a lot of money. You changed your trajectory of spending. You reestablished financial stability and economic prosperity because of your conservative approach. It's what we're trying to do. And the President Trump and Mr. Musk is as an ambassador of common sense for President Trump to look hard at the practices of our executive branches and to reduce their size and scope. Governor Reynolds, I have a formula essentially that transitions federal service back to the sovereign states. We can save a lot of money doing this. What are your thoughts on shifting federal responsibilities away from the massive federal government to the sovereign states? Generally speaking, agencies like EPA, FEMA, Bureau of Prisons, how would that work in your state, ma'am?
Well, we would welcome that again, and especially with the alignment, I think we're positioned very well to do that. So I appreciate what I see happening with DOGE. As I indicated in my remarks, I'm standing up Iowa DOGE so we can continue to bring the private sector in to examine the way that we're doing business. Government has to operate more like a business. It had been 40 years since we even looked at the structure of government in Iowa. It was ripe for reform. You know, they never eliminate a program. They never do away with one. Once it started, it stays. If it's not working, they think more money is the answer to it. So we keep it. If it doesn't work, there's really no metrics ever tied to anything. But the ongoing thought is if we put a little bit more money into it, eventually it's going to work. So I believe that states are well suited to implement block grants with accountability, with transparency, with metrics, with KPIs, so that we can report back to the federal government the results that we're seeing from the opportunity to take those streamlined dollars and be innovative and be effective, whether it's the Department of Education, FEMA. I had 3 presidential disaster declarations in 2 months this
ma'am.
last spring.
Thank you. My time has expired, Governor. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this very moment, an unelected, unaccountable billionaire is raiding our government. And instead of raising the alarm, the Oversight Committee, let me repeat that, the Oversight Committee is running cover as their president strips the government for parts. 2 weeks in, here's where we're at. President Trump attempted to freeze funding for vital programs, tried to make it easier to fire tens and thousands of federal workers, pressured more to resign, and has attempted to bust union contracts. Meanwhile, Elon Musk, who has been tasked with running a fake governmental department, now has access to the federal payment system and apparently the personal information of every American. And none of this is happening with congressional approval. And apparently, my colleagues, the Republicans on this committee, also want it to happen without any congressional oversight. This is no way to govern, but they know that. Instead, they want to bully and intimidate federal workers into submission. They want to replace experienced workers who are loyal to the country with lackeys loyal to one man. The truth is that the civil service is filled with loyal, dependable, and knowledgeable folks. They are people who sacrifice for our country and keep the government ticking for the American people. They ensure Social Security payments arrive on time, inspect our food and water to keep it safe, care for our veterans, crack down on corporate fraud, and track deadly outbreaks like the bird flu. Cutting these jobs doesn't make government leaner, it makes America weaker, and it makes life harder for everyday people. Look at what happens when the government is stripped down to the bone. In Ohio, Social Security field offices are on the verge of collapse. Recently, a field office in my district had to close its doors due to severe staffing shortages. The Social Security workforce has shrunk in the last 2 decades, but at the same time, its workload has increased by 25%. We have asked Social Security workers to do more with less, and they have somehow managed. Because public servants aren't the enemy, they're the people keeping this country running, and this assault on them is an assault on all of us. So, Governor Reynolds, thank you for joining us today. I want to ask you a series of yes or no questions. In 2023, did you sign a bill to gut the state auditor's ability to hold you and the state government accountable? Yes or no?
A bill was signed to restrict
I'll take
address
that
this.
as a yes.
Yes.
Iowa law has a provision to hold lawbreakers in government accountable for sexual harassment, but your administration has paid out millions of dollars in settlements for harassment. This has cost the taxpayers in your state. Is that right-sized government? Yes or no?
Changes have been made to address that, but that
Reclaiming
was a
my time.
previous.
Mr. Chair, I seek to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this Iowa Public Radio article entitled, "Iowa Will Pay $4.15 million in Finance Authority Sex Harassment Settlements," into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, during my colleague's question line, you stated that every program should be looked at. However, you signed a school voucher bill that sends $100 million of taxpayer dollars intended for public schools to private schools without any independent oversight of how this money is spent. Yes or no? Is this protecting against waste, fraud, and abuse? I'll
They
take
are
that
held
as a no.
accountable. They are
Last
held
question.
accountable.
Iowa has 10,000 federal workers. Which federal jobs do you think are redundant? Is it the staff providing care to veterans at the VA facilities in Des Moines and Iowa City? The USDA experts supporting your state's farmers? Or the Social Security staff ensuring payments reach seniors? Let's be clear about what's happening here. This isn't about right-sizing the federal government. It's about gutting it. And it's about weakening our government's ability to serve the American people. You want shorter wait times for Social Security, faster disaster responses, safer food and medicine? Then why attack the very workers who make it happen? The House Democrats are fighting to protect and modernize the federal workforce, hire and retain talent, and give federal workers the resources they need to serve the American people. That's what we are doing. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the witnesses for being here. And I want to get to a more constructive dialogue. First of all, in regard to DOJ, as I've pointed out to some of my colleagues, this is not the first time that the federal government has engaged in an effort like this. One time in particular was during the Clinton administration. It was called the National Partnership for Reinventing Government, and it was led by Al Gore. I ran a think tank at the time, was invited to come to Washington to meet with some of the folks working on this. But after 7 years of this effort, they reduced the civilian employee population by over 426,000. They closed 250 federal offices. They reduced the federal registry by 700,000 pages and about 16,000 pages of regulations. And I understand, Governor Reynolds, that Iowa has launched a reorganization effort. Is the objective there to make government more efficient, more effective, and more responsive to the people of Iowa?
More efficient, more effective, more responsive, more accountable. It's brought transparency to the process. We're better at what we're doing. I would say that
Oh, we're stuck again.
But otherwise, we did it all internally.
When I worked for a couple of international engineering companies, and one of the companies I worked for went through a process like this, and they brought in outside consultants because people on the outside can see things that those of us on the inside miss. So it's important that you bring in really the best that you can. In that regard, I really think that we're in another reinventing government phase, and in particular with education. There's a big debate right now going on about the number of H-1B visas that we need to have because we're having to import so many technically trained workers. I don't know if Iowa is experiencing some of this, but you probably have some folks who are educated overseas that are now working in engineering technically trained jobs. Would that be correct?
Yes.
I think the fact that we're having, Mr. Chairman, to bring so many people in who are engineers and scientists is an indictment of the current education system. We're not able to produce the number of technically trained people that we need to be competitive in our economy, but also in regard to our national security, because we're in a arms race in artificial intelligence with China. And we're going to have a technically trained workforce. So one of the things that I've suggested in this effort in regard to the Department of Education is that we not completely dismantle it, Governor Reynolds, but maybe reimagine it as the Department of Workforce Development and block grant the money to the states with a heavy emphasis on STEM. Would you like to respond to that?
I would be very much in favor of that. In fact, we put a proposal together that we'll be submitting to the Department of Education. It gives states the flexibility. We already have a waiver process in place that we could utilize until they could actually get some of that realignment done. But like I said, hold us accountable. We'll meet those expectations, and we can do it at a lower cost.
We're going through, I think, an historic phase. There's an historic opportunity here. And I think about disruptive innovation. And I was talking to some folks today about this, and some of you may not be old enough to remember this, when Toyota introduced the Corolla into the automobile market in the United States in the 70s. It forced U.S. automobile manufacturers not only to rethink what they were producing, but they literally retooled to do that. I think we're in that phase now where we're rethinking how government is run. And a lot of the innovation is coming from the state level, such as from Iowa. But I think that we're going to have to go through this phase, and it's disruptive. There's no question about it. But it's for our own good long term. And we need to be thinking 25, 30, 40 years down the road about how we do this, because we are at a point in competition with China that if we don't do this right, we're going to be in a really bad place. Mr. Schatz, you've been very involved in evaluating the complexity and size of government. How would you respond to that we're in this disruptive innovation phase?
Well, I think it's
Is it me
essential.
or you?
What has been going on has not been working. That's why we have a $36 trillion
It was me.
budget, more than 5 times in 50 years. So the
Want me
changes
to
that
share
need to be made quickly before it gets worse.
And thoughtfully.
So, yeah, and thoughtfully. And the impact, by the way, all the discussion about individual agencies, what about the impact on taxpayers of this massive debt?
Just a moment, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to drop it in the back chat.
Whereas, give me the timeline.
It's something else, isn't it?
Oh, my back.
Oh, we'll take shooting mission. This is something else. It is going crazy in Philly. I'm listening to it on the scanner.
Okay. Losing their shit, are they?
Oh, it's going crazy.
Oh shit. Well, I hope our people in Philly are alright. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. It's literally going crazy. Look at that.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Alright. Is this the link in the back?
Yep.
Where we at on the stream, do you know?
217:54.
Huh? What's going on? Is it finished?
No. Hold on. The right link post. Yeah. Let me go ahead and try sharing it again.
Alright, I got it. 217, you said?
217:58. 54. You got it.
Size of government. How would you respond to that we're in this
How's that?
reorganization phase?
Yep.
I think it's essential. What has been going on has not been working. That's why we have a $36 trillion debt, haven't balanced the budget more than 5 times in 50 years. So the changes that need to be made quickly before it gets worse.
And thoughtfully.
So, yeah, and thoughtfully. And the impact, by the way, all the discussion about individual agencies, what about the impact on taxpayers of this massive debt and the future of this country when the deficit goes up $2 trillion a year, every year for the next 10 years? And the interest on the debt doubles, and it's already bigger than the defense budget and everything else except Social Security. No organization can survive like that. So each discussion really should be discussed with that overall view.
Well, I thank the witnesses for the questions. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, Governor. Welcome to our witnesses. Thank you for being here today. I've really appreciated your commentary. It's been real, it's been substantive, and I support much of the efficiency work that's being done at the states. But I have to say, once again, welcome to the latest episode of the GOP Oversight Committee, where my colleagues at the beginning of this hearing once again voted to block a good government motion to carry out our most basic constitutional duty. They voted against a motion this morning, just a few moments ago, to bring Elon Musk in front of this committee to discuss what he is doing to supposedly right-size the government, as they are claiming in this hearing. And I have to say to my colleagues, with all due respect, why are you shielding Elon Musk from coming in front of this committee if that is what your intent is with this hearing and the work that you want to do? Why is the GOP in the White House shielding an unelected, unvetted, unqualified private citizen and billionaire who is literally dismantling our agencies while we sit here and is literally breaking the law? Maybe it's because while we're sitting here, he and his team are working across town here in Washington, D.C., entering federal agencies and federal buildings, hacking their data systems, firing federal employees, intimidating them, trying to force them to leave, shutting down vital programs, closing the Department of Education, the CIA, the DOJ, and threatening our domestic and international security, and downloading the private and sensitive data of Americans at the Department of Treasury. So what the hell is going on? How can you sit here and defend this? They are literally breaking the law, the Constitution, appropriations law, federal labor laws, and dozens of statutory laws that Congress has passed. And meanwhile, my friends across the aisle are sitting here today saying that we're hyperventilating, that we're just clutching our pearls. Are you serious? Are you that out of touch with the American people? I mean, I guess that's what happens when you elect billionaires and put billionaires in charge of the federal government. Just let them eat cake? Is that your message to the American people? Because last week, while you were at Trump's private resort in Florida and partying it up after the inauguration, telling the media that funding freezes wouldn't hurt real Americans, well, millions of real Americans were sent into total chaos, and our states had to go to the courts to shut down your federal funding freeze. While Trump was golfing, the Medicaid systems were shut down and locked out. Hospitals and clinics were wondering if they were going to be able to keep their doors open. Food assistance and homeless programs across New Mexico were shut out of their grant programs that keep families literally fed and off the streets. Head Starts, preschools, and children's programs were wondering if they were going to be able to make payroll the next day or by the end of the week. And while Elon Musk and a group of teenage software engineers were hacking your personal data at the Treasury Department, shutting down DOJ, the CIA, USAID, and ending diversity initiatives in the military, saying that the United States military could not honor Dr. Martin Luther King. Our proud military personnel and veterans who put their lives on the line every day for this country were wondering if they were going to get their paychecks and veterans benefits. So, colleagues, we are not clutching our pearls.
Gaslighting.
We're hyperventilating. We are defending the millions of Americans who are under attack, the federal employees, the mothers, the fathers, the grandfathers being put out on leave, advocating for the people of color, the women, the members of our LGBTQ+, and yes, our trans community, who are under fire right now, under the guise of canceling
You're fired.
programs, under the guise of so-called
Bye.
undoing
Don't
social
forget to
engineering after
let the
years
door
of
shut
progress
you
in
on
this
your way out.
country. We are defending the proud federal service members who defend our national security, who serve our communities and keep our economy running. Because I want to tell you something, the American people
pretty
are
triggered, this
terrified.
one,
And
right?
if you are that out of
Miss
touch with your
Stansbury.
people, then you should talk to your
Yes.
constituents. We had a town hall 2 days ago, and 12,000 New Mexicans got on our call because the people are terrified. That is why we are trying to bring Elon Musk to this committee, and that is why we are fighting against this agenda. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, witnesses, for being here. And I apologize that you have to sit here and listen to the same sort of ideological rants that lost our friends across the aisle the election in a public survey just a couple months ago, where the hearts and minds of the American people spoke very loud and clearly for what they wanted. One of the things that's been puzzling about this whole conversation is the obsession on Elon Musk. When President Trump campaigned, he was very clear in what he wanted to do. And the talking is like this Doge idea was some secret thing that just popped up on the radar in the last week, when and the actuality is it's something that President Trump said he was going to do. He said Elon Musk would be involved with it, and the American people spoke loud and clearly that this is what they want. And so the only thing that's really surprising about what we've seen over the last 2 weeks is the fact that we have a president doing exactly what he said he would do. And, the need to bring in and to rein in our federal agencies could not be clearer than it has been. We've always known and have known quite for some time that the federal bureaucracy has a tendency to grow. Ronald Reagan once said the closest thing to eternal life we have on earth is a federal agency. And we've seen time and time again throughout our oversight capacities the attitude among much of our federal agencies that they're here permanently and we as elected officials are here temporarily, and that they will do whatever they feel, and if they don't like the policies handed down by the elected executive, that they will ignore it, obfuscate, do everything they can, even to shield data from us. And so it's been refreshing that many of the suspicions we've seen have become quite transparent as we brought transparency tools to the table over the last several weeks. But there's this idea in Washington that anytime we have an agency who's underperforming, they'll come before us, and the thing that they'll always ask for is more money, more power to fix the problem, oftentimes that they created. This is a paradigm that we have to change. It's been said that you can't solve problems with the same kind of thinking you used when you created them. And so this is really what Doge is about. And to name a couple points, we can point to the CDC, which has tremendous mission creep since it was started. It was originally purposed to help control malaria, kind of to be a center for data and a hub of information to help people tackle those sort of things. It ended up expanding to the Communicable Disease Center and eventually became the Center for Disease Control, and now the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, which it has not done a good job at, as we've seen over the last few years through COVID. And now it's trying to embrace such things as climate change and alleged gun violence and systemic racism as Centers for Disease Control. Meanwhile, their basic core function of being able to collect and share data to help the American people, they epically failed at during COVID, when a first-year PhD student from Johns Hopkins created a better tool than the CDC could provide. We could also look at the Department of Education, which has gotten a lot of discussion lately and interest in looking at what's going on, because our schools are failing our kids. That's just the status quo of where we're at in America. And what we can see here is this education funding from the federal government has gone up. Student performance has been flat, and compared to other nations has actually gone down. Meanwhile, employment of the education workforce has gone up. So we end up having less people actually teaching teaching in the classroom and more people administrating it. And so we've created an education bureaucracy. Now, Mr. Schatz, did I pronounce that right? You talked about the importance of understanding and looking at the intended results. Are they happening? And that's one of the things that I think we're addressing in Doge. Could you speak to the importance of making sure that we're addressing the intended results as opposed to just sending money at it? The example of the difference between helping students perhaps and helping school systems.
Well, the test scores and the higher costs are exactly what I was discussing earlier. If you're spending more on something, you're supposed to get results that match what you're spending the money on. Otherwise, you shouldn't be spending it, whether it's in the government or the private sector. And again, as Congressman Connor pointed out, I did grow up without a Department of Education, as did my whole generation. It's a little office, health, education, and welfare. The state spent the money. We think they could do a great job. They're competitive with each other. And some programs obviously should be retained and some should be turned back down to where they can do a much better job and be closer to the people.
Governor Reynolds, you talked about, I'm curious because you've done a good job of streamlining the government. And I'm curious about your ideas on how you hold government employees accountable, how you hold agencies accountable. What are the tools necessary to do so? One of the big challenges here is getting the information necessary in order to do that. You can think about the grants that are going out. We've seen USAID over the last, I mean, the stuff that they were spending money on is crazy. We're finding out that our federal government's actually a money laundering scheme to help support leftist ideologies across the world and here at home. It's crazy. But yet finding that accountability piece, we're able to hold the individuals who are sending these checks out, for example. How do you bring that kind of accountability?
Well, we have our state expenditures online too, so our checkbook is online, so taxpayers in Iowa can check and see what is going out from the state. But in addition to that, remember I talked about we reviewed 800 programs across my cabinet, and not a one of them had a KPI, any type of a metric, any type of expectation for outcomes, zero. So my cabinet knows now that if they want to stand up a new program or they want to extend an existing program, then it needs to have, first of all, a KPI. They need to have data that they're going to be reviewing. They need to do a review of what the program had done, what were the metrics, what were the outcomes from the existing program to justify putting additional money into it. I also had them, they had never put all the programs together. They themselves had not even taken a look at it. So that's how it just continues to grow and bloat and just be unmanageable. So I had them rank the programs that they have. Now, to their defense, sometimes the legislature hangs a program on them, but we're working with the legislature too to just say, you know, this is not something that we believe can really move the needle and go in the direction that we believe the state can head. But it's a conversation with our legislators. So it's holding them accountable, making them report back to the chief executive on what they currently are doing and what they're doing going forward. But just simply putting key performance indicators as part of a program and then monitoring the outcome and basing decisions on data, which is never happening. And it takes the emotion out of the equation. And that's what we need to do. We need to look at programs. We need to look at the outcomes. And if they're not working, then we have to let them go and figure out an innovative and better way that we can get the results that we believe that we can accomplish.
Very good. Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Garcia from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wanted to start by thanking our witnesses for being here. Thank you for hosting this hearing as well. And I wanted to start by just starting with Dr. Resch. It's a very simple question. You can see here an article from the Washington Post. Can you just quickly, if we can take one step back, just mention how much did Elon Musk donate to Republicans in the 2024 election? To Republicans in the last election.
To Republicans overall, I do not know. Well over $250 million to the Trump campaign.
Right, almost $300 million. And in fact, Mr. Musk was the single largest donor in the last cycle. I'm not sure if you knew that or not in this last election. And here's actually the article in the headline from the Washington Post. Elon Musk puts $277 million into the election. He's $200 billion richer this year. $200 billion richer this year. Now, we also know that just in the month after the election, Elon Musk's wealth increased by $170 billion. Should also not be a surprise to anyone that Elon Musk himself holds $20 billion in contracts with the federal government. Now, the truth is that Doge isn't really about efficiency or reform. What Donald Trump and Elon Musk are actually engineering is the single largest wealth transfer in history. And to pay for the enormous tax cut that's about to come to this Congress in the months ahead, they need to slash spending by trillions of dollars. In fact, Elon Musk himself has said that he wants to slash $2 trillion, $1 trillion from the actual budget. Now, in Trump's first term, we know that he already had a huge tax cut for the richest Americans and corporations. Now he wants to slash it by 1/3 more. But here's the truth. In order to actually get more funds for their tax cut program, they need to slash trillions. And where are they going to do that? Well, they've started. The Department of Education, the Department of Labor, Veterans Benefits, USAID, and eventually Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Right now, as we know, Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet, is trying to destroy USAID with his Doge team. Now, this is the agency we know that distributes foreign aid, but that's just step one of their plan. Now, of course, we know they're going after the Department of Education. And here's an article from the Washington Post as well. Trump preps order to dismantle the Department of Education as Doge probes data. Now, let me just begin by saying that their mission is to destroy federal agencies like the Department of Ed, to then save money and then transfer that wealth to Elon Musk, his companies, and their billionaire friends through a massive tax cut. Eliminating the Department of Ed would be catastrophic for children all over this country. I'm a longtime educator. I spent 10 years in the classroom teaching and as an administrator. The funding provided by the Department of Ed is critical to children with disabilities, student loans for colleges, and ensuring that students are protected across this country. The Department of Ed has $160 billion to help kids pay for college, $18 billion for low-income kids at K-12 schools, $15 billion for kids with disabilities. And in most cases, most schools are reliant on the Department of Ed to ensure that students with disabilities or that have additional needs get the education that they deserve. And now all of that is on the line because billionaires and corporations in this country need and want a larger tax cut. So let's be crystal clear about what Elon Musk is actually doing right now. It's a wealth transfer to himself and his billionaire friends. I also just want to note that just recently, and yesterday, in fact, the New York Times reported that now they are accessing the control centers for Medicare and Medicaid services. This can be catastrophic to people across this country. And so this committee, rightly so, has asked and demanded that Elon Musk testify under oath in front of this committee. We know that the law is on the side. We know that what he's doing is unconstitutional. And we demand that he come here and provide answers, not just to us, but to the American public. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, would it be possible to get some therapy dogs in here for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle?
We could ask Mr. Raskin's shrink to.
I'm worried about his mental stability. You know, I think it's funny, Mr. Chairman, when I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle whining and
I
complaining.
mean, those
about
are insults, to be clear.
Elon Musk. Excuse me, this is my time. Thanks. Elon Musk and, you know, how much money he donated to President Trump. Yet I don't recall the same outrage when, you know, billionaires on their side of the aisle like Mark Zuckerberg, George Soros, you know, or any of the other ones that were donating massive sums of money to their side of the aisle. Mr. Resch, I want to start with you real quick. I read something you stated in your testimony. You said, rather than a bloated bureaucracy, we face a workforce stretched too thin, forced to oversee an increasingly complex web of outsourced operation with limited personnel and resources. Is that correct? You say that in your testimony, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to read you a list of priorities over at USAID right now, one of the agencies that Elon Musk, who's triggered my colleagues on the left so much, the Agency for International Development, which had a budget of over $40 billion in fiscal year 2023. This is not a exhaustive list. It's a very small list, but 1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces and business communities. 2.5 million for electric vehicles in Vietnam. 2 million for sex changes and LGBT activism in Guatemala. 6 million to fund tourism in Egypt. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for a nonprofit linked to designated terror organizations, even after an inspector general launched an investigation. Do you still stand by your comments, sir?
Yes, my comments were in regards to the ability of administrators to adequately oversee the funds that Congress has appropriated to them for these programs.
Yeah, so you don't think this is a bloated workforce when we're spending money overseas like that? Sir, are you aware that we're over $36 trillion in debt, Mr. Resch?
Yes, I certainly am.
Okay, so you still stand by your comments that this isn't a bloated federal workforce?
The federal workforce represents 4% of the entire budget for every.
Sir, do you know how much? Do you know what the annual deficit is every year?
Please.
It's over $2 trillion.
I understand that.
Okay, so you still stand by your comments that it's not a bloated workforce?
$2 trillion is not reflective of the workforce that is the federal employee.
Oh, it's not? We don't spend, we're not spending money on the workforce?
Your
Okay,
entire,
copy.
your entire budget, 4%. If you cut the entire workforce, 4% would be reflected.
Do you know why often we use private companies and contractors in the federal government, sir? Because you can actually fire them. It's a lot easier to fire them if they're not performing. Sir, have you ever ran a large organization or a small business?
No, I have not.
I just find it interesting that we bring in a governor of one of the United States who has actually run a state to talk about all the cuts, the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse, and how she's got her state high performing and made a bunch of changes so that they actually have a surplus. And my Democrat colleagues bring in a professor who's never run a large organization, never run a small business, and therefore has really no idea what it's like to deal with the consequences of out of control spending and inefficiencies. Does that strike anybody else in the room as odd? What about you, Mr. Schatz? Who are you going to take advice from on efficiency? Somebody who's actually run a large organization or business or maybe a state? And I'm not trying to throw shade at Dr. Resch and his profession. There's been a lot of professors in my life that have brought me a lot of value. But when we're talking about trying to add efficiencies to the largest government in the history of the world that's operating at $36 trillion national debt, $2 trillion annual deficit, Mr. Schatz, who are you gonna take counsel and advice from?
Well, I think anyone who has an idea about how to cut spending should be welcome, and that could include academics, it could include nonprofit groups, governors. So the point is to get the job done, not to keep talking about it.
That's right. And the last thing I'll say is, because my Democrat colleagues are losing their mind with Elon Musk, don't forget that Elon Musk campaigned with the president. The American people were very excited about Elon Musk using all of the tools and experience that he has and that he's used in the private sector to come in and streamline this federal government. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elon Musk.
Governor
We
Reynolds,
love
thank you so much
you.
for being here
We love
today.
you, Elon.
I've been to Iowa. I've spent a lot of time in Iowa. It's a beautiful state. So thank you for being here. Medicaid covers almost 700,000 Iowans, over a third of Iowa's children. In 2013, I believe, Iowa expanded Medicaid. I have a few questions for you. If Medicaid funding were to disappear, what would that mean for the people of Iowa?
Well, I don't think it will disappear. Simply looking at a system and seeing if we can enhance it and make it better doesn't.
That's not my question, though, Governor. My question is, if it were to disappear, what would that mean for your?
Well, I don't think that's the intent of anybody, but we need to do it better and we need to help.
If
these
it were
kids
to
be
disappear,
successful.
Governor, what would that mean for the?
Well, I can't speculate on that because I don't believe that would happen.
So you, as the governor of your state, can't say what it would mean to lose Medicaid for your people? Okay, we'll move on. How would people across Iowa react to rural and community health centers having to suddenly close?
Well, as I talked about in my opening remarks, we're actually working on maternal health and working on healthcare in rural Iowa. And that means, again, looking at regions. I took, 32 fragmented substance abuse and mental health regions and unified them into 7 behavioral health regions.
That's
And
great
we're
to hear,
putting in
Governor.
place a
Yeah.
hub and spoke model, which
That's
they will
great
be
to
a
hear,
part
Governor.
of.
I'm sure you're doing
But
great
again,
work. I
it's
want to
the
focus on the,
duplication that you
the
don't want to
questions I have.
lose.
I have limited time. I'm sorry, Governor.
Okay.
I'm sure you're doing great work on this. My question is about rural and community health centers.
Yep.
Community health centers that receive a huge amount of federal funding, including programs that help Iowans afford medication and prescription drugs. What would that mean for?
And they're a part of our solution, and we're taking that to account. But we don't
That's
want
good to hear.
duplication
Community
of
health
we
centers
don't
are
want
part of the
duplication of
solution.
services, so
That's
that we
good to
can
hear.
get
I'm going to
those
move on,
dollars on
Governor.
the
I'm going to move
ground.
on. That's good to hear. Some Republicans on this committee are calling Trump's careless assault on essential federal services, including his freezing of Medicaid payment system, right sizing. What is the right size for healthcare?
Well, that's going to vary from state to state. So, I mean,
Would you be okay with Elon Musk or Trump right sizing Medicaid in Iowa?
I don't think we should be afraid of having the private sector step in and take a look at how we're providing these services. We can
No one's
learn from
just
them.
taking a look, Governor.
It's both.
Decisions are being made.
Well, they're looking at the system and making
So
recommendations,
freezing
and
the
we
Medicaid
shouldn't be,
payment system?
we shouldn't be afraid of that. So I think that
No one, Governor, no one is afraid.
we
Governor,
had to
sorry, I'm going to
look at-
reclaim my time.
Okay,
No one is afraid of opening, taking a look at what's going on. But what we are afraid of is our services, the things that people depend on being ripped away from us. I'm worried about Iowans losing the Medicaid that they voted to expand. The 700,000 Iowans are on Medicaid.
But that's why we made the changes that we made. That's why we realigned, we eliminated the duplication. And by doing that, it put more money into the program to actually meet the needs
Well,
of
let's
our
talk about what you did,
constituents.
because we were just talking about what you did. You came into office, you made some changes to help with efficiency. I respect that. But there's something that was brought up even by the chair that I want to bring up that shows the difference between what you did and what's happening right now at the federal government. You worked with the legislature and passed legislation in your state legislature to make the broadest changes you wanted to make. And that is not what's going on right now when we talk about Doge and everything else. You even mentioned at the beginning of this hearing, you were so proud to say that you did this all without massive layoffs, without forcing a large percentage of your workforce to leave because you saw them as valuable. I respect that, Governor. I respect you for that. That's not what's going on here at the federal level. But let's move on to FEMA really quickly.
Okay.
Trump has said that he wants FEMA to go away. He would like to see the states take care of the disasters on their own. I come from Florida. We work very closely with FEMA. Do you think most Iowans would agree with President Trump that FEMA should suddenly stop existing?
I don't think he's eliminating. And I think that what I had understood was he was thinking that maybe it should go back to the states, which
No,
that's something
Governor.
I
He
think we
said-
should take a look
Sorry,
at.
Governor, a reclaim. The president was very clear in this. He believes that the agency, FEMA, should be completely eliminated. Do you agree with that, or do you not agree with that? I mean, it's okay to disagree sometimes with,
Well, I'm not afraid to disagree. I'm just
So
thinking,
do you
they're-
disagree that
they're-
with
it-
FEMA, with
the
his
bureau- the-
assessment of FEMA?
it's bureaucratic. It's a nightmare to work with. They can only do one thing at a time. I have
There's issues
impacted
with FEMA,
individuals.
maybe we
There are
need to fix
huge.
it. But do you
and
agree
I
with him that we should
could have a
eliminate
whole
it?
nother hearing
Governor,
on
sorry, I'm
that.
going to reclaim my comment. Do you agree with him that we should eliminate FEMA? Yes or no?
I think we need to take a look at it and how
Take
those
a look at
services
it.
are delivered.
But you don't think we should eliminate it?
I think we should take a look at it and see how those services are delivered.
Okay, but it sounds like you don't think we should we shouldn't get rid of it, which I agree with. In the past 10 years, your state has been granted FEMA support 10 times. President Trump in 2018 denied you a claim after flooding and horrible weather patterns that happened in Iowa. You said you were extremely disappointed and that the people of Iowa needed FEMA's help. That was your quote. And so, thank you. I'm glad you're here to talk about the things you did in Iowa. I hope President Trump can look at the way you did things and working with your legislature the way it's supposed to work to make the changes instead of letting a wealthy billionaire donor go in and make the changes himself. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Chairwoman Green from the state of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My Democrat colleagues are reacting with manufactured outrage over Elon Musk and the Doge team going in and cleaning up the federal government. They're saying the American people did not vote for this, but I would like to correct that record. On July 13th, when President Trump was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, Elon Musk got behind President Trump and he endorsed him. And then on August 19th of 2024, this is before the election, Elon Musk posted on his own account, "I am willing to serve." And that right there says Doge. This was not something that was created after the election. It is no surprise to the American people. As a matter of fact, the Department of Government Efficiency was a key part of President Trump's campaign, and President Trump campaigned over and over again on Doge and Elon Musk helping him. As a matter of fact, right here on Rolling Stones, which is very far left, by the way, Trump says he would give Elon Musk a top role in his administration. Again, this was on August 20th, 2024, well before the election. This was no surprise to the American people. The American people love Doge so much. They love the concept of saving the federal government, saving Americans, and putting
No, they
America
didn't.
first, cutting the waste and the spending, cutting down the size of the federal government. They love it so much, they voted for President Trump and elected him with an overwhelming victory. He won the popular vote, 312 electoral college votes. It's the Democrats that are the ones that are still lost on their message, and their message is a failure, and the American people spoke out about it. As the national debt approaches $36.5 trillion, our children and our grandchildren's futures are being sacrificed at the altar of wasteful government spending and corruption. With my new subcommittee on DOGE this Congress, we are going to dig deep on the wasteful spending and corrupt bureaucracies that have plagued our nation for far too long. We will make recommendations to address these problems, and we will make sure the American people know exactly what is being done with their hard-earned tax dollars. After all, this is what they voted for. Governor Reynolds, in Iowa, the state legislature passed a bill in 2023 that lowered the number of cabinet-level departments from 37 down to just 16. So I'd like to ask you, did this make the Iowa government more efficient or less efficient?
More efficient.
Not surprised. Is the Iowa government still able to provide all the services your constituents require of you?
We're actually doing a better job of it and putting more money into the programs or returning it back to the taxpayers.
Amazing. It sounds like DOGE has already worked in Iowa. Has your state lost money or saved money since reorganizing its government?
$217 million, surpassing our 4-year projection in the first 18 months. And that's conservative. We're going to continue to see savings. And that's how I'm going to continue to reduce the tax burden on our taxpayers.
That is incredible. That's what all of America wants. So how do you think the federal government can translate what Iowa has done to the national level? You've already achieved it in your state. How can we replicate that?
You're doing it by bringing the private sector in, having them take a look at the inefficiencies in government, look at the systems, look at the duplication, look at the unaccountability. There's no transparency. There's no metrics. There's no data that they can point to. We're standing up Iowa DOGE. We want to be a partner in that because I think it's really important that the federal government and the state government and the local governments work together to really implement transformational change. This is an incredible opportunity. I have so much respect for President Trump to put this initiative forward. He received an undeniable mandate in this last election, as did we. We now have supermajorities in both the House and the Senate, the governor's office, and an entire Republican delegation that we've sent out to Washington, D.C. We did just what President Trump does. We told Iowans what we were going to do, and we followed through with it. And that is what Americans expect. And that is why 77 million people said that President Trump is who we want to restore America's greatness.
I absolutely agree with you, Governor Reynolds. Thank you. Mr. Schatz, in all your years at your organization, can you give some of the most egregious examples of government spending you've seen? And I know that's hard to come up with a few because there's a lot.
I talked earlier about broadband programs. It's not necessarily a wasteful expenditure, meaning something isn't trying to be. There were 133 broadband programs in 15 agencies. There are people that are still not connected. I am sure also in Iowa, $42 billion for the BEAD program. Not a penny has been spent. We want people to be connected to the internet. It's critical for our future. But unless those programs are consolidated and someone figures out which ones are working best, we're not going to achieve that objective. It seems simple, but again, the problem here has been, as it usually is, something isn't working, spend more money, create another program, don't take the time to look at how it's working, and that's what DOGE and your subcommittee is going to do. And we're happy to help any way we can, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Schatz. And you're right. Under the Biden administration, they actually canceled contracts with Starlink, which are far less expensive, and then never built out the infrastructure for broadband. True failure for the American people. Giant waste of money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am afraid that we are witnessing the biggest con in real time. Our federal government is being fleeced by a handful of billionaires at the expense of everyday people. They're what we call unelected billionaire oligarchs, and they are not trying to right size the government. They're not trying to make things more efficient or improve services. They want to eliminate their competition and grow their private coffers. The collective net worth of the president's cabinet is over $460 billion. That is unprecedented in our country's history, even counting the days of the robber barons, or when the only folks who could serve in government were landowning wealthy white men. This isn't just government by the top 1%. It is government by the top 0.0001%. And these aren't just disinterested outsiders who are benevolent
It's always been
volunteers coming in
a
to help
government
us
by the
situate our government. Right? These are people who have conflict of
0.001%. What the
interest.
fuck are you
They
talking
have
about,
financial
Leslie?
stakes. They are even tied to litigation against the very agencies that they have been tasked to lead. Musk alone has nearly 100 government contracts across 17 federal agencies that total $3 billion. By all accounts, Musk is now running rampant through our federal agencies, accountable to no one, and doing what he pleases with federal systems and data with no transparency and no oversight. It's still unclear if he has security clearance or if he's passed a background check. He certainly hasn't filed any financial disclosures. This is absolutely outrageous, and Americans are rightfully mad. This is the Committee on Oversight, one of the most important committees, particularly in this era, yet Republicans did not bring Elon Musk, the private citizen, given access to all other private citizens' data, and the one leading all of this chaos. And just this morning, they blocked our efforts to bring him in. Musk has a bunch of 20-something-year-old child cronies accessing highly sensitive information and technology at the Office of Personnel Management, the General Services Administration, and Department of Treasury. They also have not been invited to testify before us today. So I think we need to ask ourselves, why does an unelected billionaire need access to Americans' Social Security numbers and the $6 trillion payment system? And if this operation is so legit, why is there no transparency? Why are we pretending this is about right sizing? The only logical answer is greed and corruption. Dr. Resch, do you agree that there is a corruption risk with this level of unaccountable access, and that Musk could use this data to gain an advantage over his competitors?
Whenever there is no security clearance, there is a corruption risk. Whenever there is entanglements in terms of being a contractor or a contracted entity and a regulated entity, but with access to data or unfettered access to protected government data, there is a risk of corruption.
Thank you so much. Beyond Musk and the rest of the cabinet appointees, just look at the powerful tech CEOs who had front row seats to Trump's inauguration and also have financial stakes with the very agencies that Trump is now looking to fundamentally overhaul. Nearly every executive action taken so far has been designed to make corruption easier. In the first week alone, Trump fired 17 inspectors general across 18 agencies. These are nonpartisan watchdogs, and this includes the one from the Treasury Department, who could have served as a guardrail against Musk's efforts. The hiring freeze, stopping federal spending, and trying to strong arm federal workers to leave their jobs are all actions designed to make our government fail and move things over to the private sector, further fattening the bank accounts of these billionaires, these unelected billionaires. They'll consistently tell you that private is better, but meanwhile, the poverty gap keeps growing and they keep laying off people. While Americans' wages remain low, their multi-million-dollar bonuses keep getting bigger. Republicans are pushing these cost cuts so they can pay for their tax cuts. Working class Americans will not be benefiting from those tax cuts. But Musk, these tech billionaires, and Trump's wealthy cabinet officials, they certainly will. Meanwhile, working class Americans will be paying the price in jobs, in lack of regulations, and in the loss of government services like Medicare and Social Security. Instead of a federal government designed to serve all the people, Trump is doing everything he can to turn the government into a tool to serve just one group, the rich oligarchs he calls his friends. Thank you for your time. I thank you. Thanks to the panel, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. I do my best to work across the aisle whenever possible. And I think that that is how this place is supposed to work. I try to earn the respect and the trust of all of my colleagues.
Nobody's me.
I am sickened by the way that the left is categorizing and lying about what Elon Musk is doing in the federal government. I'm going to say what's true, and then I'm going to debunk their ridiculous lies. Number one, President Trump hired Elon Musk. He's a federal employee. He does not make enough to trigger financial disclosures. Those are the rules. If you don't like them, file a bill to change them. He has hired people to seek out waste, fraud, and abuse throughout all government agencies. He leads a team within the administration that has smaller teams across all of government. Their job is to bring sanity to this process. They don't have to be Senate confirmed because they don't make enough money and they're not in positions of control. They are in advisory positions. Their objective is to give a menu of options to the president, to the Secretary of Treasury, to the Secretary of Defense, to all the different agency heads who are Senate confirmed of ways to conserve taxpayer dollars. That's what this election was about. We got $36 trillion in debt. We run a $2 trillion annual deficit. This is unsustainable, and the American people have spoken. So what is he and what are his teams doing? They're creating systems to track sources and uses. We haven't done that. When a government agency goes to the Treasury and says, we want this money, there's no system through which they actually can say, all right, Congress appropriated, authorized it, and what are you going to use it for, and then track all that. So what are they doing? They're creating systems to make sure that the money is going where it's supposed to go. And guess what? The Democrats are losing their mind. He's also creating systems to ensure accountability. All of this is going to be public. All of this is going to be public. And he's proven that he can turn around businesses that are failing, and he has offered his time to try to save this country. So I guess first, just ridiculous lies that are being told. Elon Musk does not have access to Americans' personally identifiable information at Treasury. He just doesn't. You have career bureaucrats that are mad that they're losing their jobs because they're no longer useful in the future of this government because they've gotten us in this situation. I had dinner with Treasury Secretary Bessent, and he assured us that all that the DOJ employees at Treasury were doing was checking sources and uses to make sure that money authorized and appropriated by Congress is being spent on what it's supposed to be spent on. The fact that we haven't done that yet in 2025 is insane. So while people call my office and say, oh, Elon Musk has my records, that's a lie. It's a lie from the flailing bureaucracy that is no longer useful because technology can solve all these problems.
Will the gentleman yield for a clarifying question?
Sure, go ahead.
Can you help us understand, based on what you're explaining here, then why nearly 2 million federal workers received an email from OPM with Elon Musk's letterhead, a fork in a road? You know,
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm debunking the fact that people are calling my office saying that he has access to, that he has access to their tax records, which he does not. The Treasury Secretary said that you do not know better than the Treasury Secretary, and angry bureaucrats don't know better than the Treasury Secretary. That's our system of government.
But
We won the election.
Elon Musk is
The
sending
politically appointed
letters
and Senate confirmed
directly
Treasury
to
Secretary
federal-
says you're wrong. So until you get actual data.
Elon Musk is bragging about it on his Twitter, y'all. Go on
All right,
his
so
Twitter.
I have an article here in
Literally go
Politico.
on Elon Musk's Twitter, you guys.
I'm reclaiming my time. Thank you. This is an article in Politico that was written after the dinner that we had Monday night with the Treasury Secretary, where he confirmed to the House Financial Services Committee that Elon Musk does not have access to American taxpayers' personal data. So I'm going to say it one more time. Everybody that's calling my office, everybody's flipping out, the media that's lying about this. The DOJ employees do not have access to American citizens' personally identifiable information. Their only goal is to track sources and uses and make sure that the money that we're spending is going where it says it's supposed to go. This is shocking. It hasn't been done yet, but they're doing it now, and this is just the beginning. Again, I'd say buckle up because this is going to keep going, and we're going to save this country, and we're going to get out of this ridiculous financial situation we're in. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It's the faux outrage for me. It's as faux news that I'm hearing, because somehow you guys, and when I say you guys, I am referring to my Republican colleagues, pretend as if you are the heroes of the story. But let me remind you who set the House on fire. It was y'all. So let me go ahead and handle these receipts, because I know that I always have to have proof, even though I guess our education system is failing us, because it seems like facts don't seem to phase people that vote for y'all. But I'm gonna do it anyway. So when we talk about debt, I'd ask for unanimous consent to enter into a record this article that says Donald Trump built a national debt so big, even before the pandemic, that it'll weigh down the economy for years.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you so much. In fact, it talked about the fact that he ran up our debt almost $8 trillion. It was estimated to be 7.8 trillion at that time. And this is it's actually the third biggest increase ever under any presidential administration. So I don't understand how y'all gonna play the heroes. I also want to just kind of be clear about some basic level setting of civics, because it seems like civics is evading us. And listen, Governor, I actually appreciate you. I know that in today's times, for whatever reason, if you got a D or a R in front of your name, it has to be all hostile. Listen, I am a former business owner. If I was not sitting in this seat, I would still have my law firm, but we have rules, right? So I'm not allowed to practice law. I'm not allowed to do a lot of other things, because ethics decides that that's not really a good thing, to make sure that the American people can trust that I don't have any divided interest. In fact, we do that for people that run our treasury typically. So I'm curious to know if you have an elected treasurer.
Night Inferno.
And you do, actually.
We do.
I know you do, because I looked him up. And I'm curious to know.
Right,
So
mate.
it's my guess that he's the one that actually controls all of the treasury systems that you have, correct?
Some of the investments.
He controls some of the investments, but also monies
It's
that
always
need to
a-
be disseminated by the state, that's done by him, correct?
Department of Management and the Treasurer's Office.
Okay. In the treasurer's office.
Two separate agencies.
Okay. But you have an agency that does that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as you are having this agency do that, these are people that have some sort of ethics that they have to follow, I'm sure. I'm going out on a limb because I don't know how anything works in Iowa. I'm just being honest with you.
Yes.
Okay. Here is the deal. I want the American people to understand that Democrats are not against efficiency. In fact, the last time that this country actually ran to the extent that there was a balanced budget and actually there was a surplus, it was a Democrat in the White House. His name was President Clinton. So we are not against this. What we are against is this idea that we will evade the Constitution, or we will evade our own constitutional. In fact, it's not even an invasion. At this point, it feels as if y'all have just decided that y'all are going to castrate your constitutional duty and hand it over to someone who is unelected. It doesn't matter how many cheerleaders he had on the field campaigning for him. That doesn't mean that he gets to go in and sit atop any of our agencies. And the fact that we had a vote today and we asked to bring him in because we have a constitutional duty, we all took our oath, and maybe some of y'all just don't take it seriously, but I take it seriously when I take an oath to do a job, and my job is to look out and make sure
Triggered.
that we don't have any kings or queens in this country. But it seems like y'all have decided that it's going to be Mr. King and his queen, and y'all can pick which one is which. But either way, I want to also talk about, Governor, I'm curious to know if you know the answers to these questions. Which party controls the White House?
Republican.
Which party controls the Senate?
Republican.
Which party controls the House?
Republican.
Is that about what the makeup is in Iowa?
Yes.
And that has allowed you to be able to get your agenda across, correct?
Yes.
And you haven't had to bring in somebody to basically usurp any types of norms because you worked through the process, correct?
Well, I did executive orders,
Yes or no?
2080
Yes or
agreements,
no?
and then
Yes-
went
yes
to the
or no? Because
legislature
we've
as
only
well.
got
It wasn't all of the
I'm
above.
gonna reclaim my time because I
All of
only
the
got
above.
so much time left.
All of the
I
above.
also want to point out that you specifically talked about that you recently had 3 national declarations for disasters. And I want to enter into the record a unanimous consent. Trump moves to abolish FEMA, shift disaster response to states.
Without objection.
And my
ordered.
final unanimous consent I'd ask says that Mike Johnson's budget plan is at risk of collapse, even though we know that y'all control all three levers of government. So if this is what y'all want to do, then go ahead and clean it up and fix it and just go through the process. And honestly, there's nothing that we will be able to say about it. And with that, I will yield.
Okay. Without.
And get triggered.
Thank you. Gentlelady's
One
time's
more.
expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Bobert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The outrage here has been absolutely unhinged. As we've seen in the media, we're seeing Politico, who's laying folks off, and as they're being defunded of American tax dollars, they can no longer sustain themselves. And so the outrage is just going to continue from those who are no longer going to be able to support their businesses from American taxpayers. And we simply want accountability. We want oversight. This is the Oversight Committee. And unfortunately, Congress has done a crap job of oversight and accountability over quite some time, I would say decades. And that is why we have this new commission that is created. And Americans are grateful for it. President Trump campaigned on having this DOJ commission to have oversight and accountability. And it is our responsibility to codify what happens. I am pleased with the expedited efforts that have taken place to really get this out in the open and expose to the American people what their money is actually being sent to. And let's just be honest with the American people. Unelected bureaucrats have been funneling their hard-earned taxpayer dollars to ridiculous and even malicious causes. DOJ is doing the hard work to uncover the truth and make our government work for the people rather than funding policies that are actively hurting them. For example, Dr. Resch, in your testimony, you state that the recommendations from the Department of Government Efficiency will exacerbate public health crises. How is that the case when DOJ is advocating to defund EcoHealth Alliance, which was involved in the research in the Wuhan lab that created coronavirus, that created this global pandemic that killed people and ended the livelihoods of many others?
My statement was in reference to across-the-board firings without specific.
I think government employees have been given the option. They can have an
And those that will be given the option will be more competitive on a private market basis than those that stay.
So
then you'll be losing your best public employees. As
were our best public employees at the Wuhan lab of virology? Were those our best employees? Was that where our funding was going, to the best and the brightest who started a global
when
pandemic?
you make a 20% across the cut without any
I think there's been a lot of
discrimination
inefficiencies, and I'm excited to see where this goes and the exposure of that. And Dr. Resch, the last administration weaponized NGOs to aid and abet illegal aliens across and within the interior of the United States. We saw millions of taxpayer dollars being funneled to NGOs that were spent on plane and bus tickets, hotel rooms, and even to coach illegal aliens on how to illegally stay in the country. Heck, we have a congresswoman who is currently coaching illegal aliens on how to stay in the country, what terms to use, even if they are untruthful. Now, Dr. Resch, how does transporting millions of unvetted illegal aliens into our country make America safer? And how does stopping the funding of those NGOs harm America?
that is tangential and irrelevant to myself.
Oh, it is not irrelevant. Let's go through the list of relevancy, shall we? When we have open borders allowing millions of illegal aliens coming into our country unvetted, then the relevancy is in terms of Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungary, Rachel Morin, Ruby Garcia, Elizabeth Medina, and I could go on and on and on and on with the American citizens who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens. So I think it's pretty relevant to say we need to look into these NGOs and what they are doing with these unvetted illegal aliens coming into our country and remaining into our country. Would you agree? Does that bring some relevancy to the topic, sir?
Not to workforce cuts across the American public service.
Well, but we're also talking about the funding that is going out. We are cutting spending at an executive level. And I hope that we codify all of that here within these chambers to ensure that it doesn't go out again. Now, in your testimony, you also mentioned that DOGE proposals reflect an agenda to dismantle professional government. According to you, this is fundamentally at odds with the principles of democratic governance. In November, President Trump won by a decisive mandate promising to maximize governmental efficiency and productivity. And how are actions, these actions fulfilling the president's campaign promises fundamentally at odds with the principles of democratic governance? And while my time is running out, I want you to answer that, sir. But we hear about unelected folks. Democrats didn't even get a chance to vote for their own presidential candidate in their primary. So don't talk to me about unelected people actually being involved in the decisions in this country. But I would like to hear how that's at odds, sir.
I have no response to that.
Well, that's kind of
Chairman, the gentlelady.
I yield. Thank you.
Chair now recognize Mr. Kassar. We're going to recognize Mr. Kassar, then Mr. Jordan, and then at the request of the witnesses, we're going to take a brief bathroom break. So Chair recognize Mr. Kassar for 5 minutes, and then after him, it'll be Jordan, and then a brief 10-minute break.
Chairman, I don't know why Republican members even show up to this committee or to Congress when it's clear who's really in charge of the federal government right now. And that's Elon Musk. And at the beginning of this hearing, when we asked our Republican colleagues if we could bring Mr. Musk to this committee, Republicans ran cover for him. They want him hiding in the White House tweeting. And they voted unanimously that they didn't want to hear from Elon Musk. Supposedly, this committee is supposed to be about rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. And I agree. So let's talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. The biggest fraud in US government right now is Elon Musk pretending to care about efficiency when what he cares about is taking your taxpayer dollars, taking your Medicare, taking your Medicaid, taking your Social Security, and enriching himself and his billionaire buddies with it. The biggest abuse in the US government right now is Elon Musk getting $154 billion richer since the election just a few months ago, while consolidating unprecedented power over your money and your government. Mr. Musk invested $227 million in Trump's election and is making billions off of it. That's waste. That's fraud. That's abuse. And speaking of waste, another waste is my House Republican colleagues showing up because they waste their time. They won't speak out about any of these abuses against working people and taxpayers. This is the Oversight Committee, and there are 17 independent inspectors general. They are watchdogs. They are the oversight arm of the federal government. And Trump and Musk illegally fired 17 of them, including a watchdog that was investigating one of Musk's companies. And what I've heard from House Republicans is either silence or defending that kind of behavior. You guys know that it's embarrassing and it's wrong, and that's why you voted to not have Musk here before us. Elon Musk is not doing anything to make government more efficient for working people. He's using his position to more efficiently raid your taxpayer dollars to enrich himself and his friends. I'm told that this hearing is about right-sizing government. So I propose that we start right-sizing our federal government by firing the most dangerous man in it, and that's Elon Musk. To protect our taxpayers, we should fire Elon Musk. To keep American Social Security numbers private, fire Elon Musk.
You're going to get fired.
Medicare and Medicaid, fire Elon Musk. To save schools and our jobs, fire Elon Musk. And to protect the idea that American people have a government for the people and by the people, and not for the ultra-rich and by the ultra-rich, we must fire Elon Musk. Attacking working families is nothing new for him. Mr. Musk's biggest factory sits in my district. And the first thing I did after I was elected to Congress was to call for an OSHA investigation into the injuries and deaths of workers building that very factory. Those were investigations to be launched by the Department of Labor, where later today, we're hearing
that Musk's minions are going to go and maybe start shutting down parts of that key agency that is built to oversee big corporations and defend the interests of workers. Musk's companies like Tesla have been sued and found liable for many labor violations. Screwing over working people is just part of the game for him. He has been found liable for improperly giving not safety training to
So
construction
Ford,
workers,
so Chevy, so
fines for
Toyota.
exposing workers to hazardous chemicals without proper training and monitoring. OSHA opened up investigation into deaths of workers at a Tesla Gigafactory in 2024. SpaceX, another one of Musk's companies, was found responsible for the deaths of one of their workers, Lonnie LeBlanc, due to head trauma that he got on the job. So now Musk has seemingly unlimited power to take advantage not just of his own employees, not just of American consumers, but of all Americans. Unlimited power to Americans' data, unlimited power to choke off funding meant for Americans and the programs that people count on. Enough is enough. But thankfully, our country isn't one of Musk's companies. Our country is ours. A billionaire whose career is built on the abuse and exploitation of workers should not have unlimited power in this country. He should be before this committee. And when he comes before this committee, if somebody wants to do the right thing, all you got to do is turn on your mic and say, fire Elon Musk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Jordan, Ms. Boebert, did you have a
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a document I'd like to submit for the record.
proceed?
So this is a press release from the White House at USAID. Waste and abuse runs deep, and just some examples: $2.5 million for electric vehicles in Vietnam, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for transgender comic books in Peru, $2 million for sex changes and LGBTQ activism in Guatemala, $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt. And these are just some of the many, many examples. And I would like to submit that to the record.
Without objection?
Thank you.
So ordered. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Schatz, is the federal government too big?
Yes, the expenditures certainly are, which makes the entity itself too
$7
big.
trillion in annual spending, 400 agencies and sub-agencies, 1,000 boards and commissions. I think anyone, maybe even the people on the other side of the aisle, I think anyone would say, almost everyone would say, that's too big. And when you have big government, does big government have a tendency to spend taxpayer money on stupid things?
That's part of the reason that we're here, and it's one of the things that Citizens Against Government Waste has been documenting for many, many years.
You've been highlighting this for like 100 years. I mean, I've known you for a long time.
Organization,
God bless you for persisting.
Organization, 41 years. I've
Yeah.
been there 39.
And when you spend money, when you're the person spending money on something stupid, you just assume, you would just kind of hope that people don't really notice that, right? If you're in the government and you're spending, what did Miss Boebert just say? 32,000 for a transgender comic in Peru, 16 million in gender development offices. You're spending money on stuff like that. You just kind of hope that people probably don't notice that. Is that probably fair to say? That's kind of human nature, I would think.
Well, that's part of the problem, is that the taxpayers don't know exactly how the money is being spent because there is not the transparency that, for example, Iowa, Ohio, Arizona, and other states have.
And
And
when
you should be able to push a button and find out how your tax dollars are being.
And so it's understandable why everyone on the left, all the proponents of big government, all the supporters of big government, all the people getting the taxpayer money from big government, it's understandable why they are attacking Elon Musk, because he's pointing out the stupid things that government spends money on. Is that fair to say?
Well, he's not making it up. And in fact, many of the recommendations he's making.
Great
have been
point.
made
He's
for
not
years.
making it up. He's citing every single thing.
Right.
Go on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's there. I mean, look, the Department of Education has been something that was recommended by President Reagan to be eliminated, and many others since then. U.S. Digital Service, U.S. Doge Service. Digital Service was duplicating the private sector. Same with 18F at GSA. So he's already helped save money by doing that.
So Democrats, instead of saying, yeah, we should probably not spend $32,000 for a transgender comic in Peru. Yeah, it's probably not a wise expenditure of taxpayer money to have Sesame Street played in Baghdad, Iraq. It's on all that list. Instead of saying we should figure out how we stop that, they're saying, no. We got to stop the guy who's pointing out the stupid things that government's spending money, taxpayer money, the money that people in the 4th district that I represent, their money on these kind of stupid things. Now it's being reported that there's something even maybe worse going on. It's been reported today that media outlets were paid millions of dollars by USAID. Now, the media outlets are saying this is for subscriptions to their publication, but I find that interesting. And one of the particulars that's pointed out, the FDA paid Politico $517,000 for 37 subscriptions. That seems kind of high to me. Does that seem that way to you, Mr. Schatz?
Doing the math quickly, that seems excessive, yes.
Yeah, that seems a lot for now. Maybe there's some explanation here. Maybe this, maybe Politico is so darn important that it costs that much and taxpayer money should be spent for. But I find that interesting, particularly $517,000 for 37 subscriptions when it's the press, the government paying the press. Does that in some way maybe jeopardize what the press, the free press that we're supposed to have in our great country?
Well, it's certainly something that taxpayers probably didn't know until today. I didn't know that.
Didn't know until today. And it's also government paying the press that kind of money. 37 subscriptions will give you $500,000. Might Politico write favorable things about the particular administration is paying that money? I don't know. I'm not saying that happened, but you can sure look at some of the things that's been reported by some of the press, particularly Politico, and you can't help but ask that question. Governor Reynolds, I got like 50 seconds. You came all the way from the great state of Iowa. I'll give you a chance to comment on any of the things I raised there. But I do think this is amazing. The guy who's pointing out the stupid things the government spends money on, that's who gets attacked versus, no, let's fix the stupid things and not spend money on them. I just don't get that. And I think the American people have common sense, and that's how they look at it. My guess is, I know lots of good people in Iowa, they have lots of common sense. That's probably how they look at it.
That's exactly how they look at it. $36 trillion in debt, $2 trillion annually being added to the debt. Kevin and I have 11 grandchildren. I want them to have the same opportunity I did growing up. And I appreciate President Trump trying to right size the ship and get it back in line. And I don't hear any answers to the contrary. What are their answers except for leave everything the way it is? And that's not working. So thank you.
That's not what you did in Iowa. You didn't leave everything the way it is, and you changed things, and taxpayers got more efficient government, which is exactly what we want. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to the previous order, the committee will recess for 5 minutes to accommodate a witness request. The committee stands in recess.
Okay, we're in a recess. Finally. Okay, now. Sorry about boring the fuck out of you guys, but someone's got to.
Some of this stuff needs to come out.
Oh, wow. Let's see what else I got. I might have something while we wait for that.
Well, I'm thinking about getting off here. It's midnight here.
Yeah, we could wrap it up, call it a night. It's like nearly 5 a.m.
We can finish that tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the, I don't know what to call it, bullshit.
It's an oversight committee hearing.
Yeah, over bullshit committee.
Yeah. One reason we're playing these is to show the transparency of our government because they're idiots.
Yeah. We just love taking the piss out of them. Join us on the next live where we will take the piss out of our government some more. Thank you, everybody. See you on the next one.
Yep.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.